Yo, and we are live, man. Yo, this is Set with Set and Comedian. I'm back with another one for you guys, man. Today we got JD Vance. The full interview from New York Times then came out, man. We got Trump joining the Hispanics just like Kamala Harris did, except without a teleprompter. Then we got some more stuff from Trump and Vance, man. It's going to be a good one tonight. Let's get right into it, guys.
Man, y'all know the vibes. Like the video on the way in, man. W stream, W chat. Let's do it.
Hey, we will. Senator Vance, thank you so much for doing this. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Before we get into policy, I do want to sort of ask you a few questions about how you got here.
Sure.
And your worldview a little bit. You know, one of the things that many people said to me in advance of this interview is which JD Vance is going to show up. And I think that speaks to sort of this persistent question that people have about you, which is they saw you on the debate stage and you seemed more empathetic, more moderate. And then there's the JD.
That's a funny assertion when we literally have a candidate in the race known as
Chameleon.
Right, Kamala the Chameleon.
And then he turn over and be like, so what JD Vance we're going to get today? I'm like, did you just call me fake? Like,
God damn.
JD Vance we've seen on the campaign trail, the JD Vance we've heard on right-wing podcasts.
Jasmine, Camaro. What's going on, yo?
How would you explain that contrast?
Wasn't that how most people are, right? Sometimes they're frustrated with what's going on in the country. Sometimes they are a little bit more optimistic. Sometimes it's both, right? You're maybe optimistic about the country, about its people, about its resources, about its beauty, but also frustrated by its leadership. And I think it's sort of the nature of being an American in 2024, at least in my political persuasion, is that you have some, I think, deep and abiding love for this nation. You have a certain, at least I have a certain optimism and hope rooted in my trust and faith in its people, but I am very frustrated by what's going on with our leadership and some of our public policy. So I think it's just all of these things that, all these things are true at once, and I think that's just how most people are.
So you were frustrated at the debate?
Well, sometimes I got frustrated, right? I criticized Kamala Harris's immigration policies. I got a little frustrated at the what I thought was the artificial fact check there. And but again, I mean, that frustration coexists with a lot of other feelings too. And I try to sort of, try to show that to everybody. I think that if you watched, a 45-minute JD Vance rally, you would not have been surprised by the debate performance. I think what happens is that if you take a clip out of context from 4 years and that's the only way you've ever been introduced to me, then sure, the debate performance might have been surprising, but I don't think most people were surprised by it.
Your own campaign, though, said that you were doing Minnesota nice to sort of throw off Tim Walz, who was expecting perhaps a more combative version of you. So it was a tactic.
Well, I mean, look, I guess that's a distinction to me without a difference is, again, sometimes you're, going to try to discuss the issues of the day. Sometimes you're going to be pushing back a little bit more aggressively. I think what was interesting about how we did the debate is I try to be conversational with Tim Walz because, to be honest, I don't know Tim Walz that well. I don't have a strong view of him. There's a lot of disagreements I have policy-wise, but my real disagreement is with Kamala Harris, with the way that she's led the country, with some of her views and some of her opinions. And so in some ways I don't know if combative is the right word, but I was certainly disagreeable vis-a-vis Kamala Harris's policies, but I didn't feel this need to sort of go in and light it to Tim Walz. That's just not how I feel about him.
Well, why do you think, though, so many people have that thought about you, that they don't know which version of you they're going to get? And, there's been think pieces about this. There's been podcasts about this. Really? People who are trying to understand who you are.
Sure. Well, I think a lot of it, I mean, who knows?
Basically, word around town is that you're fake and you switch up, but isn't that the same thing for Kamala? So they're just accusing him of what they're doing themselves, pretty much.
I don't understand how that's the consensus when JD Vance is fairly new to politics. Like, so them saying, "Oh, what version of JD Vance are we gonna get tonight?" Like, how do y'all even really know this, man? Like,
I'm like, bro, he just came out of nowhere. He just became Senate as well. Now he's what, running for VP? Like, come on, y'all can't know that much.
On VP debate night, he low-key had to start the question off by giving a little background information on himself because, like, a lot of people don't know a lot about JD Vance.
He said, I'm going to tell you who I am. But,
exactly.
But make sure, like the video, guys. It's going to be a good one. Just double tap that screen, 3 dots up there. Let's go.
But my best guess on this is that if you're a New York Times reader or you're broadly center
Yeah, I
left,
would more so say it's
most
that.
of what you've read about me has come from some version of something that was planted by a political opponent. Now, let's say I do a 2-hour podcast interview and you see
think
the
it's been the same guy
45
through and
seconds
through,
where
though. I
I
don't
say
think
the
he
most
switched up
contentious thing
character.
that I said in that entire 2-hour interview. But I think if you watch the entire 2-hour interview, you wouldn't be surprised with, what I've said on the debate stage, with what I've said at my rallies, with what I've said during my press conferences and so forth. So I think that it's the nature of political media in 2024 is because you can sort of take a clip and make it go viral on social media, or you can write a news story about that viral clip. We're just not sort of digesting the long form conversation that I think most people, again, if you were to ask the normal middle class American whether they agree with me or disagree with me, 2-hour conversation about politics, and you went through a dozen different issues, I think that you'd see, well, sometimes they'd be pissed off about something, sometimes they'd be pleased with something, sometimes they'd agree or they'd disagree. But I just think that the way that we do political media is really built around sound bites. Maybe that's always been true, but it's certainly true in 2024.
Yeah.
Nah, it was true in 2016, man. You know how much sound bites had a Trump taking him out of context, not playing the full length of what he said? Is like, nah, it's still sound bites even today. It's just now it's more, well, honestly, it's more used. Now it's not just Trump being used on it. It's Kamala getting it back too.
I mean, I do think that there's something else going on, though, which
Really
is
with Biden.
you have obviously shifted some of your viewpoints. You've acknowledged that.
Look, I mean, yeah, like, look, there's certainly I was anti-Trump, and now obviously I'm running as Donald Trump's running mate. But it's something that, again, if you watch the 2-hour podcast interview, you wouldn't be surprised about because I talk about it, and I know that's part of what we're doing today.
Yeah, it is. I mean, just to remind people, you called Trump America's Hitler, and I'm sure you possibly don't like that quoted back at you at every single moment. And I read a really fascinating interview that you gave to the American Conservative in 2016.
Okay.
Where you said Donald Trump, and I'm quoting here, he has dragged down our entire political conversation. He spent way too much time appealing to people's fears. Why do you feel more comfortable with his approach today?
Well, I think there are a few reasons. I mean, one is I was pretty optimistic right after Trump's election. So you sort of go back a little bit, the book really took off right before he was elected.
Hillbilly Elegy.
Yeah, Hillbilly Elegy. And it had kind of like this second win that was somehow even bigger than the first win. And I remember I was doing all of these interviews, the night of the election. I think it was ABC where I spent most of that night. And I was talking to people sort of privately, but then of course I was going on TV. And the biggest takeaway that I had from that moment is that it was genuinely a shock to the senses for most of America's political and media class. They really were certain that he was going to lose. I mean, to be fair, I didn't think he was going to win. I thought he had a better chance than most people. But in the immediate aftermath, there was this sort of sense of, okay, well, we misunderstood something. We got something wrong. Maybe we should try to understand where this like underlying frustration and sense of grievance is in the population writ large. And that lasted for all of about a month. And then it was like very quickly, it was the academic studies that said that, well, Donald Trump's voters.
I did also see that in the 2016 election. Like when Trump won, everybody was going Hillary, and they're damn near going off the legacy of the Clintons. But when Trump won, it kind of showed that, we're tired of these political families. We're tired of them. We're tired of the Bushes, the Clintons, all that. Like we're done. We're not doing it no more. We're trying something new. And I think that's what America told the political system with Trump.
We're not motivated by any sort of legitimate concern.
Make sure I like the video.
Motivated by racism. And then, of course, the media kind of laundered that in to the mainstream discourse. And then, of course, there was the Russia cycle where it was, well, the only reason Donald Trump won is because he was like, collaborating with Vladimir Putin, which, even when I was anti-Trump, I thought that narrative was absurd.
Tired ass narrative.
And I guess that what I slowly learned is
that narrative to
if
the ground.
you believe the American political culture is fundamentally healthy but maybe biased towards the left, then Donald Trump is not the right solution to that problem. If, as I slowly developed a viewpoint, that the American political culture was like deeply diseased and the American media conversation had become so deranged that it couldn't even process the frustrations of a large share, maybe even a close to majority of the country, then when you say, well, I don't like Donald Trump's language, well, Donald Trump's language actually maybe makes a whole lot more sense if you assume that the institutions are much more corrupted than they were before. So the point that I got to was, if Donald Trump didn't talk like this, and if Donald Trump wasn't going directly at the institutions, then he wouldn't be able to get anything done. And most importantly, he wouldn't be able to illustrate how broken the American political and media culture is right now. And so what I saw in 2016 as a fault of Donald Trump's, by 2018, 2019, I very much saw as an advantage.
It's interesting. So what I'm hearing you say is that in 2016, you felt that the divisiveness and the language was a symptom of perhaps a problem with Donald Trump. And by 2018, you saw it as the solution to the problem?
I'd put it slightly differently. I think that in 2016, I saw the divisiveness in American politics as at least partly Donald Trump's fault. And by 2018, 2019, I saw that divisiveness as the fault of an American political and media culture that couldn't even pay attention to its own citizens.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump was not.
And I agree. I agree to that. I think everybody kind of got caught up in the whirlwind of the media game, the media mind game, the media narrative that Trump was so divisive. It's what he says. It's what his rhetoric is. And when you kind of examine it, when you kind of zoom in a little bit, it wasn't really what Trump was saying. It was how the media would spin it.
Yeah.
That's where the whole term fake news came from.
And it was low-key and it was like, bro, it's like the fake news are trying to get us to ignore people that Trump was highlighting. Like the people that Trump was highlighting, the working class, veterans and all that, those are the same people that America was forgetting about, that the Democrats were just rolling over. And Trump brought it to light. And what they do, instead of just giving him his kudos, they was like, let's just shame his name. And anytime there's any outrage towards us, we'll just flip it and say it's Donald Trump's fault. It's his fault. It's his fault. Even as like the Biden administration was failing, they was finding ways to blame Trump.
I look at it like this. Think about the most notable example of that when he said there's good people on both sides. What he was referring to was people who showed up to protest from the left and the right. What the media spent it to look like is he was somehow endorsing white nationalists or neo-Nazis. But again, once you play the full clip out, remove the media bias, he literally said, like, I ain't gonna lie, bro, people that showed up on the left, they was good people. People that showed up on the right, they was good people. I ain't talking about the radicals. I ain't talking about the white nationalists. I ain't talking about the Antifa agitators. I'm just talking about American citizens who represent both sides of politics that showed up to let their voices be heard. Yeah. But again, it's just the media narrative, how they spun it, and what they really got the masses to believe, which is that he was a divisive, incendiary type of character. But
yeah,
I mean,
and once you kind of take away the TDS, you kind of see that the government just been putting that in your head to just ignore it, so you can ignore the BS they're doing.
The divisiveness, he was merely responding to it and giving voice to a group of people who had been completely ignored, and he was doing it in a way that really did poke his eye at that diseased media culture. And I think Donald Trump is, not just, I put it this way, I don't know that anybody else in 2016 possibly could have done what Trump did. And I think his rhetoric actually was a necessary part of it.
I mean, one of the reasons I am focusing in on this initially, which sort of JD Vance comes out, is because earlier this year, the Times published a series of email and text exchanges from 2014 to 2017 between you and your Yale Law School friend, Sophia Nelson, who is transgender. And that friendship eventually ended in her telling, because of your support for a ban on gender-affirming care for minors in Arkansas.
Yep.
Huh?
The tone of that early correspondence was respectful. It was.
Hold on. You're telling me so Vance had a transgender friend. They fell out because, I'm not supporting gender-affirming care on minors, which means I'm not out for, convincing little boys that they're girls and convincing little girls that they're boys. I'm not with that. Like, bro.
Yeah, I fall out with anybody.
Bro, I'm like, I look at my friend straight up and be like, bro, you're a groomer. Like, you're a groomer. You're not, like, bro, this is worse. Like, you're worse.
I fall out with my own mom over that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Was affectionate.
What do you think? What is okay?
Even though you didn't always
agree
agree
with
with her. Were you more open to differences at that time in your life?
No, I don't think so. I mean, look, I think, I'd like to think we're having a respectful conversation, but, when I disagree with people, sometimes I'm a little sarcastic, but that was true 10 years ago, right? Sometimes I like to make fun of the political and media environment that we're in, but that was true 10 years ago too. Again, all of these things exist at the same time. Most people are complicated. They're not just like happy-go-lucky or really engaged in dialogue, right? Sometimes they're making jokes. Sometimes they're more serious. I just think that's how I am. I think it's how most people are too. But look, I mean, Sophia, I'm not going to sit here and criticize Sophia. I love Sophia. I am very sad about what happened between me and Sophia. I think that going back 2013, 2014, she's my friend. She's transgender. I didn't fully understand it. I just thought, I love this person and I care about her. And I don't have to sort of agree with every medical decision that she makes or even understand it to say, well, I love you. I care about you. I'm still going to hang out with you. We're still going to talk about football and, sort of be friends. And I think, we had this conversation. I can't remember when. It was maybe around the time my Senate campaign. It was maybe before. But, I had children at that point, and we were talking about gender-affirming care for minors.
Jimmy Matt, though, what's going on, man?
A more honest way to say is not gender-affirming care, but chemical experimentation on minors. And, my affection for her didn't mean that I thought this was a reasonable thing to do to 11-year-old children who were confused.
And quick reminder, man, make sure to go ahead and double tap that screen to like the video, 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Let's get more people in on the conversation, man. Let's get right back to it.
Sometimes confused by social media, sometimes confused because it's really hard to be an 11-year-old, certainly in today's media environment.
Shifting towards God, what's going on?
We had a very strong disagreement about whether the proper response to that was humility. I would say it's humility. Don't give life-altering care to these kids, potentially life-destroying care to these kids. And she disagreed with me. She thought it was a sort of affront to transgender rights. Now, I
don't understand how you need parental consent to get a tattoo below the age of 18. We don't let kids get permanent tattoos. We don't let kids make any type of permanent decisions. We don't even let kids drive cars for real, right? But you can get gender affirming care or gender reassignment surgery or take puberty blockers or hormonal blockers. I'm just like, hold on, that's a permanent decision that a kid who really doesn't know the full implications of what they're doing is making. We just allowing it?
And the transgender, I'm like, hold on. So you pretty much, this transgender woman is pretty much upset that, so wait, you're okay, or you're against me recruiting your kids, pretty much. I'm sorry. So pretty much, Vance took a stance, and she was against this man taking a stance of, I don't want you to be recruiting kids.
Well, just to the point of kids in general with when it comes to LGBTQ, I mean, kids are influential, yes or no? It's a clear yes, right? So I don't know. When it comes to that, I just feel like anything 21 and up, all right, let them make the decisions. They're full adults, but anything 21 and below, like you said, he made a good point. I almost consider it grooming.
Yeah.
We know that these are influential demographic, and we're over here telling them, showing them, influencing them in one way or another.
It's recruiting because they can't reproduce. What are you doing here? Why are you trying to say, we should be able to tell kids they can chop their stuff off, and y'all should be okay with that? I'm like, hell no.
No. 21 and up, all right, bro, do what you do. But 21 and below, man, leave them alone. They're off limits. They're off limits.
He's like, come on, man. There's plenty of people above 21, bro. Go deal with them.
Yeah, let them do what they want. Let them do what they want.
Normally in that situation is to say, we can agree to disagree. I mean, Sophie and I disagreed about a whole host of issues over our long friendship, and sometimes we would do it aggressively, but ultimately,
bro, there's literally certain states.
We're going to be friends.
There's literally certain states, and I don't know if y'all in the chat know this, but that's what we're here to do is inform. There's literally certain states where if a kid isn't feeling comfortable with their assigned gender, and they've shared that with
that's
teachers.
California.
Yeah,
and
there's more states like
and
that.
Minnesota.
They've shared this identity, or they've said this identity crisis with their teachers. The teachers or the school system is not inclined or required to tell the parent.
And they can also start the puberty blocker, gender affirming care without the parent's consent. So let's just say you got your little boy and wonder why he ain't been growing, ain't been developing, and the whole time he's been on puberty blockers without your consent or knowing.
Despite that. And I think it was, to be clear, I mean, yeah, she leaks my emails, and I think it's a violation of trust, and I'm frustrated by that. But I would still be Sophia's friend today even though I feel very strongly that she's not just wrong, but very dangerously wrong
She's a
about
groomer.
chemical experimentation on minors.
I guess what I'm asking is, have you, like you came to see Donald Trump's approach as a necessary means to an end, did you come to see that as a necessary approach for yourself? I mean, you talked about
I
in
see what you're
Hillbilly
saying, yeah.
Elegy and the power of persuasion
I see
through
what you're saying,
empathy, but you also bring a much different approach to many of the things that you do now. So I think it was very jarring for people to see those emails and see a JD Vance that frankly hasn't been on display.
Well, they say it's jarring to see the emails, but they say it's jarring to see some of my rally performances, and then it's jarring to see my debate. Maybe the problem isn't that I'm,
But do you see it as necessary now to be more abrasive?
So I don't answer that question, but maybe the thing that they're actually noticing is that if you see somebody in all their complexity, they don't fit the caricature.
Yeah, and maybe what people are noticing is that you've taken this man out of context. You're saying he's made up stories, and when people actually go look him up and watch full interviews, they're like, "Oh, he's not that bad of a guy. Hold on. Actually, I can relate to this man." But they're calling him weird and all this wild stuff. But he's a relatable guy. Like, that's what people are figuring out. It's not that, oh, he switches up. It's like, no, you painted a picture that don't fit the man.
And as we start to hear more about him, as we see him more, it's like, okay, hold on. That's not what he told me about him. I kind of relate to what he says. I kind of can agree with some of what he says. I resonate with JD Vance's background, him being a fellow Midwesterner. It's like, hold on, this guy isn't the guy they purport him to be.
Like, shoot, don't seem weird to me.
Sure. That it's not some big change that I've
That's
made.
my
Yes,
VP.
I changed my views. I would be honest about that on certain things.
Fellow
but
Ohioan.
There's not some major change. It's just that they're seeing, sometimes they're forced to see the non-caricature version of me. And I think that's
What's going on, everybody? Yeah,
certainly
like the
going
video,
on.
man. Double tap the screen.
But no, I mean, look, I
Get some
I
more
think,
folks in here, man.
look, President Trump's approach is President Trump's approach. His style is his style. Do I think that his style and his approach is a necessary corrective to what's broken about American society? Yes, I do.
If it
That
says
doesn't
message
mean
retracted,
I'm
that
going
means
to try
he
to
deleted
beat
it
Donald Trump
himself.
because one, nobody can beat Donald Trump. I think he's a uniquely, interesting and charismatic figure, but it's just not who I am, right? Fundamentally, he and I are going to have different styles. But I think if you were to take Donald Trump's style and the way that he criticizes
Man, I'm sorry, we
media
just lost that
and the way that I'm
fucking
criticizing
game.
the media to you right now,
Oregon.
I think those criticisms
If there's
are
anybody in
actually
Oregon in
pointing
here,
at
make it
the
out.
exact same direction.
I ain't gonna lie,
We're
we
just
not
putting
cool
it
this
slightly
stream.
different ways in our own sort of distinctive perspectives. But I've never felt like I need to somehow copy somebody else's style.
I mean, it wasn't just the tone
going
of
on,
those
everybody?
exchanges, though. You did express some beliefs that are different than the ones you hold today. I mean, you said,
Like, what do you mean?
I hate the police. And so I'm wondering,
Well, okay.
did you write that? Why did you write that? What had happened to make you feel that way?
Sir, first of all, have you ever said something in a private conversation that out of context wouldn't necessarily translate to a public conversation? I think 100% of people would say yes. I don't exactly remember when that I sent that email, but I strongly
don't bring it up.
suspect
It's still
that
a
what
fresh
happened
wound.
Don't
bring that up right now.
So when Ush and I lived in San Francisco for a couple of years.
One
and when
point-
we first moved, this is such. I get frustrated even thinking about it right now. When we first moved, there was a break-in in the car that I had, and it was stupid. I shouldn't have left her suitcase in the car to begin with, but I did, and it had a ton of completely priceless things. I'm not talking about priceless as in we paid a lot of money, but the necklace her grandmother gave her that she bought in India, that she gave her on the morning of our wedding, things like that were stolen. And I went to the police
And RG,
in
what's
San
going
Francisco,
on?
and it was. Have you ever seen the movie The Big Lebowski when the guy's car is stolen?
course.
Okay, so I love the Big
told
Lebowski. When the dude has his car stolen, he says, "Hey, are you investigating it?" And the cop kind of chuckles and says, "Yeah, we got a couple detectives down at the crime lab." That was kind of the response that I got to, "Are you guys going to try to recover this stuff?" I was frustrated at the police. I fired off a frustrated email to a friend. And again, this is why I think it's a violation of trust is, do I think that that is at all representative of my views in the police? Do I think it was representative of my views of the police writ large in 2016 or 2014 or whenever I sent
James
that email?
Foley was
Hold
up.
on. That's effed up. So taking a very personal moment, dog, if somebody stole my girl's stuff, and we're talking about just valuable stuff in there, I'm through the roof. I'm doing everything to try to get it back. and of course I'm gonna be upset with the police. I'm gonna be like, bro, what the fuck? My girl over here crying about stuff I can't replace. Like, bro, what the hell going on? You're telling me you released an email from a very vulnerable time like that, and then they're gonna use it in this interview? Wild. Hey man, the political game is savagery. Is it savagery?
Not. You send something to a friend. Hey, I'm pissed off about this. I think it's very ridiculous for the media to say, well, JD used to be like a defund the police guy because in a private email I expressed some frustration about a distinctive police officer. Come on.
So just to be clear, Senator Vance, the reason we ask about this
That's
is
like saying somebody racist because I went off on one person who just so happened to be black.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're a racist. Like, nah, I just hate that nigga. Like, he's just a fucking shitty guy. Like,
It's like, what you mean?
ain't
Like,
got shit to do with his
bro.
skin color. Ain't got shit to do with his occupation. You think JD Vance is defund the police? Man, get the hell out of here.
Bro, man, bro, in the words of Carmen, bro, black assholes exist.
Okay. Oh God.
because it is
God.
a window into your evolving views, and that is important for people to know who they're going to be voting
I think
for.
it's totally reasonable for you to ask about it. I'm saying the political, certain political members who have said, oh, this reveals like somehow JD
Oh God.
didn't
Nah, that's
support
facts,
police
Jimmy Mathis.
officers
Like,
10
hold on, I
years
thought I was
ago.
gonna get the same interview
I
with
just
Kamala
think it's a
guy.
preposterous argument.
After you left Yale, you went to Silicon Valley, the world of venture capital. You worked for and became close with Peter Thiel in 2016, 2017. He had an
Hey,
enormous
yo, no
influence
Diddy.
on you.
Yeah, dear friend.
Keep it real, just not raw.
By 2021, you were running for Senate as a supporter of Trump. And right in between that, in 2019, you converted to Catholicism.
Yeah.
I'm a fellow Catholic. I find this
Great.
very interesting. And I would love for you to describe what appealed to you about the Catholic faith.
Yeah, so before I answer that question, I just offer a caveat out there. So what I really hate, and I've seen this with some converts, is they come into the faith, they act like they know everything, they speak for all Catholics. I'm never going to do that. I never want to do that. Look, I mean, I think there are a couple of things that really appealed about it to me. I mean, first of all, generally Christianity. I was thinking about the big questions, thinking about 2019, but 2017 to 2019, when I was thinking about re-engaging with my faith, I became a father during that period. I was very successful professionally. And so thinking about the working class family that I'd grown up in, I had a lot more money than I ever thought I would have. I had my own venture capital firm, and there was this weird way where I felt like I had succeeded at climbing the ladder of meritocracy, but I'd also found the values of the meritocracy, frankly, deeply wanting and deeply lacking. And when I started thinking about like the big things, like what do I actually care about in my life, right? I really want to be a good husband. I really want to be a good father. I really want to be sort of a good member of the community. I wanted to be a virtuous human being, in other words. That was sort of the thing that I kept on coming back to, was how to be virtuous. And I thought that Christianity that I had discarded as a young man answered the questions about being a virtuous person better than the logic of the American meritocracy.
Yeah, you better practice them 7 virtues, man. That's one of the main reasons I like Christianity, was the 7 virtues and the 7 deadly sins. And I feel like, bro, if you can just always equate your action or relate your actions to these virtues, and then you can always relate your mistakes to these 7 deadly sins, you can low-key see like where you effed up in life, or you can low-key honestly fix your life a lot easier. And shout out to Jasmine Lewis, man. Appreciate the support, sis. People are such hypocrites. They literally act like they someone. I'm sorry. They literally act like they like someone and switch up daily, but they want to talk about Vance. It's crazy. Trust me. I felt the same thing with Oprah. I was like, bro, you and Trump was buddy. Bro, Trump said, you know what, man, Oprah, if I run as president, you be my VP. And now all of a sudden, oh, Trump, he's this villain. Oh, I hate him and all that. I'm like, what's going on? Y'all used to be buddy.
Appreciate that super chat, Jasmine. First one of the show.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Marco.
And then, that sort of led me on a journey of, okay, well, I'm going to be a Christian again. What church do I actually want to raise my children in? What church do I want to be a participant of? And I just kept coming back for very personal reasons. Friends of mine who I thought, were just good people. Not all of them, but a lot of them were Catholics, and I talked to them about their faith and about what appealed to them about their faith. And that eventually led me to getting baptized in 2019. And the other thing I'll say about it is, Usha was raised in kind of a Hindu household, but not especially religious household. And she was like really into it, meaning she thought that like thinking about the question of converting and getting baptized and becoming a Christian, she thought that they were good for me. like in sort of a good for your soul kind of way. And I don't think I would have ever done it without her support, because I felt kind of bad about it, right? Like, you didn't sign up for a weekly churchgoer. I feel terrible for my wife because
I think that is the most asshole thing you can do, though. Like, and I like what Vance's wife did. And it may not be her religion, but, you know, I could see the values in Christianity. She saw the values in Christianity. She'd be like, no, that'd be good for you. Like, yeah, man, you should get a little bit of God in your life, a little bit more virtues and all that. But then there'll be, you know, some people be like, oh, why would you believe in that religion? You know it's wrong. Or, oh, you know God is not real, right? It's like, bro, let people find their virtues how they want to, dog. Like, come on now. Don't be an asshole about it.
Go to church almost every Sunday, unless we're on the road. And
does she go with you? I mean,
she does. Yeah, she does.
Has she converted?
No, she hasn't. No, that's why I feel bad about it. Is, you know, she's got 3 kids. Obviously, I help with the kids, but because I'm kind of the one going to church, she feels like more responsibility to keep the kids quiet in the church. And I felt kind of bad, like, oh, you didn't sign up to marry a weekly churchgoer, and are you okay with this? And she was sort of more than okay with it. And that was a big part of, I guess, the confirmation that this was the right thing for me.
So I'm really interested about your conversion also because you wrote a lot in Hillbilly Elegy about the chaos of your family life as a child. Your mother was an alcoholic and a drug addict. She's been sober for nearly 10 years now, we should say.
Shout out.
You talk about being raised by your grandmother and your older sister and having a rotating sort of cast of untrustworthy parental figures, specifically men in your life. How much of your draw to Catholicism do you think is related to the appeal of the strong family values, of the focus on the nuclear family?
That's a big part of it, especially the stability of it. I'm not just talking about the stability of the nuclear family, but the stability of an institution that has endured over 2,000 years, right? I mean, I think like most people, very aware of my mortality, and I kind of like the idea of being part of something that's existed over many generations and hopefully will endure.
And shout out James Foley, man. He came with the waves. I didn't forget.
Here, man, a little kiddie pool, man, a little split splash, man.
Hey, I'm weak.
It's fall, it ain't summertime, so I can't be getting, you know, I can't be throwing around too much water, man.
I'm weak as hell, man. Shout out my man James, bro. He's like, don't worry, I remember the wave check now.
James, what's going on, dog?
Hey, man, glad to see you.
For many, many generations to come.
A little split splash.
Yeah, I mean, when I talk about being a good husband, being a good father, you know, the way I've often put it is the American dream to me was never making a lot of money, buying a big house, driving a fast car. It was having what me and Usha have right now, right? Like,
it's strange that you went into venture capital then, but go on.
No, sure. I mean, look, like I wanted to make money. I'm not saying I'm anti making money. But like when I thought about what I really wanted out of my life,
am I supposed to be broke in a
what
family,
I really
man?
wanted was what Usha and I have right now.
I'd have to ask him, like, well, am I supposed to be broke in a family, man? How does that work out, sweetheart? Please explain.
And then I wanted to raise our kids in stability. I wanted our kids to know like, something that really
half of being a family man is being a provider for the family. You can't be a provider if you ain't got no bucks, boyo. I ain't gonna lie.
When I was a kid,
was what you just said.
Like people would ask me my address. And I would give them my address.
Nigga be avoiding responsibility. Nigga be avoiding caretaking.
If they wrote me a letter a month from then, whether I would still have that same address. Like I hated the fact that I had these different addresses, which is something that really bothered me as a kid. And I think it was sort of reflective of the broader instability in my life. You know, our kids have had, you know, I mean, my son Ewan, I guess, has had a couple, but the other two have pretty much only had their Cincinnati address their entire lives, and that's like a very, very important and good thing for me. And yeah, that's certainly part of the appeal of the Catholic faith.
Your position on those family values have gotten a lot of scrutiny lately.
Sure.
You've talked about childless cat ladies. You've called childless people sociopathic, psychotic, deranged.
Yes.
And I know that you've said that those comments were sarcastic, but it's hard to hear those words.
Hell nah, man. I stand on them. I'm like, yeah, I'm big real with you. I'll say about I'm using the 80-20 rule. Yes, 80% of childless people are selfish and psychopathic. Come on, let's go.
Entirely as a joke. What do you actually think of childless women in society?
Well, as I said when I made those comments, and look, they were dumb comments. I certainly I think most people probably who watch this have said something dumb, have said something that they wish they had put differently.
And you said it over in several different venues.
In a very, very short period of time. It was sort of a thing that I picked up on. I said it a
513.
couple of times in a couple of interviews. And look, yeah, I mean, I certainly wish that I had said it differently. I mean, what I was trying to get at is that, look, I'm not talking about people who it just didn't work out, right? For medical reasons, for social reasons, like set that to the side. We're not talking about folks like that. What I was definitely trying to illustrate, and ultimately a very inarticulate way, is that I do think that our country has become almost pathologically anti-child. I put this in a couple of different ways, right? So,
I mean,
there's one.
I mean, to sit there and come up with all type of scientific words for a reason why you should be unaliving kids before they're born. I mean, that's one way we became pretty childless. And the fact that we have a declining birth rate, pretty damn childless. More abortions than baby being birthed. Yeah, that's anti-child.
It was actually when I was in law school. It was on a train between New York and New Haven. I think I was doing like law firm interviews or something. And obviously I didn't have kids then. And there's this young girl gets on the train. She's probably 21 or 22. She's, young black female, clearly I could tell by the way she was dressed. She didn't have a whole lot of money. She had a couple of kids with her. And, I remember like just watching her and thinking like, this is a really unbelievably patient mother. I mean, for being literally younger than I was, the reason I sort of noticed her is because her kids, like a lot of kids that age, are complete disasters, especially on public transportation. They turn it up to 11.
Oh, yeah.
But she was being so patient. But then like everybody around her was also noticing the kids being misbehaved. And they were so angry. And, they were and sighing and staring every time her 2-year-old made a noise. And that was sort of a moment that kind of stuck with me. And then, of course, I've had similar experiences riding with my own kids on various modes of public transportation. And again, it just sort of hit me like, okay, this is really, really bad. This thing that we do where we make motherhood or fatherhood, or there's this, again, I do think that there's like this pathological frustration with children that just is a new thing in American society.
Yeah, what's the motto of today's generation? Fuck them kids.
Bro,
they say that so liberally, it's like crazy. I'm just like, bro, where do we adapt this mindset? Like, everybody was a kid, obviously, to get to where they're at as an adult. Like, kid families, having kids, having babies is what builds a strong society. But bro, it's so crazy. Like, people liberally say it like, oh, fuck them kids in honestly, any way, shape, or scenario.
I feel like the main motto is I only do for myself. Like, I think this generation is so goddamn selfish. I mean, there's even leads it back to ours. Like, even our generation going forward is just so damn selfish. They don't care about anything outside of themselves. And that's why we have effed up families and communities. Because we don't care about nothing outside of ourselves. Like, let's be real. We're a more selfish generation through and through. And I'm talking about I'm not even going to race base. It's all of us. Like, I say millennials and up.
I think it's very dark. I think you see it sometimes in the political conversation. People saying, well, maybe we shouldn't have kids.
We got our good people, but
honestly, I think the mentality's been inbred into us. Like, it's not something that's natural. Honestly, if you really think about it, it's not a mindset that's natural at all. Like, fuck these kids, fuck a family, I don't want to have a kid. You got a rising amount of men and women feeling the same. Like, abortion rates rising, birth rates declining. Like, it's something that's a mentality that's been programmed, inculcated in us, low-key. Yeah. And I'm not, bro, I hate to make everything a conspiracy, but it damn near seems like an agenda.
And I'm okay. Somebody said this, and somebody like kind of addressed this in the chat. Like, I'm okay with people having pets, but I hate when people like replace kids with pets. It's like
pet ain't going back to
bro. The only reason you're doing that is because you don't want to fully give yourself to something else or to actually another, sentient being. A cat's living. I'm just like saying though, it's like, come on now, you got to give yourself way more to a kid than you have to give to a cat. Like, actually, a cat can take care of itself without you. A kid, come on now.
When I've
used being lazy.
That one girl that sat down, my bad, just real quick. The one girl that sat down with Charlie Kirk, the one black female, she was cute enough and articulate young lady, but she exemplified the mindset of today's generation. She literally called fetuses
parasites.
Yeah, parasites. like a symbiotic relationship. She was like, they're parasites that feed off the mother and inside the mother's womb. I'm just like, bro, what are they teaching in today's schools? Like, remind me not to send my kid to one of these PWIs, bro, because like, what the hell?
And you know what people always say? It's too expensive to have kids. No, it's just we're not like family oriented enough to make it like less expensive. Like, bro, you see how these Muslim families, these Hispanic families have kids? They have hella kids, and everybody living all in one house, sharing one bill. We have kids, and they go all over outside the earth and have all different types of problems. It's like, bro, we're not like, we lack unity as family in general.
I disagree. I don't think it's too expensive to have kids at all.
Especially, yeah, man, the Muslim families
There's
make
a
it
will,
work.
there's a way. If there's a will, there's a way. I think in a society of consumerism, if you want your kids to wear J's from the time they hop out the womb to the time they 18, if you want them to be in the nicest brands, yeah, it'll be expensive. It's expensive for you and them. But if you want to provide basic care, bro, you can do so. You can do so, and you don't have to be rich. You don't have to be upper echelon to be able to afford that.
Yo, you can still feed your kid fruits, vegetables, make sure he gets sunlight and all that, grow healthy, all that stuff. It don't take $1 million to do.
And
so.
to that point, I think it just still revolves back to the point about our today's generation and new parents being selfish. Like, you can do so without having excess. Like, you can do so without having like hella money. Like, bro, there might have to be some sacrifices, but bro, and think about our parents. They made more sacrifices than the current generation. Think about our grandparents. They carry shit on their back,
bro. And some people honestly say it's too expensive because they don't want to give up nothing.
That's what I'm saying. This kind of reverts back to the point of selfishness in today's generation. It just kind of dominates the mindset of today's generation. Like, ain't nobody willing to make no sacrifices, even if it's for their own damn offspring. Bro, but motherfuckers ain't trying to give up clubbing on the weekends to spend time with their kid, invest in their kid. Like, bro, that's today's generation in a nutshell.
Man, couldn't be me.
That, I think, is a very deranged idea. The idea that you shouldn't have a family because of concerns over climate change doesn't mean you can't worry about climate change, but in the focus on childless cat ladies,
so are you saying that women who don't want to have children?
Substance of what I said.
Sorry. I just want to clarify something. So women who don't have children because they're worried about climate change, that's sociopathic?
Yes.
I think that is a bizarre way.
Yes, it is, bro. I've heard so many women come up with that excuse. Oh, this climate change and I don't want to bring my kid. I'm like, if you don't shut your weak ass up, man, like, shut up, woman. This is why you shouldn't be thinking. I'm sorry, but when women say that type of stuff, I just feel like, bro, how dumb are you? We need these kids into the future. What happened if you birthed a kid that solves climate change? You ever thought that these kids are the new hope? That they're the new engineers, the scientists? These are the new hope. The hell you thinking? Like, what type of like negative thinking do you have about your life in the future? No wonder your life ain't shit.
Way of thinking about the future. Not to have kids because of concerns over climate change. I think the more bizarre thing is our leadership, who encourages young women and frankly young men to think about it that way. I mean, bringing life into the world has totally transformed the way that I think about myself, the way that I think about my wife, the way that I think, you watch your grandparents interact with grandchildren. It is like a transformatively positive and good thing for there to be children in the world. And if your political philosophy is saying, don't do that because of concerns over climate change, yeah, I think that's a really, really crazy way to think about the world.
I mean, we don't know why Kamala Harris did not have children, but do you include Kamala Harris in the category of women that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Look, it was everything I know about Kamala Harris that I've learned about Kamala Harris is that she's got a step family, she's got an extended family, she's a very good stepmother to her stepchildren. I would never accuse Kamala Harris along these lines. What I would say is that sometimes Kamala Harris, she hasn't quite jumped over the you shouldn't have kids because of climate change. But I think in some of her interviews, she's suggested there's a reasonableness to that perspective. That again, I don't think that's a reasonable perspective. I think that if your political ideas motivate you to not have children, then that is a bizarre way of looking at the world. Now, again, sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes people choose not to have children. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the political sensibility that's very anti-child. And again, I think that what really bothers me about the childless cat lady's comment, aside from the fact that, of course, it offended a lot of people, and I understand that, but it actually distracted, my wife had made this point, it distracted from the core point of what I was making, which is that there is something very anti-family and very anti-child that has crept into American society. And you see it, I think, if you take your kid on an airplane. You see it if you take your kid to a restaurant and people, huff and puff at you. You see it in some of our political policies. I mean, go back to 2020, and I don't talk about this much because most Americans don't care about it. But when those of us who had children were really reacting to what I would call the COVID tyranny, but 3-year-olds being forced to wear masks, and not even asking ourselves, well, okay, the main way that 3-year-olds pick up on language development is they see the nonverbal expression that comes along with it. Like, are we completely obliterating the language and social development of children? A lot of parents were thinking of that.
And shout out Noah Joyner, man. Appreciate the support. The issue with trying to have kids nowadays in our 20s and 30s, getting a house costs 125 to 175K, and taxation takes away too much out of most of us. And now, you know what? It's a good point, but here
I think that mentality still kind of is inhibiting in the sense that, bro, you don't need to have it all together when you have a kid. I think you need to have a plan for sure, but you don't need to have 6 figures. You don't need to have 50K stashed away when you have a kid. Like,
most of our grandparents didn't.
Bro, to be honest, like, if you kind of look at it, like, yeah, that helps being established when you have a kid. Yeah, that's the best case scenario, but that shouldn't inhibit you from starting a family, because what it is, bro, is a work in progress. It's not like you can't have those aspirations of improving your life personally, self-development, improving your family's life, and ultimately your kid's life down the path. But to let that stop you not having a 6-figure job, or you not having 50K stashed away, let that stop you from making a family. I think that mindset is inhibiting.
Yeah, that's why we're not having enough kids. Because I'm gonna be real with you, families come over here, they have, like, bro, and I like to use Muslim families as an example, but nobody there making 6 figures, everybody broke, but they're having all these kids, keeping it in the family. And what do their kids do? They go out and work later on. They work early. They go out there and progress. Something about our families is that we honestly don't raise them right, in my opinion. We don't raise them right. And honestly, I feel like we actually have more kids, we will actually learn how to utilize our kids better. And I know I'm not talking about, child labor, but man, I ain't gonna lie. Like, bro, my parents made having kids seem like a damn blessing. They made it seem like a blessing, low key. I don't know. That's just what that's my thinking is. But as far as taxation, all that goes, you can beat that. You can beat that with just the right family dynamic. If we're talking about the basic American family, yeah. But we're talking about a different family dynamic or a different family way. Well, look at how the Mexicans and the Islam people are getting it done. Like rich and poor, they do the same thing. Everybody in the same house, everybody sharing the same bills, all connected. Everybody can get money whenever they want. It's rich or poor.
And there used to be a saying, like, it takes a tribe to raise a child. Let's get back to that idea where it's community based versus everybody putting the responsibility on the mother and the father's shoulders alone. Like, I ain't gonna lie, it's honestly, traditionally, especially if you look at certain cultural backgrounds, like, it's always been by committee. Right, like, you might spend a weekend with your auntie, you might spend some time with your grandma, you might spend a summer over here.
And bro, if somebody said, "Oh, you should be working at 15 to have to eat," I'm like, "That's what you were doing."
Oh yeah, bro, I was working at 15 and a half for sure.
Like, bro, actually, you should want to have that installed in you early. Yeah, I have to work to eat. I want to start it in my child very early. It's like, yeah,
even if he didn't have to, honestly,
even
if
I got it like that, and like, you don't have to work.
The principles of working for yourself, having to work towards something, knowing what it takes, being disciplined, following somebody's authority outside the home. Like, yeah, I would definitely have my kid working, like, regardless of if they needed the money or not. Like, I was in a position where my money that I earned at 15, bro, I wasn't paying no bills. It was really just for lessons. It was for principles.
And here's the thing, though, rich or poor, you were going to come into this life with struggle. Rich or poor, you were going to have struggle in your life. Rich or poor, your kid was going to have struggle in this life. So it don't matter at the end of the day. It just matters that you're a good parent. Like, bro, life be lifing. You could have came, your kid could have came out rich, still have problems. You poor, not a good still parent. Gonna have problems.
Oh, bro, to that point, said I'm not a good parent if we have some privilege, if we have some affluence, and I just raise my kid in a cushy ass life. I'm not a good parent. I'm not a good parent. I done shielded my kid from certain life lessons that should have been learned. Like, I done warded off certain experiences that he needs or she needs to low key make them producing member of society. Like, I don't care, money aside, like, you still kind of got to put your kid through the fire a little bit.
Yeah.
Even if you have to simulate some of those hardships, like, you may not have to literally push them off the cliff, but it is still your responsibility to low-key teach your kid what it takes, like, to, like I said, be a productive member of society.
Or your kid will never be independent.
They'll never be able to fend for themselves.
Yeah, and it's going to be sad.
They're going to be 30 years old still trying to come back to mommy and daddy.
Sad.
Sucking on a titty.
We're not taking that parental perspective. And I think because of it, we responded to it in a disastrous way for our kids. Our education system, pretty much everybody will tell you that our public schools in particular, you know, our kids fell behind in reading, they fell behind in mathematics, our toddlers fell behind when it comes to language development.
Bro, life is about struggle.
We have become anti-family in this country. I believe that. I think the data is very clear.
You ain't going to be able to protect your kid from all struggles. You can't be with him at school.
But the point still remains.
I want to talk about another big issue when it comes to women and families. And it has been hard to figure out what you and former President Trump would do when it comes to reproductive rights.
Sure.
Trump has said he believes abortion laws should be left up to the states. He sometimes supported a 6-week ban. Sometimes he's not supported a 6-week ban. He supports exceptions for rape and incest. You have previously come out in favor of federal restrictions in your campaign for the Senate, with no exceptions except to save the life of the mother. You said Trump wouldn't sign a national abortion ban, but then he said you, JD Vance, don't really know what he'll do. And in last week's debate, you did try to appear somewhat more moderate on the issue. It is all painting, I think, a very confusing picture.
Well, I don't think it should paint a confusing picture. I mean, look, let me just be clear, of course, on abortion policy. President Trump's view is leave it to the states. His view is, you know, he wants any state to have the 3 exceptions. He cares very, very much about that. And national policy should focus, as I said in the debate, on expanding the optionality. Because again, I knew a lot of young women who had abortions. Almost always it was motivated by this view that that was the only choice really available to them. That if they had had the baby, it would have destroyed their relationships, their family, their education, their career. And I think that we want to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. We want to promote more people choosing life. And I say this as a person who wants to encourage young women and young families to choose life. But I think that there has to be a balance here, a balance between states that are making their own abortion policies. Of course, California is going to have different policies from Georgia, as we've already seen. And then at the federal government, promoting and increasing the optionality, the choices available, which is.
And I see y'all have y'all feelings on it. Look, if you want to get our true thoughts on what you're saying, just go ahead and super chat $1 in. Otherwise, you know, just talk to the chat and make sure y'all like the video, man. Double tap that screen for me. Let's go.
It's going to make it easier for women to choose life in the first place. And that, you know, look, you talk about being confused. I never came out for a national abortion ban, no restrictions. What I did, to be clear, in my Senate campaign is I endorsed the Lindsey Graham bill that had exceptions and that would have, after a threshold, I think it was 15 weeks, said with reasonable exceptions, you know, after 15 weeks, that's a reasonable place to kind of draw the line. You said
in a podcast, I'm just going to quote here, that you'd like abortion to be illegal nationally. That was on the podcast Very Fine People in 2022. And you've discussed the fact that people might be able to get abortions in other states. And you said you would need some federal response to prevent that from happening. I'm pretty sympathetic to that, actually.
Well, what Trump has said and what we've said on this campaign is states are going to make these choices. Now, yes, I said in a podcast, I mean, I don't have the podcast in front of me, but I'm sure that I said what you said I said. But that's just reflective of my view expressed in 2022 that I want to protect as much vulnerable life as possible. But we're in a different world than we were in 2022. Number one, of course, we now have this decision primarily thanks to the Supreme Court left to the states. I think that's where Donald Trump and I think it should be. But also, look, I've learned a little bit about this. And I talked about this in the debate. When the Supreme Court threw this back primarily to the states, what all Republicans should have learned is when you see people voting, sometimes even people who describe themselves as pro-life, voting for increased access to abortion, the conclusion that we should take from that is we've lost the trust of the American people. And, again, in 2023, I guess, we had a big referendum in the state of Ohio. I campaigned on one side. The people of Ohio, not like a super right-wing state by any means, but, a center-right state, certainly the state of Ohio, voted 60-40 to go in the other direction and to implement, I think, a much more liberal abortion regime than certainly the people on the other side were campaigning for. Well, what do you take from that? Right? You can take the lesson that, we just didn't campaign hard enough. We didn't make the case hard enough. I don't think that's right. I think the proper thing to take from that is we have lost the trust of the American people. When we went out there and campaigned for our position, they instinctively mistrusted us, and we need to get trust back.
What does that mean, though? I've heard you say that, but I don't understand what that means.
I think it's by pursuing these pro-family policies. I think it's by making it
so
easier.
It's not by moderating your position on abortion.
Rather than trying to say that we're going to take options away from women, we want to make it easier for young women to choose life. Mm-hmm. But I think the way that you're going to do that in 2024 in the United States of America is to let the states determine their own abortion policy. Now, again, part of that is protecting the ability of the states to make these decisions. Kamala Harris wants to renationalize the abortion conversation, go in the exact opposite direction. President Trump and I are saying yes. Sometimes these issues are messy. Sometimes it's going to be a little unusual for, say, California to have a different abortion policy than Alabama, but democracy is sometimes messy. We want to preserve the right of the states to make these decisions. So
you are okay with women traveling to another state to get an abortion?
Yes, I am. You want to know why? Because that's democracy, and that's what democracy's led to. Sorry, ma'am. The women of that state voted against the women who want to go out there and do abortions. I'm sorry. That's how the state wanted it. Georgia said 6 weeks. The lady went past 6 weeks. She wanted to go to North Carolina. It cost her life. Well, guess what? If there was a national abortion ban, there'd been two lives that have been around. But hey, it happens, right? So yes, that's democracy. Like, I do feel bad for the young lady. I do feel bad for these victims, but that's democracy. Leaving it up to the state. These women chose it. Like I say, bro, y'all women got the wrong beef right here. Y'all beef ain't with Donald Trump. It's with the women in your own state that voted against abortion.
That is something that you would like to see preserved in this country. Yes or no? It's a pretty.
Lulu, I'm saying I'm okay with the states making these decisions. Now, you talk about what I'm okay with. Do I think that the voters of California are going to enact a more liberal policy that I might like to see? Yes. In fact, I'm certainly. I accept that as the reality of the state-focused regime that President Trump and I are encouraging people to take. Am I okay with it? I don't think that's the right way to look at it. I'm okay with the states making these decisions, even if they make decisions that JD Vance or Donald Trump might not make.
I want to move on to immigration.
Sure.
It's another place where you have had a bit of a conversion. You wrote a piece in 2012 while you were still at Yale criticizing the GOP's immigration positions. And in it you said, and I'm quoting here, think about it, we conservatives rightly mistrust the government to efficiently administer business loans and regulate our food supply, yet we allegedly believe that it can deport millions of unregistered aliens. The notion fails to pass the laugh test. What changed?
Well, 3.5 years of Kamala Harris didn't help, right?
I was about to say, like, you asking him about his position from 12 years ago, like, the issue has been severely magnified since then. Like, I would say a lot of people's positioning could have changed on it. Like, if you asked me 10 years ago, I mean, granted, I was 16, so I probably wasn't as politically aware as I am now. But, yeah, I mean, it stands to reason my opinion or JD Vance's opinion in this example would have changed. Like, especially if you kind of consider... When he said that in 2012, he was a Yale student. He wasn't a politician. Like, as he gained perspective on the issue, as he's seen it firsthand, as he's seen the workings of it, kind of behind the scenes, like, yeah, it stands to reason completely that, like, his perspective definitely would have changed.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Shout out Scotty83, $2. Ain't had too much to say. Just wanted to show some support, man. Appreciate that.
Hey, appreciate you, Scotty.
Yes, sir.
People illegally in the country. I think when I wrote that piece, we were probably...
We don't know the number.
We were at 6 or 7 million. Yeah, I mean, look, it's an estimate, right? I think DHS has said it's probably 20 million. I think they're undercounting it for a whole host of reasons. But whatever it is, it's a hell of a lot higher than it was 12 years ago. And I think that what we've learned is that unless you're serious about deportations, you are never going to meaningfully enforce the border. It's just too easy to come here, right? So you need two things fundamentally. You need, whether it's physical or technological, ideally both, you need some sort of physical barrier, a wall, to make it harder for people to come here illegally in the first place. And you need to be willing to deport people, I think, pretty substantially when you have numbers that are as high as they are today.
How long do you think it would take to deport 20 million people? Because President Trump has promised to deport as many people, undocumented people in this country as there are. So what does that timeline look like for you?
Well, I don't think you're going to have to deport every single one of them, because a lot of them will actually leave the country willingly if you make it harder for them to work, right? So I think that you have to combine, and again, President Trump and I really think this is necessary. You have to deport a large number of people. There are way too many illegal aliens in this country. You have to reestablish some deterrence and law enforcement for people coming here illegally. I think it's certainly reasonable to deport around 1 million people per year in the United States of America. Now, of course, we have 25 million. So that would take a long time, 25 years, if my math is correct. But again, I don't think that you have to deport everybody, because if you reestablish some semblance of a reasonable border policy, a lot of those people are going to go home willingly. If you make it harder for American companies to undercut the wages of American workers by hiring illegal labor, a lot of those folks are going to go home. I've introduced legislation to tax remittances, because a lot of what goes on is that people come into the country, they make money, they send a lot of it home to whatever country they came from. If you tax the remittances, then people aren't going to come here to sort of try to work under the table to begin with. So again, I think the focus here is like somewhat off, because people talk about the logistical difficulty of making this happen. Well, again, we have had large-scale deportation efforts in the United States. I mean, look, Barack Obama, to his great credit, deported a hell of a lot more people than Kamala Harris has. So you can deport people in this country who are here legally. You just have to have the political willpower to do it. But if you don't do this, Lulu, I mean, what are you're basically saying the United States doesn't have meaningful border policy.
Yeah, low key, because I always keep saying, oh, what are you going to do? Just send these families and turn them away from their kids? I'm like, bro, if we got to be cold-hearted like that, then I guess so. But we got to uphold the law at the end of the day. It's like, bro, if one of your family members committed, like, I don't know, unalived an innocent kid, like, what? Would you not, lead the cops to him? Like, I mean, bro, it's pretty much what he's saying. It's like, bro, so what? We're just going to let them do, bro, we're just going to let these people do wrong and then feel bad about punishing them? Like, think about what y'all saying here. You're being too passive.
Policy. And the Mexican drug cartels have become the wealthiest criminal organization maybe in the entire world because of what Kamala Harris has done at the border. Not to mention, like, I'm a big believer in the social contract in this country. Like, I benefited sometimes from a generous United States government, meaning a generous United States taxpayer that made it possible for us to afford things that we wouldn't have always been able to afford. So when you bring in millions upon millions of people, you degrade and destroy the social trust that's necessary to support any kind of a modern support for poor people, food assistance, housing assistance. You are not going to have that stuff if you allow millions upon millions of people into this country illegally, and then they get to take advantage of it.
Well, let's say you were successful in carrying out those mass deportations. One thing that everyone agrees on is that more housing is necessary in this country, right? The reason that there is a housing crisis is that not enough houses have been built.
And that we have 25 million people who shouldn't be here.
Well, I mean, this is the thing.
I think it's both.
I know you do. I don't think that many people who look into this agree with you, but about a third of the construction workforce in this country is Hispanic. Of those, a large proportion are undocumented. So how do you propose to build all the housing necessary that we need in this country by removing all the people who are working in construction?
Well, I think it's a fair question, because we know that back in the 1960s, when we had very low levels of illegal immigration, Americans didn't buy houses, didn't build houses. But of course they did. And I'm being sarcastic, of course, in service of a point, Lulu, the assumption that because a large number of home builders now are using undocumented labor, that's the only way to build homes. I think, again,
the country is much bigger.
Fundamental.
The need is much bigger. I mean, I'm not arguing in favor of illegal immigration. I'm asking how you would deal with the knock-on effect of your proposal to remove millions of people who work in a critical part of the economy.
Well, I think that what you would do is you would take, let's say, for example, the 7 million prime age men who have dropped out of the labor force, and you have a smaller number of women, but still millions of women prime age who have dropped out of the labor force. You absolutely could re-engage folks into the American labor market. This is, I think,
To work in construction?
Of course you could.
I mean, the unemployment rate is 4.1%. Most people who
unemployment rate, Lulu, this is important.
But most people who don't work can't work in the regular economy. They're in the military, they're parents, they're sick, they're old. They might not want to work in construction.
The unemployment rate.
They might not want to work in construction. Get that
Who says it's construction? There's other jobs. Like, why are you acting like it's only hands-on jobs? Like what, bro? We're also talking about, I guess, call centers. I'm just talking about warehouse. I'm like, yeah, construction's involved in there, but there's also office jobs that you could also do.
There's a reason
that these older people can do.
Construction job specifically. I can't quite remember what she said
because
to
she's talking about
that point, but there's a reason why she said construction specifically.
I don't know. I think it's just to try to introduce. Oh, well, that would be too hard for them to do. That'd be too hard for our old and some of our younger people to do. I'm like, yeah, but there's still like what, call centers, warehouses, like, well, fast food's still available, I believe. Like retail, like there's a lot. There's a lot that we can give to Americans, or we can like bolster Americans up to go do, but we don't. We just give it to the immigrants.
Not count labor force participation dropouts. And again, this is one of the really deranged things that I think illegal immigration does to our society, is it gets us in a mindset of saying we can only build houses with illegal immigrants when we have 7 million, just men, not even women, just men who have completely dropped out of the labor force. People say, well, Americans won't do those jobs. Americans won't do those jobs for below the table wages. They won't do those jobs for non-living wages. But people will do those jobs. They will just do those jobs at certain wages. Think about this from the perspective of an American company, okay? I want them to go searching in their own country for their own citizens. Sometimes people who may be struggling with addiction or trauma, get them re-engaged in American society. We cannot have an entire American business community that is giving up on American workers and then importing millions of illegal laborers. That is what we have thanks to Kamala Harris's border policies. I think it's one of the biggest drivers of inequality. It's one of the biggest reasons why we have millions of people who've dropped out of the labor force. Why try to re-engage an American citizen in a good job if you can just import somebody from Central America who's going to work under the table for poverty wages? It is a disgrace. And it has led to the evisceration of the American middle class.
So this brings us to another point, because the way that you discuss immigrants has gotten a lot of scrutiny. The Springfield situation in particular, where you talked about the Haitian immigrant community, which we should say they are legally here and allowed to work, and you spread a rumor or helped spread a rumor that they were eating pets, which turned out to be completely false. Off the back of that, there has been an enormous amount of
not according to the people Springfield, but okay,
hate,
they're still ignoring
turmoil
their cries.
in that community, bomb threats, kids not being able to go to school. Was the trade-off worth it to you?
Bro, that
Haitians said they were going to sue Donald Trump for his
but I want to pick
comments.
up on the overall attitude, because when we talk about, of course, we can have a conversation. I think we've had a nice, respectful conversation here, but sometimes you can feel happy about the direction of this country, happy about its people, and very frustrated with American leaders. This issue, more than any other, makes me extraordinarily frustrated at American leaders, because American leaders who are talking about Haitian immigrants who have no right to be in this country, and we'll get to that in a second, they talk with such compassion about what's happened to the schools, about what people have been unable to do. Where is their compassion for American citizens in Springfield, Ohio, who now, a community of 60,000 people, there are 1,000 children in Springfield schools who do not speak English. For years, I have heard from the American citizens of Springfield, Ohio, that their lives have gotten worse. Have we talked about the fact that many...
Like I said, man, this issue kind of hits close to home, because as I've said on stream multiple times, we operate out of Columbus. We're about 40 minutes west of Springfield. It's like the residents of Springfield have been ostracized in their own city. Like, this is already a small community. Honestly, it's not the hottest city in Ohio. It's a community, honestly, that's been plagued by poverty and drugs. I'll be completely honest. So to have an influx of Haitian migrants come in and low key compete with resources that are already scarce in the city. Like, yeah, like Springfield hurting, bro. That ain't the city that can afford that type of surplus of people.
And then their own leadership selling them out only to maintain their property value is criminal.
And like I said, they've kind of had the city's governance and leadership has kind of had to capitulate to the migrant class, like hiring interpreters, kind of like prioritizing these people since they've been like at the forefront of what's going on in the city, like. And not to mention that I'm not even saying this. You can call me racist, call me xenophobic. They're not the best drivers. We have completely different driving laws. They've kind of, Ohio governor has had to send over state patrol to run street traffic in the city because it's been such a problem. So yeah, it is kind of funny that the media, the left, is really kind of ignoring the cries of the Springfield residents. Like dog, cat, geese jokes aside, like these people are low key. It's having an effect on the community, whether people want to acknowledge it or not. It's having a direct effect on the community.
Yeah, but they're going to put a blanket over it. What? Just so Kamala Harris can appoint, or just so they can hide their mistakes?
Many of them have been evicted from their homes, and then Haitian migrants are moved in, 4 families to a home, massively violating zoning laws. They get subsidy. They get subsidies.
They have been attracted there because they're working.
They've been attracted there to violate zoning laws, Lulu.
Yeah, they've been attracted to violate zoning laws. They've been attracted here to go into these temp agencies that's going to get them into these factories that were just built, and the factories are taking advantage and should low-key be held accountable only because, we could pay these people less and we don't have to give them benefits. So, yeah, there's a whole little system going on in Springfield that y'all don't know enough about to be speaking on. Trust me. Like, and that's why us citizens of Ohio get frustrated because y'all act like y'all can say something, but you can't because we know these people.
Shout out Noah Joyner.
You got it.
Oh, yeah. It says, simple fix. A percentage of the 18 to 14-year-old able-bodied people should do the hard work and get paid well, while those who can't do that work in the other, so that the country runs smoothly. Yeah, facts. I would say we need able-bodied people in these positions anyway. We don't need nobody who can't physically keep up with the physical demand.
And that's the problem with having low birthing rates, too, because it puts more of the
working
work.
Class is older.
Yeah. And it's getting older and older, but so that's why we need to have more kids.
Yeah, shout out 614. That's where we at too, man. Shout out.
Appreciate y'all. But let's go.
Attracted there because they're working.
They've been attracted there to violate zoning laws, Lulu. They're subsidized by the local authorities, by the federal authorities, by your tax dollars. So now 4 families are living in a home.
It's a Republican-run city and a Republican-run state. Your state.
4 families are living, I'm talking about federal authorities, federal housing right now. 4 families are living in a home. They are paying way more for rent than an American citizen in Springfield can pay. So the American citizens have been evicted from their homes. They are finding housing unaffordable. They are waiting longer at hospitals. Their children are going to schools that are stressed because there are too many kids there who don't even speak the native language. I am so much more concerned by the American citizens of Springfield, Ohio, and I think that it is disgraceful that American leaders pretend that they care about these migrants more than they care about the people that they took an oath of office to actually look after. And when you say that these Haitian migrants in Springfield are legal, what you're doing is, I think, making an intentional bait and switch, because what most people think when they say legal resident, they think about somebody who comes to America, they get a green card, they come through the proper channels, they wait 10 years.
There's many ways to come to America.
But what happened, it's not just TPS, it's mass parole, which, by the way, has been challenged in court and is likely illegal. Kamala Harris has facilitated a massive amount of migration into American communities, and it is my job as a United States Senator, and hopefully as the next Vice President, to look after the people who are affected when you flood their community with millions, the national community.
You know what would be killing me too? Why don't these people do real journalist work and go out there and talk to the Haitian people instead of telling them that they're lying? Like, that is what's insulting about it. They don't even go out to this town. No liberal media has went out to Springfield and been like, yo, what's going on out here? Because they even know what the truth is. They just want to hide it from you because they know Kamala Harris's immigration led to it.
talking about with millions upon millions of people who shouldn't be here. That is our responsibility. And I really don't understand the perspective of an American leadership class that seems to have so much compassion. And look, the 20,000
And those are
Haitians
Republicans
in
too. I mean,
Springfield-
Mike DeWine came out and criticized you, the governor of your home state.
I'm not talking about Mike DeWine right now. By the way, he endorsed us. But I'm talking about, you have 20,000 Haitian migrants. A lot of them, I'd say most of them, are probably very, very good people. But my compassion and my focus and my efforts as a political leader in this country, it is not for people, however good they might be, who don't have the legal right to be in this country. It's for American citizens.
Last few
As it should
questions. In the debate, you were asked to clarify if you believe Trump lost the 2020 election.
Oh boy, here we go.
Do you believe he lost the 2020 election?
I think that Donald Trump and I have both raised a number of issues with the 2020 election, but we're focused on the future. I think there's an obsession here with focusing on 2020. I'm much more worried about what happened after 2020, which is a wide open border, groceries that are unaffordable. And look,
Senator,
really,
yes or no?
Okay.
Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
Let me ask you a question. Is it okay that big technology companies censored the Hunter Biden laptop story, which independent analysis have said it cost Donald Trump millions of votes?
Senator Vance, I'm going to ask you again. Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
Did big technology companies censor a story that independent studies have suggested would have cost Trump
And pause it right
millions?
here a sec, because it's kind of a lose-lose situation for Vance. Either way, he would have answered the question. If he were to say yes, they would have been like, oh, see, you're just spreading conspiracy, you're spreading propaganda. Like, he clearly lost, right? Like, Biden won, he's been our president. But if he was to have said no, then they would have pinned him on that as well. Like, nah, he didn't lose. Like, oh, well, what are you saying? Like, oh, we don't have a clean electoral process? Like, are you questioning the authenticity of what we have going on? Like, it was really like he was backed in a corner. And
I like this answer though, because he answered it with a question, because it's like, all right, cool, you want to tell me that? All right, cool, well, let's argue the evidence. Do you know the evidence of why I'm going to tell you no? I would hit it with that. Well, I'm gonna hit you with no, but are you willing to listen to the evidence of why I'm telling you no? If not, then you're being disingenuous about asking me this question. I'd have hit it with that. Like, if you're not willing to hear my argument and you're just looking for a yes or no, at the end of an interview is wild.
well, on the yes side, I meant to say on the yes side, if he was to have answered yes, then they would have used that as ammo. Like, oh, well, tell your base, tell your supporters, like, that they lost. Quit with the narrative. Quit with the narrative. So again, either answer he would have gave, they would have low key had him squared and cornered, and that's exactly what she was trying to do by honing in on a yes or no, a black or white. Like, it's clearly a nuanced situation, and obviously it's a tired ass question. It's really, and the first answer he gave, like, it's not even about that. We're past 2020. Clearly Biden was in office. Like, let's move past it. What you even asking me that for?
I was like, what you mean? Y'all got it off, right?
Trying to catch him up really on the question.
I looked at that and I'm like, hey man, congratulations on the finesse.
Yeah, it was lucky a setup question.
Senator
that's the
Vance,
question.
I'm going to ask you again. Did Donald Trump lose the
And
2020
I've answered
election?
your question with another question. You answer my question and I'll answer yours.
I love it.
I have asked this question repeatedly. It is something that is very important for the American people to know. There is no proof, legal or otherwise, that Donald
There
Trump
is.
did not lose the 2020 election.
You're repeating a slogan rather than engaging.
Yeah, you see how she washed her words? She washed her words by saying there's no proof. She can't say there's no proof that the election was, tomatoed, or as they say, rigged. Are we allowed to say that? Yeah, I guess we are.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, like she can't say that. 'Cause
Allegedly,
she know
just
there
in
is
case.
proof. There is proof. But she, well, so you can't admit there's proof that Donald Trump lost? I'm like, no. What you really need to ask is, man, can you show me proof that the election was rigged? And then that'd have been an honest question from a journalist or an interviewer.
Honestly, if I was Vance, I'd have been like, this question is meaningless. It's senseless. Who's in office right now? Who did they say won the 2020 election? Like, who was inaugurated in 2020?
And then-
it's a senseless question. She's really trying to get him
Bro,
caught
and then
up.
I've been like, if I tell you no, are you even going to listen to why I'm telling you no?
Nah, like I said, if she tells him no, they would have just used that as ammo. Like, oh, well, use it. Tell this to your base. Tell this to your supporters. Tell it to MAGA, because they think the 2020 election was rigged. And if he was to have said, yeah, like, actually, I do think they would have just honed on him on that. They would have called him a conspiracy theorist and been like, oh, you're friends. Y'all are still going off that narrative that the 2020 election was stolen. So either way, he would have been low-key caught up. That's exactly what she was trying to do.
Gotcha moment.
With what I'm saying, which is that when our own technology firms engage in industrial scale censorship, by the way, backed up by the federal government in a way that independent studies suggest affect the votes, I'm worried about Americans who feel like there were problems in 2020. I'm not worried about this slogan that people throw. Well, every court case went this way. I'm talking about something very discrete. A problem of censorship in this country that I do think affected things in 2020, and more importantly, that led to Kamala Harris's governance, which has screwed this country up in a big way.
Senator, would you have certified the election in 2020? Yes or no?
I've said that I would have voted against certification because of the concern that I just raised. I think that when you have technology companies...
The answer is no.
When you have technology companies
You see how she's trying to
censoring
pin him on a yes
Americans
or no?
at a mass scale in a way that, again,
Like
independent
wild.
studies have suggested
see-
affect the
see?
vote, I think that it's right to protest against that, to
juvenile,
criticize
really.
that, and that's a totally reasonable thing.
So the answer is no. And the last question, will you support
Bro,
the election
she's
results this time
pressed.
and commit to a peaceful transfer of power?
Well,
Thank you for putting words in my mouth, but okay.
first of all, of course, we commit to a peaceful transfer of power. We are going to have a peaceful transfer of power. I, of course, believe that peaceful transfer of power is going to make Donald Trump the next president of the United States. But if there are problems, of course, in the same way that Democrats protested in 2004 and Donald Trump raised issues in 2020, we're going to make sure that this election counts, that every legal ballot is counted. We've filed almost 100 lawsuits at the RNC to try to ensure that every legal ballot has counted. I think you would maybe criticize that. We see that as an important effort to ensure election integrity, but certainly we're going to respect the results in 2024, and I feel very confident they're going to make Donald Trump the next president.
Senator Vance, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was my interview with Senator JD Vance. After our conversation, we checked with the Department of Homeland Security on the immigration numbers he cited. DHS says there were 11 million undocumented immigrants in the U.S. in 2022, which is the most recent official estimate. There was an
2
increase
years
of
old.
illegal migration after 2022, but there are no official numbers yet.
Bro,
We
'cause they're
also
coming
asked
in
Senator
crazy
Vance's
numbers.
campaign for credible sourcing for his claims about Haitian migrants and zoning law violations in Springfield, Ohio. It did not provide any. And an additional note, Senator Vance's comments about the police were made in the context of a conversation about body cameras in the wake of the killing of Michael Brown by a police officer in 2014.
What's up with all this fact checking? I never see them do that for Kamala or Walls.
I wish.
They can get on here and paint
wish.
any story, walk around any narrative, and you never see these moderators or these reporters fact check them. It's
Nah,
kind of
facts.
funny. But I mean, like I said, bro, Kamala really doesn't say anything new. She ain't said nothing original since the start of her campaign. It's all taglines, slogans, and regurgitated statements.
Boy, man, look, man. She can give any answer and just get away with it.
Yeah, but right into this, Trump, man. If you haven't already liked the video, Trump sat down or stood up for a rally in Coachella, California, man. Let's do it.
Let's go.
I'm the party of common sense. You know, we call it common sense. We're conservative. Who the hell knows? We might even be a little bit liberal, but you know what? We have common sense. We have common sense. That's what it's all about.
Nah, migration's so bad they
we're
can't
nice
keep
and
up.
conservative, but we have
That's what
we
it
do
is.
it the proper way, and we're doing numbers that nobody's ever seen. Look at these
gotaways.
rallies. Nobody's ever seen anything.
Appreciate the support, guys. Make sure to like the video.
Nobody's ever seen. And we're fighting for hardworking citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed, right? And that sun is hot. I'll tell you. Should I or should I not put on the hat, the famous hat?
And shout out Joey Biden. I'm weak. Man, for the 99-cent super chat, we appreciate the support, man. Just wanted to just go ahead and support the show. Appreciate you.
Okay. Who wants me to put it on?
You got to at this point.
Who loves my hair and said you shouldn't put it on? All right, I'm putting this sucker. That sun is hot. Right. Tell me if it's nice and even. Right? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Wall. I love Mr. Wall. Front row Joes over here. Here they come. And we have the great women from North Carolina over here. Look at them. That's number 219 or something for them. They're wealthy and beautiful, and they have wonderful husbands, I think. I don't know. What are they doing? What?
There you go.
He goes, cheating. That's true. They're professional thieves. Today, California has the highest inflation, the highest taxes, the highest gas prices, the highest cost of living, the most regulations, the most expensive utilities,
Joey,
the most homelessness, the most crime, the most decay, and the most illegal aliens. Other than that, I think you're doing quite well, actually. Turn it up. We're not going to let Kamala Harris do to America what she did to California. We're not going to let it happen. So whether you are Democrat, Republican, or Independent, this election is your chance to send a message. Back home to mommy. She goes back home to mommy. Was that you, darling? And then she gets the hell knocked out of her.
What the hell is this man
Her
talking
mother's
about?
a big fan of ours. You know that, right? Her father, her mother.
Yo.
Now, you always have that. Now, tomorrow, here's the
Okay,
only problem.
whoa.
So we have like 100,000. We have a lot of people. You know, in Butler last week, we had 101,000. Can you imagine? Celebrating the life of a great person, a great fireman, actually, Corey. But we had 101,000. So whether you're a Democrat or Republican or Independent, this election is your chance to send a message to the world that the people of California are not going to take it any longer. We're not going to take it any longer. Kamala Harris got you into this mess, and only Trump is going to get you out of it. We're going to get you out of it. But by far, one of the biggest factors in destroying California has been mass illegal immigration and a governor that plays right into their hands. What a shame. What a shame. She got it started. Kamala got it started. Now she's saying, no, I'd like to see the wall get built. Oh, she'd like to see. Where was she 4 years ago? This just is new. You know, her poll numbers are tanking. So all of a sudden she's in love with the wall, which does work. Two things work. You know what they are? Wheels and walls. Everything else, you can have a brand new, beautiful computer for that beautiful young boy of yours, and in about 2 weeks it's obsolete. But wheels and walls never get obsolete. And we built one hell of a wall. We were going to add 200 miles more, and then bad things happened last time. You know, we got more votes the second time by millions than we got the first. Anyway, they took over, and that's when I realized they want to have an open border because they didn't want to put a little bit of extra that I bought, far beyond what I said I was going to build. And they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. Can you believe it? These people, they're so bad. And now they're realizing it works, and now they want to build some, but it's a little late for them because they're not going to be there very much longer, I don't think. You know, Joe Biden was the worst president in the history of our country. She's the worst vice president in the history of our country. There's never been anything, and we're not going to let her. You know, I beat Biden, so we have a debate. He went down. He was down. In all fairness to him, he got 14 million votes. She got none, right? So he goes down.
Don't worry, we'll let the rest of y'all in later. But make sure to subscribe to the channel if you want to get it back into the chat. Don't worry, it's just 30 minutes. You'll be okay. Don't worry for the rest of y'all.
Down, they said, we want you out of here. I won't do it. We want you out of here, Joe. You know, it was a coup. It was a coup. They actually threw him out of office. And I'm convinced that he likes me a little bit more, this much more, than he likes her. I'm convinced. I'm pretty well convinced. Across the state, which Kamala, or as she would say, Kamala, helped make a sanctuary state. Does anybody really want? You know what a sanctuary state is? That's a place where you keep criminals, right? Who the hell wants that? The mass migration invasion has crushed wages, crashed school systems. Your systems are a disaster. Wrecked the standard of living and brought crime, drugs, misery, and death. Now, over the past 4 years, border czar Harris has delivered the same nightmare invasion to every state in America as your vice president. I can't even believe it. How do you like the vice president she picked? How about that guy? How about that guy? I don't know. What the hell is wrong with our country? Right? Look, you know, we used to have the greatest Abraham Lincoln, George. Now look at this stuff. Can you believe what we're doing?
I mean, bro, states so rich, man, it put other countries to shame. I mean, GDP through the roof. Now the GDP done been sliced in half. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, what was they pulling in? I mean, like, they were talking about trillions a year, and we're talking about like 500 billion a month. But now there's like what 250 billion due to, you know, insurance companies leaving, like Tesla left, other tech industries are leaving, all because of the taxation. Really, like really, if you're in there, but if any company who's staying in Cali right now, they gotta have some hidden incentive in there.
I feel bad for California residents, man. This shit looking worse and worse by the day.
Man, and it's only okay if you're like wealthy.
She's so bad. She's so bad. It can't happen. Although the way things go in this country nowadays, I guess it probably could. That's why we want to build up a lead. We got to build up that lead because such bad things. And we've got to do it. And I don't want to keep saying it. Too big to rig. I don't want to say it. She's imported an army of illegal alien gang members and migrant criminals from the dungeons of the third world. They come from the dungeons of the third world. Many are prisoners. Some had death sentences. They were going to be executed for murder. But they're now living happily in California and other places in our country. Congratulations. If you see them, I think you should be kind and take them in, give them a meal. Let them stay with your children. They'll take care of your children.
Bro, on God. Like, if you're for these migrants coming in, as Key always says, man, clear out the attic, open up that guest bed because they're coming to you. I mean, why should we have to suffer? Come on, man. I don't want them in my house, but apparently you do. So go ahead and take them in, man. Be a real one.
From prisons and jails they came.
Stand
from
on it.
From
Come
insane
on.
asylums and mental institutions from all over the world.
Oh, say swear. That's weird as hell.
From Venezuela to the Congo. They came, a lot come from the Congo. I don't know what's happening in the Congo. We can almost tell the worst areas because if there's a run on the Congo, we know Congo's not doing well. But they come from all over the world. She's resettled them into your communities. Congratulations. And they can now prey on innocent Americans for a while. If Kamala gets 4 more years, the entire country will become like the migrant camp of LA and San Francisco. What the hell is happening to our cities? Look, it's Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, stand up. Whoa. Honest Abe. Thank you, Honest Abe. We have them all. I have no idea who he is, but he looks pretty damn good, I'll tell you. When I win on November 5th, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. You know, I had a big debate with a lot of very smart people, political people, and they're all saying the economy is the most important thing. Mm-hmm. And when you add inflation, I don't know, maybe it is if inflation, I put it as part of the economy, but they say the economy and then inflation. And they had the border down as the third. And I disagree. I think, frankly, I don't even want to speak against myself. I think the border is number one. Because, you know, we can fix things, we can do, but what they've done to our country at the border is unbelievable by allowing 21 million people into our country. It's not sustainable.
Oh God.
645,000 are criminals. And some are 214,000 are what they call
what's scary? Pause real quick.
But somebody just said some realness in the chat though, because I do hate when people like doubt your faith because of who you're voting for. It's like, bro, I remember we was watching that one, what was it? It was all them black people who was gathering around and
on Revolt TV?
Yeah, on Revolt TV. And this one lady who was a Trump supporter said, I don't know, Jesus just leads me to Trump. I feel like Jesus is calling me, and my personal beliefs is calling me towards Trump. And then this lady went in, and then the other Christian lady went in and eviscerated, like, don't you disrespect Jesus. You need to reevaluate. Yeah, you need to reevaluate. I'm like,
I was sick.
Bro.
It was sick. Completely talked down on her. And it was, man, I hate to see when black people go at black people like that. Like, y'all talking about the same book, but you're going off your interpretation, and you're pretty much got the supremacy of your view of the book, and low-key talking down on the next. I'm just like, come on now.
And you're talking down on a person who shares the same beliefs as you. Y'all can't just come to that commonality. All right, we both believe in Jesus, so let me hear you out.
But
even if we have a difference in opinion, not, because I feel my opinion is better than yours, you need to reevaluate your faith. Like, bro, get out of here with that narcissistic perspective.
I want to kind of go back to something Trump just said about the immigration status. What was the media outlet that Vance just interviewed on?
New York Times.
Even New York Times said once they checked the Department of Labor statistics and immigration, they said that these numbers had only been reported up to 2022. Bro, if anything, I would want to say the last 2 years have probably been the worst. So it really stands to reason we really don't know the number. When Trump says 20 million, they're like, oh, that's an inflated stat. Oh, nobody knows if it's that much. That's the scary part. We don't know. It could be more, it could be less.
2022. Why are they lying? According to the Custom and Borders report that we got, that Trump always pulls up, they go all the way out to 2024 now. We're at a record high. Like, bro, Biden broke the record for immigration crossings a good 1, 2, 3, 5 times.
And quick shout out to Best Skill, man. Appreciate you super chatting in. $2. You want to go ahead and read that off, Seth?
Yeah, I got you, big dog. Trump 2024, man, makes stimulus / lockdowns great again.
Them stimmies, man, them stimmies.
Yeah, but we ain't voting for the stimmies, man. We voting
for policy.
Boy, we voting for some good policies. And everybody gotta understand, those stimulus checks was a once in a lifetime event for COVID.
God.
A lot of people think we voting for Trump over stimmies. I'm like, dog, you must not be paying attention to what's going on right now.
Well, shit, if you see his other policies, oh man, you know that thing about the car loans? It was true. He came out with policy, I think literally today or yesterday, that said he was going to try and you can file for itemized you can itemize your tax deductions for your car loan.
What?
Yeah.
I can get a tax break on car loans?
Yep.
Oh my mind.
Yep. You can itemize your tax you can itemize, and then correct me if I'm wrong on this chat. You can itemize your tax deductions for your car loan. He came out and said that on his own personal X account, as well as he's capping credit card rates, as well as no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, SALT reduction. Man, my man's snapping around the taxes. I ain't gonna lie.
It's like,
ain't he trying to bring the auto industry back?
Man, he's trying to cut interest rate on credit cards.
Oh man,
I'm like, bro, that helps nothing but the middle class.
He's snapping. He cooking.
Grade A criminals. We have them. Think of that. One of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gangs
no tax
that
on
Kamala
overtime,
has imported into our country is the savage Venezuelan prison gang. Isn't it nice? They formed a little friendship in prison, one of the meanest prisons you've ever seen. The Tren de Aragua. Have you heard of it? This is Tren de Aragua gang. Nice individuals, very nice. They're in Aurora, Colorado, where you have a very weak and pathetic governor who's petrified of them.
I'm weak.
He's afraid of the criminals. He's the governor. You can't be afraid. But they're in Colorado and communities all over nationwide.
I mean,
this gang is terrorizing law-abiding citizens, including taking over the multiple apartment complexes. But in Aurora, they're like me. They're in the real estate business.
I caught it out.
The only difference, I use financing, they use guns. Take a look.
Open borders, deadly consequences.
Border crisis. Record high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America.
It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
And when people talk about migrant crime, this is what they're talking about. Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
Abolish ICE.
Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Aragua gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members had been terrorizing the apartment complex.
New details in the murder of Lake and Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national.
And was paroled and released into the country by the Biden administration.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally.
And every time I see this, I swear to God, every time I see this, bro, it just makes me think of this. Every time. I'm like, well, of course. As soon as Biden and Harris came in, and here's a funny thing. Like, you know that FEMA SSP that gives money out of the FEMA budget to immigrants? Signed in 2022. Look how this shit rises.
Couldn't tell you why that shit's connected, but pull up that.
Oh, yeah, TPS. You want to know when TPS was signed in? 2022. So all of these things that like made it,
Biden
yes, all these things that made it oh so comfortable for immigrants to come through was signed in through Biden.
Hey, pull up that border bill video real quick. I see some people in the chat talking about it. I want to inform y'all real quick. In case y'all didn't know, this border bill that was purportedly shot down by Trump and House Republicans. Yeah, what y'all don't know about this border bill is it was really just a guise.
What happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up happened to that bill. Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why?
Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue.
Good Lord, is this disingenuous? Let's talk about what was in this supposed border bill. Out of $118 billion, $61.4 billion was for Ukraine. That's 52%. 12% was for Israel. 11% was for border security. So was this a border bill or a foreign aid bill with a border component to it? This is a classic politician move. Instead of actually addressing a targeted issue with specific solutions, load a bill with billions of dollars for unrelated stuff, make the bill hundreds of pages.
I seen y'all talking about the proposed border bill that was, I guess y'all think was shot down by Trump and House Republicans just because they wanted to campaign on fear. They wanted to campaign on the issue. And if you watch this video closely, it literally details what this border bill was really funding, where the money really was allocated.
And if you don't believe us, look it up. You don't got to take us at face value. Just look it up. We're just telling you that the information is out there for you to look at for yourself.
Yo, Draco, what's going on? Appreciate you, bro. I peeped that.
So this is, and bro, come on now. Trump killing the border bill. First, y'all say he has no respect for nobody in politics. Then y'all saying he has so much respect to people in politics, he can call in and get any bill knocked out. Bro, choose your side.
Choose Trump. It's Trump. Push that bill through.
Oh, God. Like, man, yo, it's Don T, bro. Hey, man, that border bill, bro, cut that shit you didn't want to run on. It's like, bro, y'all sound ridiculous.
$118 billion, $61.4 billion was for Ukraine. That's 52%. 12% was for Israel. 11% was for border security. So was this a border bill or a foreign aid bill with a border component to it? This is a classic politician move.
Yep.
Instead of actually addressing a targeted issue with specific solutions, load a bill with billions of dollars for unrelated stuff, make the bill hundreds of pages so no one can actually read it, and then blame the other side and say, well, we proposed a solution, but you shot it down.
And it's called pork. It's a political term called pork. It's where they load a bill with a whole bunch of words and all that, a bunch of fluff. And then, you know, they kind of put in what you want to hear at the top, but then everything you don't want to hear or what you need to hear, just kind of shade it in over there, make it hella pages to the point where you're not going to read it. And well, you get fooled by it. You're like, oh, what you mean? It says it's because something going to the border. I know, yeah, but keep reading a couple pages in. Then you're going to see, hold on, Ukraine, Israel. Like, hold on, immigrants. Well, what does got to do with the border?
Biden-Harris administration does deserve credit for finally signing an executive order in June that has substantively decreased illegal immigration across the border. But the Democrats held the executive branch and the House and the Senate for the first 2
Yeah,
years of the
metaphor is
Biden
pork barrel
administration.
politics.
Biden has had the ability to unilaterally sign this executive order for 3.5 years.
Yep. He had 3.5 years to sign this order. And here's the wild part. Bro. Instead of doing that, he spent years pretty much signing the TPS Act, would allow these illegal immigrants to turn asylum seekers. Yeah, so that's what Biden signed in TPS. Then we got FEMA's SSP, which allowed funds to go from FEMA to these immigrants. And now signed in on Biden part of, the Consolidating Accommodation Act of 2023. He signed it into act in December of 2022. Man, shout out Biden, huh?
Read it and then blame the other side and say, well,
and shout out Angel Eyes. Y'all know Trump versus Harris policies very well.
Oh man, when you've been doing this shit for as long as we have, man, you can't help but to familiarize yourself with this shit.
I mean,
and as many haters and detractors as we get in the chat, man, we gotta be on our T. We gotta be on our P's and Q's. I should say.
They like to call us drifters. Little do they know, I'm like, yo, we've been talking about this damn near since the beginning of the channel.
Man, over a year plus, man. Appreciate you, Angel Eyes.
Hey, appreciate that, sis. We appreciate you.
we proposed a solution, but you shot it down. The Biden-Harris administration does deserve credit for finally signing an executive order in June that has substantively decreased illegal immigration across the border. But the Democrats held the executive branch and the House and the Senate for the first 2 years of the Biden administration. Biden has had the ability to unilaterally sign this executive order for 3.5 years. So why is it only now, interestingly enough, during election season, that they're proposing?
And I ain't gonna lie, he was right about Biden holding. Hold on, they held Congress, they held the Senate, and ain't got nothing done. Oh, but everything's Donald's fault. Everything's Donald's fault, though. Somehow, some way, everything's Donald's fault.
Bro, and that bill was even opposed by House Democrats. There was prominent House Democrats who didn't even like the spending and the allocation of funds on that bill and voted it down them damn selves the first and the second time. So y'all really got to kind of do y'all, I understand, but y'all really got to kind of do y'all research when looking at these bipartisan, these quote unquote bipartisan bills and why and who they were shot down by.
Yeah, especially, and it's crazy though, like, y'all need to spend more time understanding Kamala Harris's tax policy, really.
Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Court documents suggest a group of men arrested for beating and robbing a Dallas woman last month are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
Manuel Hernandez.
And why they gotta be women? Why? Come on now. This is what kills me too. It's like, it's not just U.S. citizens, but it's women and children. It's like, at this point, I don't think there's any excuse for this. There's no excuse. There should be no excuse made for this.
Booked by Colleyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
So, crime rates all over the world are down. You know why? Every country, every single. Last week, the great Tom Homan. Do you know Tom Homan? He told me last week 168 different countries were represented that violated the border. Countries that you never even heard of. Some countries you've never even heard of them. And some of the most vicious criminals. And Kamala said a few weeks ago that the people that we take in are much nicer than our criminals. No, they make our criminals like the nicest people you've ever met. The only good thing is they do. Our criminals are considered extremely nice by comparison to the people that we see. They'll cut your throat, and the next morning they won't even remember. This is what they do. These are really bad. These are really evil people. And they also have terrorists coming in, and they have the drug lords coming in, and they say, if you ever come back, we're going to kill you. So we're stuck with them, but we're not stuck with them. They're going back. They're going back very soon, very quick. They're going back, and they're going back fast. And if the countries don't want to take them back, I just say very simply, that's okay. We're going to tariff every damn product you sell into the U.S. And they're going to say, like they always have to me, sir, we would love to take MS-13 gang members back. We think they're wonderful people. We had that problem when I first came in. You had Honduras. You had, I'd say, 3 or 4 different countries, a little bit Mexico. But you had these countries, and they wouldn't take their people back. And I said to one of the generals, I want to get MS-13 the hell out of our country. I really don't want to put them in our jail, but I don't want to come back because it's so expensive. So we put them in, and I said, General, I want them back. Sir, they won't take them back. What are you talking about? They won't take them back, sir. How much money do we pay that little group of countries? Sir, we give them exactly $750 million a year for economic development. You know whose development is? For the president of the country. That's whose development, for his house. So let me ask you, so we give them that? Tell them they're in violation of our agreement. Tell them we are sending them back, and if you don't take them, in fact, don't even say that. Just say we're not sending them any more money. They called up. Following morning, all three, there was 3 countries in this case, all 3 separate. They called up, said the same thing. Sir, there seems to be a misunderstanding. He said, no, Obama couldn't get him back. Nobody could get him back. Bush couldn't get him back. Nobody could get him back. I got him back. It took me about 1 phone call.
And that's why a lot of people like Trump. Like, bro, these Democrats, Obama and Biden, have been putting us in the worst trade deals, in the worst foreign relationships, in the worst wars, like, bro, in the past 20 years. So this is the problem. It's like when Trump's coming in fixing all these deals that they made with these countries that don't benefit us in the slightest. Like, all it does is get us to take advantage of immigration wise, and our economics is get taken advantage of. And Trump comes in and fix all of it, and then guess what Biden does? Come through and take credit. I mean, man, can you imagine fixing everything? The next person comes in office, or bro, you fix the house, and then the next person walks in the house being like, oh, I like the work I did here. Like,
You got me fucked up.
Like, man.
So we said,
couldn't be me.
No, there's no misunderstanding. You send them over in caravans and you don't take them back. You're going to take them back. And we're not giving you any more money. It's over. Your $750 million a year, it's over. Sir, we would be honored to take them back. This was a misunderstanding. It would be our great honor to take MS-13 vicious gang members back. We love them very much. And they took them back. It was like, no problem. You know, they used to put airplanes on the runway, so we'd have an airplane go up and it couldn't land. It'd come back. That was with Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him?
Hussein.
And we got them all back. We took them out. You know who took them out? ICE. And you know what she wants to do with ICE? She wants to get rid of ICE.
So she wants to
I know some
abolish
guys
ICE.
in the
Oh,
front
damn.
couple of rows, and they're very tough, but they don't want to be in ICE. They don't want to be. They're not that tough. But we are known all throughout the world now as an occupied country. We're like an occupied country. We got people taking over parts of Colorado. We have people taking over other states. A lot of states don't want to talk about it.
Bro, some of these states are literally giving up their cities to these immigrants. I mean, like, come on now. We all live in America. Well, most of us live in America. And we can all see and agree that there's one city that's been taken over by immigrants, and everybody just hush hush about it because the natural born citizens of that ethnicity or, you know, religion goes along with it. Like, let's be real. Like, bro, let's think about this. If they keep doing what they're doing in Springfield, eventually the natural born citizens of Springfield who are black or Haitian is just going to accept the Haitians as they're sliding in, and now that city's been taken over.
Yeah, it's normally how it goes.
Yeah, like, bro, look at Detroit, bro. I remember they said, what was it? It was, well, I don't see none. Let's look at Minnesota. They said the Somalians took over Minnesota.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest the biggest Somalian community in America. I think, actually,
Bro.
funny enough, I think Columbus is the second biggest.
And at the end of the day, do you think all of them came over there illegally? Don't you think that these people try to create some type of safe haven for their immigrants or these illegal immigrants to come to?
Very true. Very good point.
Because they're embarrassed. The governor's embarrassed. The mayors are embarrassed. But it's no different, really, than if we lost a war.
And it created a home base.
But to everyone here in California and all across our nation, I make this pledge to you. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. Liberation Day. Liberation Day. We're going to be liberated. Did you ever think you'd hear that 10 years ago, 15 years ago? We're going to liberate our country
I heard
from
the Somalian gangs in Minnesota are out.
How stupid are we? How stupid are these leaders?
And I know some
Stupid people.
Somalians in
I will rescue
Columbus
California and
who can attest to
every
that.
town across America that's been invaded and conquered. And we will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of the country, which is number one. In May, an illegal alien was arrested in Los Angeles, you know about this, and charged with sadistically raping 2 women in the back of a windowless van that police said was disgustingly outfitted as, quote, a rape dungeon on wheels. Raped many people. Detectives believe this monster had many more victims whom he drove around late night looking for women, and a remote mountain canyon was involved, and the whole thing, no cell service, no anything, everything. Everybody was very sophisticated, in other words, viciously tortured. The women were really, really badly hurt. One woman said, he didn't want to rape me, he wanted to kill me. But they got him.
Raped her.
And now we have to put him away for a long time. That's the thing, you know?
Yeah, you do that, you got to get up out of here.
I don't know Gascon, but I hear he's down in the polls, and that's a very good thing. That's a very good thing. Likewise, the savage animal who raped and murdered Rachel Morin. Do you know Rachel Morin? Beautiful woman, 37 years old, Maryland, mother of 5. Also broke into a home in Los Angeles just before that after crossing the border illegally. We had the strongest border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. Illegally came in and horrifically assaulted a local 9-year-old girl and her mother, beat them up badly, very badly. One is maybe not even going to make it. In July, an illegal alien who was previously deported 3 times was arrested.
And I'm be real with you. Why are they being so reckless in our country? Because they're not undocumented. I mean, bro, they leave fingerprints on this lady or anything, bro. There's no DNA evidence we can trace them with or anything. They're undocumented. They can do whatever they want in this country because there's nothing that binds them to the law. Like us U.S. born citizens who've had our fingerprints and our DNA through the system. Yes, we can get caught up if we did it. But we could drive 1,000 miles away and don't know it's us. But these people can do this stuff and be like right around the corner and they can do the DNA samples and all and not know who did it. That is the problem. Like, yeah, we can find out and catch them through cameras and all that, but it's kind of wild that we're even giving them this advantage in America.
Arrested in Central Valley for sneaking up to
And the chat has been open. The chat has been reopened to all. The floodgates have been open.
a mobile home early in the morning and setting it on fire while a 32-year-old woman and her 7-year-old daughter and son of 10 years old were inside. All of them.
And I said, and what I mean by it, we don't take their DNA samples. We don't have samples of their DNA. Like, yeah. Just like we don't sample, or just like we don't take DNA samples of the kids that we just let over here and we don't know where they at.
Were killed in the most excruciating deaths, and people watched it happen. There was nothing they could do about it. My message to the American people is very simple. No person who has inflicted the violence and terror that Borders or Harris has unleashed on our country can ever be allowed to become the president of the United States. You can't let this happen. And anyone who would import criminal gangs to occupy America, we're not going to be occupied by anybody, cannot ask to be president of this country. Anyone who orchestrated an invasion of America cannot lead America. Kamala Harris, her reign of terror ends the day I take office. She's finished.
You're fired.
She's finished. And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs. There are many savage gangs. MS-13 is probably even meaner. They don't like using guns. They like using knives. They cut up 2 young girls, beautiful young girls, walking to school in Long Island. They like Long Island for some reason.
No, that's the whole purpose of an undocumented migrant. They lack proper documentation.
But 2 beautiful young girls
like,
walking.
bro, we didn't have to get in a whole debate with somebody on this chat, debater to turn supporter, really, about how legal migrants or illegal migrants commit and purport less crime than U.S. born citizens. Bro, misrepresented fact, really, because most of these migrants aren't really properly identified or documented. So upon arrest, bro, we don't know their name. We don't really have any documentation or background information on them. It isn't until they're incarcerated that the true documentation is done. Like,
yeah.
So yeah, no fingerprints, no hair follicle, no DNA, none of that.
And here's the craziest thing, bro. The only way they probably even caught those Mexican dudes is after the crime happened. They got caught up for another crime, and they swiped their DNA or got the thumbprint. They're like, hold on, there's a DNA match for this grape that went down.
Right,
that's the only way these people are getting caught.
Facts.
That's the only way.
To school, and they cut them up with knives. They cut them up into little pieces. Both of them died. They didn't want to use a gun because a gun's not painful enough. These are animals. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil.
Appreciate all the international viewers.
And we will call it Operation Aurora. That's what we're going to, in honor of the people that have suffered in Aurora at the hands of this horrible gang, Operation Aurora. And if they come back into our country after we're going to throw them out so far, you wouldn't believe it. But if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. 10 years.
Bro, I'm weak.
And if that doesn't work, it'll be
They
20
got your
years. And
sample
if that
sheet.
doesn't work, I guess it's going to be the death penalty, right? The death penalty. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for
Hey, Tori,
any
what's going
migrant
on?
that kills an American citizen or law enforcement officer. Death penalty. It's time. Kamala's mass migrant, she started this by letting people come in. No proof, no anything. They didn't need anything. There was no vetting. Just come on in. Where were you? Who are you? Don't worry, it doesn't matter. Murderers were coming in. Remember CNN, they had this young reporter, young, beautiful young reporter, talking to somebody. Where do you come from? I come from Colombia. Oh. Were you in jail? Yes, I was in prison. What did you do? Murder. That was the end of CNN for the night. They were not happy with it. When that happened, the cameras sort of shut off, immediately shut off. No, these people, because look at all that press. Look at all the fake news. Wow. That's a lot of fake news. Man. That is a lot of fake news. We need borders, great borders. We had one, but we're going to have it again very quickly. 2016, I fixed it so fast and so good. The difference was this is 25 times worse. This is crazy. And in 2016, I said that's going to be the most important election we've ever had, and I meant it. But nobody knew they could do a thing like they've done. We gave them a border that was perfect. It was great numbers, great everything. All they had to do is leave it alone. He could have gone to the beach. Somebody told him he looks good in a bathing suit. He has one great thing, though. He has got an ability that I don't have. He can put down one of those 16-ounce little things that are made out of light aluminum. They're meant for old people and children to lift. He can't lift it, so a child is always with him. And he sleeps. The guy can fall asleep instantly with the press watching. Who the hell wants to sleep with these people watching? And he's out cold. You see the dribble coming down the side of his chin. What do you think? What do you think President Xi of China? He's a fierce person. I know him very well. He's a fierce man. What do you think he thinks? He's thinking, no, this is great. But he's actually better than Kamala because, believe it or not, he's actually a more intelligent person. Can you believe that? Did you ever think I'd be saying that Biden is more intelligent than somebody? Kamala's mass migrant invasion is also placing crippling burdens on local communities and stealing jobs, resources, and opportunity from African American and Hispanic American citizens. These people coming in are taking the jobs of African Americans that have had it a long time. Their unemployment rate is through the roof. Where do you hear the numbers? And also Hispanic American at a little bit less clip. They're replacing people that have been in these jobs for a long time, doing a good job, not bothering anybody. They're living out their lives and they're being fired. And people that come in, and we don't even know who the people are. They have no way of knowing. A few years ago, one study found that 1 in 4 students in LA County schools was from an illegal immigrant-headed household. And after 4 years of Kamala Harris, the number is now a much higher number than that. Think of that. They come in by the thousands a day, thousands and thousands, all over the country. And you've heard the expression, every state is now a border state. They fly them over. That's the one thing nobody knew. It even took me a little while to figure that one out. We wondered, what were all those airplanes doing flying into our country? That's how we found them. We had like hundreds of planes flying over the border. They say, we're going to make the border tougher. How about she said, oh, we had a good border bill, but Trump talked Congress out of it. I didn't talk anybody out. The bill was defective. It was terrible. Millions of people would have come in and would have been made citizens, but that's not the point. The point is, they slowed it down so the numbers looked a little bit better. Not much, but what they didn't do is stop airplanes from pouring in with thousands of people. Hundreds of thousands of people a year are flown into the middle of our country. In other words, they're sick, and that's what they want. That's their policy. You know, they were trying to convince us, yes. All of a sudden she said, yes, we can do. For 3.5 years, think of this. She was saying the other day, yes, oh yes, we want to have a border. Well, the first time she ever said it, she almost threw up.
And quick pause for the cause, man, because we got over 1,600 of y'all in here, man. We appreciate the support to the stream, but do us a quick favor, man. Double tap that screen, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Like the video, like the stream, man. Let's get some more folks in here, increase the engagement, increase the interaction, get some more folks in the chat, man. Increase the conversation we got going on. Let's keep it fun. Let's keep it engaging. If you got any thoughts, questions, comments, disagreements, poll or video suggestions, man, you can share those in with the chat. Just super chat in $1 or more, man. We'll go ahead and engage with y'all.
And Trump is right, bro, because Kamala Harris, man, this is what she truly thinks.
It is wrong to somehow suggest that an undocumented immigrant is a criminal. Being an undocumented immigrant is not a crime. I know what a crime looks like. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. 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 An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal, and we have to correct course in this conversation. We're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals. That's correct. It is wrong.
Ain't that crazy?
Shout out Chicago.
Man, ain't that crazy? Yeah, so yeah, Kamala wanting to fix the border is a new stance. It really is. Like, trust me, she wasn't fixing no type of border in her state. I mean, she was letting all types of people in her state. She was releasing all types of criminals in her state, and she was allowing all types of criminal activity to go down in San Francisco and state of California. So, you know, shout out Kamala, huh?
When she said it, but the numbers were looking very bad for her, the poll numbers. She was getting trounced. And then all of a sudden she said, no, we'd like to have a wall. We'd love to have a wall. Remember me? I said wall. And Mexico did pay for it. You know, they gave us thousands and thousands of soldiers. They paid more, remember, because there was no vehicle for that. I just want to set the record straight because I do everything. We got thousands of Mexicans patrolling our border, free of charge. I said to the head of Mexico, the president, a very good guy, he's a socialist, but these are minor details. I said to him, President, you have to give us 28,000 soldiers to patrol our border. Oh, Donald, I will not do that. Of course I won't. No, you will do that. I promise you will. No, I will not. Yes, you will. He goes, no way. And I said, way. And then I said, you know, he's a good guy. He's a friend of mine. He just left office. He's good. Good guy, but why would he do that? He would do that only if we had leverage, and we do have leverage because we're the pot of gold. We won't be the pot of gold for long if we have idiots like we're talking about coming in and running things. We won't be a pot of gold for long, let me tell you. But he said to me, no, we won't.
Hey, and shout out
Lake Vilma.
Lake Vilma. Okay. Make a lib cry. Vote for Trump, man. Let's go. As they say, man, on Trump, when Trump gets elected, we'll be toasting liberal tears, which is wild, but hey, that's what y'all Trump people say. And I'm with it.
Don't do that. I said, here's what you do. I don't want to be talking to you. You're my friend. I don't want to embarrass you with a negotiation. Have your negotiator, please, your top guy, come and see me. So they came in.
Oh, man.
What is...
Come on.
That's nice. That's nice. Thank you. What a friendly group this is. I thought there was a little riot over there. Thank you. That's very nice. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, everybody. That's very nice. Thank you over there. I can't even see them. It's so far away. Thank you very much. They probably can't hear us, so they might as well get into the act because it is far away. This is crowded. But just to finish the story, so I said, the guy comes in wearing the most beautiful suit I've ever seen. In fact, I wanted to say, who's your tailor, but it wouldn't be a good negotiation. Guy walks in to talk about soldiers on the border. I say, who's your tailor? This didn't work. So he walks in, handsome guy, beautifully tailored. And I said, no, we want you to give us 28,000 soldiers for our border free of charge. And he laughs at me. He sort of
I'm weak.
The State Department woman, very good, 25 years she's worked on Mexico. She said, sir, they'll never do that. I said, yes, they will, 100%. He said, no. I said, yes. He said, no. I said, yes. Then I said, here's what I'm doing. I'm signing an order. Every frickin' car that you sell into the United States is going to have a 50% tariff. And every piece of merchandise you sell into the United States, starting on Monday morning, this was a Friday evening, will have a tariff of 25 to 50%. And we'll make a tremendous profit over and above the cost to you. He said, may I have a minute, sir, and call somebody? I said, you're going to call the president, right? Yes, I am. Came back. I said, do me a favor. I'm very late.
Shout out Daniel H. coming in with her $5 super chat, and it's her first one on the live, so we appreciate that on here at S.E.T Media. You want to read that offset?
Yeah, the documented 2,000 mules showed how 2,000 people were hired to steal the last election. They tracked cell phones and ballots. It also solved the murder.
We might have to react to that documentary. 2,000 mules. I'm gonna look that up right now. Man, tell me twice.
Cause I ain't gonna lie,
I'm a simple man. I see information and I save it. I ain't gonna lie.
Man, look, bro, they was selling me with the January 6th committee, and I was just looking at it like, I don't know. But the 20 mules though, I've not heard of that before. No, look that up.
You know, they're trying to impeach me, and I have to.
Oh, and that was your first live on the Super. Oh, yes.
Yep, I got her.
Oh, yeah, appreciate you for that honor.
Sleazebags.
Appreciate you, Danielle.
I've been under investigation more than Alphonse Capone. Think of it. And they consider me to be a great president. Nobody did what I did. Nobody. So what happens is
I think it's a document.
So he comes back 2 minutes later.
Document.
Sir, I'd like to report that it would be our honor to give you thousands of soldiers, sir. We would love to give them to you free of charge, sir. I said, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we gave Mexico was a big contributor.
No,
I just wanted to set the record straight, you know. Remember when I said if they don't give, we're going to build the wall 10 feet higher? I was going to do that too. The massive costs of illegal immigration are now being experienced by community. The DA.
You know, one of the main reasons I believe that the election was stolen was like, well, you know, the truck
allegedly
stolen because, well, the trucks that had ballots in there that went missing, that we don't know what happened. Reports of people, you know, going over the votes of Biden twice. Some people throwing away Trump. It's like there was a whole lot of things going on for that election. There was a whole lot going on.
of San Francisco.
Bro, like, bro, the mail-in votes are how people are getting in. Like, either, like, let's say you lived in a house, either dead people who used to live there, the old owner who used to live there. Like, you're just getting in all these ballots, and if you're a shiesty person, you're gonna be like Biden, 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 Biden.
Cisco, the things she did, she started that whole decline. With our victory, he says Willie Brown.
Something about that Willie Brown story.
Who said that? Who's the guy? What? Stand up.
Nah, it was stolen.
This.
Nah, it was stolen. Trust me, it was stolen. Just gotta be careful with your words about that topic.
Can only happen in California. This guy. Yes. Yeah. I didn't say it. Remember that. He said it.
Shit.
He said it.
It exists.
He said it. Do you remember when a man, we're talking about this guy, Chris Christie, went off the reservation, right? We have some people.
We don't have to react to it.
And some guy shouts out to me.
Shout out.
He's a fat pig, sir.
Shout out. So.
Nobody heard it but me, you know, but it was still, he said it. Sir, you should not call Chris Christie a fat pig.
Really?
Please. Come on. So? He is not a fat pig. You shouldn't. You're very rude, sir. We're going to have to throw you out if you do it again. He is not a fat pig. And you know what?
About
The
where
press,
you're streaming it
son
from.
of a...
I thought you meant the
They couldn't even
content.
report this, sir, because I was defending, because you're not allowed to use the word fat. You can use any word you can use. You cannot call somebody fat.
They can't tell.
That's not allowed anymore. You know, you lose your job, you lose your life. With our victory, we are going to become, and quickly, the greatest, strongest, freest, safest, and most powerful nation the world has ever seen. And on day one, I will close the border and I will stop the invasion of illegal criminals coming into our country. And despite all of the damage that she has done to this state and to our nation in the past 4 years, she's the worst. Oh, she's terrible. She's terrible. Thank goodness she doesn't have much energy, because if she had real energy, she'd really be bad. Kamala Harris said this week she can't think of one thing, not one thing, that she would do differently. Take a look. I'll show you a few.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac.
Get that from real quick.
Shout out Daily on Fire coming in with $10. Says that's right, it wasn't stolen, it was capital gains.
It was capital gains.
Oh.
That
I feel like I'm missing a joke here.
it wasn't stolen, it was capital gains. You know what? Why do I feel like Gizzy?
Oh, okay. I get you. I get you. It wasn't stolen, it was capital gains. Okay.
Watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing. Shout out Daily on Fire chiming in with 10. Says it wasn't stolen, it was capital gains. Oh shit! My God, why'd you delete it, bro? Yeah, don't delete super chatted messages.
Thing that comes to mind.
What do you say?
13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack.
Don't delete
the suspect
super
entered the
chatted
U.S.
messages.
on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022. 2
men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking 2 New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Only 18% say the economy is in excellent or good condition.
US inflation has hit a new 40-year high, increasing by 9.1% over the financial year.
The cost of homes have spiked. Home buyers need to earn 80% more than they did in 2020.
Yeah, that's what I figured it was just a joke. I figured it was like a...
How dumb an answer.
Little jokey joke.
Their whole campaign is based around the fact that she's not going to do what Biden did. And then I was watching that one live. I got to watch my things. It's part of my business, right? It's like a little different. But I had to watch it, and I said, oh, this is going to be a killer answer. I assumed she was going to go through a whole list of things that she'd do differently. She said she wouldn't. The worst president in history, and she said she'd do it the same. That answer, that she would do nothing differently, is a totally disqualifying answer. It disqualifies her from running. Think of this, 86% of the country feels that we're on the wrong track, and she's given, can you imagine? 86% record of the country feels that we're on the wrong track. Doesn't that tell you something? It tells you we got a problem. I actually worry about the next 3 months. I really do. I worry about the next 3.5, 4 months. We'll end up in a world war because of the people that we have. And if you're on the wrong track by that amount, how can you keep someone who has stated plainly and clearly that she would do nothing? She'd do nothing from Biden. With your vote, I will act with urgency and speed to save America and to rescue the people of California from Kamala Harris's atrocious failures. I will very quickly deflate. We are going to take inflation and we are going to deflate it. We are going to deflate inflation. We are going to defeat inflation. We're going to knock the hell out of inflation. We're going to use a thing that we have more of than anybody else. It's called liquid gold, oil and gas.
Oh, I found a documentary on Rumble for free. Perfect.
All right, cool. Yeah. Well, there's that one you just shared with us, and then there's one from the other stream yesterday we reacted to. It's about J6. We'll probably compile those two together and maybe make a stream out of it.
Hey.
So stay tuned for that, y'all.
Sounds good.
And we're going to make America affordable again. For all of the working people struggling under the highest tax state in the nation, we will have large tax cuts. We're going to give large tax cuts for workers. And we will, ready? No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. And no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. None. By contrast, Kamala is known as the taxing queen. It's the only election I've ever seen where they say, we're going to raise your taxes. Vote for me, I'm going to raise your taxes.
Bro, basically, though, it's like, bro, Kamala's tax plan plans to take about $4.1 trillion from Americans to the government. If you don't think she's going to tax you, well, you didn't read her tax plan all the way through then. Because, oh, man, yeah, she's going to tax everybody.
72%.
Especially if you got investments.
And they're going to end the Trump tax cuts. I gave you the largest tax cuts in the history of our country, larger than the Reagan tax cuts. They're going to end them. Add that to it. Her plan will raise taxes for the typical American family by more than $3,000 a year. In Detroit 2 days ago, I also announced that we will make interest on car loans fully deductible. Because affording a car is essential to restoring the American dream. You know, we've lost the American dream in this country. We have lost it for our young people. They want the American dream. They want to have a great life, like Elon Musk. They like his life. How good was he the other night? Did you see him? He was so happy. He was so happy.
I don't need 100, boy. Just give me one.
Boy, what you mean? You'd be blessed for a lifetime just to have half of Elon's wealth. Shoot, I have a quarter.
That's what I
Shit.
said, I don't need 100, Bill. Just give me one.
Yeah, 5% of Elon's wealth, you be good for life.
You know, he lives a reclusive life.
Yeah, just
the life of a super
one.
genius.
I don't need 100.
But he's rather dark MAGA. That's right, dark MAGA. He's a different kind of a guy. He's great. He's great. He sees a hat. I didn't even know we made them. And it's all black with black letters. That's called very subtle, right? You hardly even see Make America Great Again. He fell in love with it, and he wore it. I don't think he's taken it off in weeks.
Stylish hat.
Wore it. And I said, what is that? He said, it's dark MAGA. I said, Elon, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. Anyway, he gave us the best endorsement. He endorsed me a few months ago. He said, if Trump doesn't win, it's probably the end of our country. He means that too, by the way. He means that. And you know where he is today? He's campaigning in Pennsylvania for me. That's how good.
Really? Biden?
He feels it's so important. And I really think we won't have a country left.
Well, you better.
Elon,
bro, they pulled out Obama, bro. Last stream, they pulled out Obama.
You gotta pull out the big guns.
Bro, it's like a break just in case of emergency ass guy. It's like, Obama, we're down in the polls. Like, you are? All right, I know what I must do.
Nah, facts.
I gotta go out there, make a convincing speech, and then blame black men for not voting for Kamala Harris. Like, all right, bro, sit down.
He's a great guy. But, you know, really, I got involved last week because, as you know, Biden and Harris have done a horrible job on North Carolina and some of the other ones, in particular, the first of the hurricanes that came in. It really wiped out North Carolina. And a person I know, an official in North Carolina, says, sir, we're wiped out here. All our lines are down. We have no power. We have absolutely no communication. It became to the mainland. What happened is the water was so high, they were literally landlocked. And he said, do you know Elon Musk? And I said, yeah, I do. What do you need? He said, we need Starlink. I said, what the hell is Starlink? True. I said, Elon, what the hell is Starlink? No, I said, what is Starlink? He said, communication. Very good communication. So I called Elon. I said, Elon, they're in big trouble in North Carolina. They need Starlink, and you guys they're doing so well with it. It's a very hard thing to get. So I said, you guys, is there anything you can do? Because in the meantime, my phone rings, and it's the guy from North Carolina thanking me, and I'm still on the phone with Elon. I said, Elon, what the hell did you do? You told them that you've got it before I even hung up. So he's on a different planet than us, right? He said, yeah. He said, yeah, you were talking and I was, going, whatever. And he got it. He got him a lot of it. He got it. And I said to the people, what's better, that or the hard line? He said, actually, Starlink is better. Starlink is better. But he's a great guy, and he's done a great job. And it's too bad that Kamala didn't do. I don't even know. She's essentially not even gone there, essentially. But what happened in North Carolina, and then Ron DeSantis, who's done a very good job in Florida, he didn't want her even involved. He was dealing with Biden. He didn't want her involved. I will also cancel Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate. Isn't it crazy? You guys, you have brownouts, blackouts. California has brownouts and blackouts every weekend, every day. And now he says, let's go all electric cars. These people are crazy. And the thing is that, and they're great. I like electric, but they're for a certain market. The amazing thing with Elon, he makes the Tesla. He's never, and he's a friend of mine, he has never called up and said, would you do me a favor? Would you lay the hell off the electric car? Because he understands. He's got a great market.
Got it from.
It should be seen as like a luxury item instead of a mandated item, and then it would be a mandated item that other countries could take advantage of us on.
If you analyze the situation in its totality from Elon's perspective alone, he actually stands to benefit more with the Biden-Harris administration taking over with the EV mandate and all, right?
Yeah.
So it is kind of like, I don't know, it's an attestament to Elon's affiliation, because like him siding with Trump is kind of him putting his own personal incentive to the side and saying like, nah, he's just the best man for the country.
Because wouldn't it make more sense for Elon to just side with Biden and be like, what you mean? He wants an EV mandate. That would boost my prices. Or like, come on now. Wouldn't it make more sense just to align with the guy that's pretty much mandating everybody to pretty much buy your car or versions of like your car? Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. So sometimes y'all gotta really see what's going on here. Now, but why did Biden go for an EV mandate? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because he closed the Keystone Pipeline.
It's a smart market. It's a more expensive car. It's got some great things and some assets, but you also have to.
It's a little deeper than that.
Gasoline-propelled cars in, and
hit you down the rabbit hole.
You know, they're. They have another one now. You ever hear about the hydrogen? It's hydrogen. The problem with hydrogen has one fault. Somebody said it's better than everything. Got one fault. If it blows up, you're not recognizable. It's true. In other words, it doesn't happen much. Maybe once a day in the nation. If the hydrogen car blows up, it's gone. You're gone. Your wife looks at a tree and there's nothing but blood on the tree. She said,
we want stimmies, they want tax cuts.
These are serious problems. They wanted to give me one. I said, no, thanks, I don't want one.
One's a handout and the other one just...
No, I'll take electric.
Take less money out of my pocket, please.
So, but isn't that something Elon never called up?
One's
And
a
he never
handout
said
and
that.
one nigga's being
What he never said.
And
And he said, or as Biden would say, oh, no, I'm not kidding. You remember when he'd say, yes, we've been threatened with war by Russia. No, I'm not joking. He always says, I'm not joking. About the no, I'm not joking. I don't know if anybody understands that, but he's a weird dude. I'll tell you. They called JD Vance and me weird. How about the vice president, her and Biden, the combination? But by the way, how good a job did JD Vance do the other night? Right? Our JD.
I think Norway is the only country that's done all EVs, considering it's a size country.
Norway?
Yeah.
I shouldn't say it, but I took him in because he has a very good brain. We like smart people. He's very smart. He was a top student at Ohio State. He finished in 2 years, top of his class, and then I didn't know you could do that actually, but he finished 2 years. Then he went to the military. Was outstanding in the military. Then he came out. He went to Yale Law School, and he and his wife were like top students. And I sort of picked him a little bit for the brain.
I didn't know that.
We had a lot of great people. We have a lot of great people that were in that group, and any one of them would have been fantastic. But JD did a great job the other night. The guy that he went against, you ever hear a guy call himself a knucklehead, and he's in a debate? I mean, he's the biggest liar. He lied about everything. And how come he went to China 28 times? What's going on? He went to China. Nobody asked him that one question. I kept saying, somebody asked him the question, why was he in China 28 times? There's a guy's got some problems. By the way, if you think she's all right, she's not. I think she's worse than him too, actually. But he went to China 28 times, and I'm waiting for somebody to ask him that question. It won't be the fake news, I can tell you that. It won't be those people. And I will not allow California politicians to get away with their plan to impose a 100% ban on the sale of gas-powered cars and trucks in your state. Not going to let it. That'll be ended in the first day. That'll be ended. These people, it's unbelievable. To bring jobs, factories, and wealth racing back to our shores, we will have a 15% made in America corporate tax rate. In other words, you have to make your product in America. Then you have only 15. Remember, I brought it down to 21%. From almost 40%. Everyone said this.
Boy, and that's being globally competitive. It's like, shoot, we try and get y'all to come over here. Look, you can get rid of the tariffs off your products if you just come over here, get that 15% corporate tax to us, come over here and give your jobs to us, and then it's all good.
A win-win situation. You ain't gonna get tariffed, you ain't gonna get taxed, and you helping out the American economy and its people. Like, what's more patriotic than that?
Oh God.
There's no way you'll be able to. I had to get it past.
Getting money in America for America.
It's the greatest tax cut, the biggest tax cut, and regulation cuts. The most regulations ever cut by a president by, I think, 3 or 4 times actually. But we also, which I think is actually more important. I asked a lot of the big executives of the biggest companies, what was more important, the tax cut, where we took them from almost 40% to 21%, or the regulation cuts? Every single one of them said the regulation cuts, which actually surprised me. But it was the regulation. But I got you down to 21. And 21 is highly competitive with other countries. You know, we're dealing with other countries because they'll take our businesses in 2 seconds. It's not like, oh, gee, you know, you're not going to give them and they're going to sit still. They don't care about our country. Many of them aren't even from America. They're not from the U.S. They're, you know, international business people, very smart. And they will leave here in 2 seconds if they can get something substantially. So I came up with this idea. So now I have you at 21, brought you all the way down. And I said, if you make your product here, you don't have to pay 21, you can pay 15. And people called me from all over the planet. I got calls from the top guys on Wall Street. Who the hell gave you that idea? That's so good. And I oftentimes
shout out Daily on Fire coming in with another 10.
Man, appreciate the support. He says, we the people, man. And
facts.
Ain't that the truth?
The concept we was founded on, bro. This shit is for us, by us, man. With us in mind.
It's like the paperclip. Somebody came up with the idea for
Don't let nobody, no politician, no narrative distort that, bro. Like you said, we the people, for the people, by the people, my nigga.
Yeah, our government is supposed to work for us, but sadly, like we giving more to the government than the government gives to us. Well, let's be real, the government's now giving more to immigrants than us. So
yeah.
Hey man, shout out Kamala and Biden, right?
For a paperclip.
Bidenomics is working.
They look at it, and everybody looked at it and said,
I bet.
why the hell didn't I think of
working
that?
For who?
It's like the same thing, right? And for those who don't make their product in America, they'll be forced to pay stiff tariffs.
Like the video, man. Let's get it up to 300, y'all. 300 likes. Double tap that screen if you're in here.
Jobs, our treasure, our wealth, and we will take in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariff to the benefit of American citizens and pay off debt, or we're going to take care of our, you know, we owe $35 trillion. We're going to start cutting it down very quickly. We'll be able to with growth. We call it growth. But we're going to do that. We're going to protect these companies with tariffs. Remember this. In many years, many decades, China never paid 10 cents. And what they did to our country was incredible. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes from China. I don't think they liked me, but actually I like them. And we actually had a very good relationship, President Xi and myself. Somebody said, what kind of a man is he? He's a fierce person. He is. He's a very smart guy. I hate to say brilliant because every time I call him brilliant, the press says, he said the president, well, he is a brilliant guy. Got 1.4
He ain't gonna be no world leader
people. He rules it with an
ignoramus.
And the press gets upset when I say he's a smart man.
Yeah.
I would think he's a smart man, but actually...
I mean, to sit there and be the ruling figure of China, well...
And then they call him a dumbass? Like,
I mean, let's be real, though. The dog who's damn near trying to take over Africa's infrastructure, you think he's a dumb man? And damn near successfully doing it.
You're talking about the number two, arguably, depending on who you talking to, the number one world power as far as economic prowess, GDP... population, size, all that good shit,
manufacturing output.
You gotta respect China, and I mean, it starts from the top down, right?
Yeah.
So you gotta look at the leadership.
Yeah, like that was all based on their leadership. Now it does come with some flaws. We're not saying China's perfect.
Oh, they definitely got their own.
I mean, the whole communism thing and the oligarchy thing they got going on is wild, but
habitual human rights violators as well.
Yeah, but as far as their economy goes and their output and all this good stuff, I mean,
give it to them. You gotta respect them. You know what I'm saying? Shout out.
And there's slight hints of world domination, but hey. Well, economic world domination.
Well, shit, somebody's got to be the world dominating force. Like, shit, do we want it to be
enemies
China?
From within. Nah. The sleazebags, like a guy that you're going to elect to the Senate, Shifty Adam Schiff. He's a sleazebag. No, this guy. No, he's a major lowlife. And because of the fact that, you know, they send millions and millions of ballots someplace. They send them all over the place. California, you don't have anything like a voting booth. They take ballots, they just send them all over the place. They come back and they say, oh, somebody won by 5 million votes. And it's so corrupt, so corrupt. But you're going to have Shifty Adam Schiff, one of the true, I know him well, because he conceived of the Russia hoax, right? The Russia hoax. He is a bad person. He's a sick person, not a stupid guy, but he's a sick puppy, that guy. One of the least, I'm not allowed to say this because this could cost you your president, because you're not supposed to talk about somebody's looks, and so I won't. But to me, He's one of the least attractive human beings I think I've ever seen. Not a stupid person. He's got the smallest neck I've ever seen. No. He's got the smallest neck. His neck is like so small, and his head is large. So he's not being held up by much. I can guarantee you he will not be playing for your local football team, I guarantee. But we're pleased to be joined today by some incredible people and friends of mine and warriors, real warriors, representatives. Darrell Issa, where's Darrell? Is he here? Darrell. He's a great guy. Matt Gaetz. Is Matt Gaetz? Oh, look at Matt Gaetz. He's a great guy. He's really a great person. And he's on the controversial side, but that's not bad. And is he here with Ginger? He's here with Ginger. Hi, Ginger. And Ken Calvert, and he is here someplace. Where's Ken? Ken, thank you. Good job, Ken. Very good job. Do we have enough people for you guys? Do we have enough? Broke the record. There's Mr. Tom Barrack. I didn't recognize him with that hat on. Look at him. Stand up, Tom. Great guy. Great businessman, actually. He's a great businessman.
And shout out to the Lion Fireman. We appreciate the support. To underestimate your enemy is to sleep in the middle of the race. And yeah, that's so true. I keep saying it's like, bro, people want us to go upside, rush his head, like, and do what? I know we're talking about China, but bro, people have all this hatred for Russia as if we can't equate them to China.
Yeah, these are second and third world powers, which means they deserve a level of respect. Ultimately, they ain't up there for no reason. And ultimately, like you said, if we take our eye off of them, man, that's when they surpass us.
Ain't that crazy? You know what one of the vice president's job is? To actually go out there and talk and negotiate with world leaders. You know, the president got to run the states, and, you know, the right VP hops on the plane, go out there and talk to these people. And Kamala Harris hasn't talked to Joe Biden. Kamala Harris hasn't talked to Putin, which means she kind of neglected one of her purposes or one of her main jobs as VP.
And then you wonder why we're in the situation with Russia and Ukraine as it stands today. Like, yeah, that's why I say, honestly, regardless of how you feel about Trump, his policy, his politics, like, it stands to reason if you're for world peace, at least for the resolution when it comes to Ukraine and Russia. Like, this man is the middle point of contact for both Zelensky and Putin. He's the best mediating force in the matter. Like, Zelensky even recently came out and had a press conference with Trump, like, almost endorsing him publicly, like,
because he don't want to talk to Putin. And Zelensky done put himself in that hole with Putin to the point where Putin ain't picking up them calls no more. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he's gonna look, Trump, save me, because I tried to call Putin and he hit me with the God bless you. You know what that means? That boy coming for his life.
So at the end of the day, if Trump got the contact for Zelensky and he got the contact for Putin, who do you think is the best man to get the job done when it comes to
stopping the war?
Resolving the conflict.
The strongest force, or the stronger force, I'd say.
But everybody needs to get out and vote for Ken, who's running right now. A radical California liberal is running against him, and I gave him a very strong endorsement. I put it out on Truth a little while ago. You saw that, and I want to mention, I heard you were here, and I want to mention, so good luck. Get out and vote for Ken Calvert, everybody. We also have members of our great Native American tribes. They're fantastic.
EV Roller. Show different videos of people with opposing viewpoints.
Bro, you got point one out, bro. Don't come in here and say that. I appreciate your super chat for sure, though. But like, what video? You see how people come in here with specific video suggestions. They might even link the video that they want us to pull up. So, again, appreciate your super chat. But what specific video do you want us to? What point do you want us to pull up?
Yeah, who are these people? Like, come on now. Like,
we'll entertain almost anything. We'll field all offers.
Basically, you want us to just play what, Trump bashing stuff? Like, all right, so you only want us to play it if it insults Trump, is what you're saying. You can't hear anything good. You can't sit here and hear the actual man talk instead of letting the media twist his words. Like, you can't sit there and do that.
Or what specific point does a detractor have that we could pull up and maybe debate, maybe go back and forth on? Because when you say just pull up different people with opposing viewpoints, that could be almost anybody. Don't nobody like this man Trump.
I mean, bro, we do pull up people with opposing viewpoints. So, bro, we play Tim Walz, who just sits there and bash Trump constantly. Every Kamala interview bashes Trump. Every CNN interview or segment we play.
Look at the chat. Y'all almost disagree with Trump on every point he makes. So, you know, what specific video? And again, one more time, appreciate your super chat, because anybody who has the balls, I'll say it, to super chat in front of 2,000 people and stand on their pivot, I can respect. But again, we kind of need a specific point to debate on that one.
Yeah, like who?
Fantastic people. We have,
like, what are your disagreements in general? What do you hate about Trump so much?
the chiefs. We have, where are they?
And this can't be Orange Man bad.
Where are they? They're phenomenal people, and they're doing a beautiful job. They're great. And we also have a lot of farmers here today. You know, we do very well with the farmers, but the farmers are having a little rough spot because Biden and Kamala are not doing their job. You know, I never use the word Harris, you know, because if I say Harris, nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about. I say Harris is doing a terrible job, and they go, who the hell is Harris? It's a funny name, you know. It's a name, you know what I'm talking about, Tom? It's a name that nobody knows what the hell I'm talking about, so I call it Kamala. We also have a really great governor that I've gotten to know really well in the last 6-7 months. And he's doing a terrific job. Spencer Cox of Utah, and he's here someplace. It's a big crowd. He's here someplace amongst 100,000 people. Damn. Former National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien, good man. Thank you, Robert. And you know, Robert went out and got all of the top people in government, 300 and something of them, right? More than 300. And he went out and got them all, and they all came in the last couple of days and endorsed Trump. They said Trump is the greatest president we've ever had. 300 the top. We only had one problem, Matt. The press refused to cover it. Robert, all that work. But we had 300 the top people in the country. In fact, people that didn't even like me totally said he's great. I don't like him, but man, was he good, because I protected our country. And that was great. But the press hasn't picked it up too much. I'll have to give it to Matt Gaetz. May Robert, give him a list. You know, if that was...
I'm weak. Shout out Daily on Fire coming in with another 2.
I'm weak. It's his hair that sets them off, LOL. Low key, though. Bro, I remember they used to go in viciously on Trump's hair, and then they just stopped, and now it's Orange Man. Look at his tan and all this good stuff. And I'm like, all right. So
is it toupee, his hair plugs? Oh my
what
God.
About his policy? Y'all know anything bad about his policies that y'all want to talk about?
No, he's just orange and I hate him.
And besides saying, oh, he did this and that, and it turns out to be a lie or propaganda.
He's just orange and I hate orange people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, trust me, if y'all really like have any like, I don't know, any type of actual arguments against Trump, it would probably be warp speed if you was being honest. If y'all was being honest. Instead, I go, bipartisan border bill. Trump had nothing to do with that. Project 2025. Trump has nothing to do with that. Like, bro, what else?
It's just this disdain that the left has for this man. And I would say they've been able to hypnotize or influence a lot of the left to feel the same way. Like, hence you have the term TDS.
Yeah.
People don't even know why they feel so strongly about the man. They just hear the mere mention of his name and they just go Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs.
Or they just start repeating propaganda verbatim. I just don't like tribalism politics. No, you see it. And I don't like tribalism. Bro, there's a reason why I say there's red MAGA and then there's blue MAGA. There's people who think Trump could do no wrong. There's people who think Biden could do no wrong. And the problem is, though, like, I don't think y'all understand that y'all is real tribalism. Think about this. You had a senile old man that y'all was rooting for, bumbling and all, and you're just letting these liberals lie in your face, telling you he's sharp as a thumbtack.
They was going to be ready to let him run for president and vote him in again.
So y'all let this same party lie to y'all, and then the next person just thrown in y'all face with no primary, without having to hold their feet to the fire against other candidates, y'all just take.
And I'll say this again, I appreciate your super chat to the stream, appreciate the support, but I will agree with you on that. I don't like tribalism in politics, and I do say it's dangerous to get tunnel vision with politics regardless of what side you're on. You could be radical conservative and only see and entertain political views from that side, and you could be a radical leftist and only see and entertain views from that side. And I do think that's dangerous. You should open up your political views to at least be open-minded to hear both sides, maybe change your mind, maybe enlighten yourself with differing opinions and perspectives. And I think that's what's most important. It can be very dangerous to be tunnel vision with this shit. So I will give you that.
All right, then. Well, all right. Well, if you're not on any side, then I guess you just don't like the tribalism politics. And nah, you're confusing. I would say that just because you disagree with it, you're confusing with tribalism because you feel that all these people are wrong and they're just in this group and you think that we're a tribe. Well, no, we're just a group of people who think differently than you. That's it. There's no tribalism. There's no cult. No nothing. We just think differently. And the crazy thing that people try to put these tribalism, oh, it's a cult. Y'all making it extreme. Y'all the ones sensationalizing it. That's it.
Kamala, that make it headlines. With Trump, 300, much more than they had. And these are much better people than they had, too, that I can tell you. Because remember this, I kept your country safe. We had no wars. And I'll keep you out of wars. But we did have one which I had to finish up, ISIS. It was supposed to take 5 years, and it took me 2 months. We also have a man who's a really fantastic person. He's really great. Did an unbelievable job on lots of things. He actually started off as the ambassador to Germany. And the greatest day in Angela Merkel's life was the day I took him out to promote him. She said, oh my God, thank you. He drove Angela crazy. And that's a good thing, not a bad thing. His name is Rick Grinnell. Thank you, Rick. And he did a fantastic job. And Kash Patel is here, one of our real warriors. A real warrior. And also somebody that's doing a beautiful job out here, even though, I mean, sadly, when you send out 38 million ballots and just send them out, they come back. What the hell? We're going to have to work on that when we get in. We're going to have to work on elections. We need borders, and we need fair elections, and we're going to work on it. But she is doing a great job, and she says, I'm setting all sorts of records. GOP chair, California, Jessica Patterson. Jessica, thank you very much.
Oh, wow, that was crazy. I didn't even peep that.
Great job. Just really good job. Somebody else who was so fantastic.
Yo, I didn't even peep that energy.
He's tough. He's a sheriff, and he fits that.
That was wild.
He fits that role. And he had the most beautiful family I've ever seen. Like, everybody is like a perfect specimen. I said, Sheriff, you're great, but your family looks even better than you. And I liked him from the moment I met him, and I talked to him a little bit, because this was not an easy one to pull off, let me tell you. We had a lot more people than some people thought. A lot of people thought this was what we were going to have, but a lot of people said maybe we'd have 10,000, maybe 20,000. But they didn't say 100,000. But he pulled it off, and he pulled it off because he's tough,
right,
and he's smart, and he's proud of his state and his country. Chad Bianco. Thank you, Chad. He's like central casting. Thank you, Chad. What a family, though. Look at the family.
Shout out Daily on Fire coming back in with another 5.
Truth or a lie, man? 2 + 2 = 4, or is this subjective? Man, look, bro. It's
depending on who you ask, bro.
Actually, it depends who says it. If Trump says it, it's a lie.
Depending on who you ask, or depending on who gives you the formula, bro. Because you would think it'd be a straightforward yeah, but like you said, bro, Trump said yeah. We might have to second guess it. Kamala says, oh, they eating it up.
Bro, if Kamala came out today and said, yep, tariffs. Oh, tariffs are the best thing ever. Yeah, they're the best thing. That's gonna help the economy. Trump
says tariffs. Oh, tariffs are so bad. It's gonna
if
get
you
passed
consider
off to the
it,
consumer.
if you consider tariffs, you don't know about economics. I'm like,
Trump's tariffs are gonna cost the American taxpayer. Everybody's gonna be paying an average of $4,000 to $6,000 more a year. I'm just like, God damn, where'd y'all get these figures from?
God, like y'all know that like those figures don't make no sense if you actually do the math. They're just telling you this stuff.
And then did the math before the tariffs have even been applied. And like I said, bro, I really went into it in detail in yesterday's stream. Like, think of these tariffs as a tool. Think of these tariffs as a tool to get these countries and these companies to play ball. They're on our system, on our time, right? before y'all think about these costs just getting passed on to the consumer, which is a possibility of the tariffs. And I would like to add that we are under tariffs now. Biden has imposed tariffs. There are tariffs in the Biden administration that he's underwent. But think of his tariffs. Think of tariffs as a tool, especially how Trump plans to utilize them. He's going to get these countries and these companies to play ball on our time, on our schedule.
Yep. And as it should be. As it should be.
Thank you. Thank you both. Great.
Like, well said.
Another man, he wrote a song. It went to #1 on all the lists. You saw it? We put it. That's right. He said, Tom McDonald. It's Tom McDonald. Tom? Where's Tom? Thank you, Tom. That's a great song, too. I was honored by it. You know, he did the song, and I didn't know Tom as well as others, and now I know him very well. But he did the song, and it went to #1 on every single list. So I appreciate it. And another man who's here, and I thought the movie was great. Dennis Quaid is here with his brother, Randy Quaid. Two very good guys, and that movie was great. Ronald Reagan. Did you like him? Did you like Reagan? You liked him. He liked Reagan. He liked Reagan. I think you have to like him to play him that well. You did a beautiful job. Thank you. And a very rich guy. He owns this piece of land, and he's been after me for 3 years. Please use it. Just use it. We love you, sir. He's an unbelievable patriot, an unbelievable Republican. But you know what? That's less important. He loves our country. Al and Betty, we have to say, Hagen. Where's Al Hagen? Where is Al? Al Hagen. Great. Thank you, Al. Great property. Nice property, Al. I used to be in the business. Very nice. That was really beautiful. Thank you, Al. And Steve Hilton is here, who's been on television doing a fantastic job. Where's Steve? Where is Steve? He's around. And we have a lot of other people. We have a lot of congressmen. We have some senators, but I've had it. That's enough of this stuff. But I also want to send our love to all of the people back east who are recovering from 2 really devastating storms, hurricanes. Our hearts are with those who lost a loved one or a home.
Shout out to Milton victims, man. Hopefully everybody's safe, dry.
Kamala Harris is grossly incompetent. She didn't do a good job. She's got to do a good job, and she didn't. But the most radical left vice president in American history, that's what she's known for. She did so bad in so many different ways, and we're going to get on to a much more pleasant subject. It's called the revitalization of our country. We have a situation in our country where we're not going to let people continue to destroy it. California has been horribly mismanaged. Nothing has been managed worse than water. Do you know water? It sounds simple. Oh, water. What the hell is water? I was with Devin Nunes. Did anyone ever hear of Devin Nunes? He was great. He got big awards for what he did. He's very brave. He's the one that figured out the Russia.
Shout out Zen Master Me coming in with $2.
Men with balls vote Trump. Women with balls vote for camel toe. That was funny.
Russia hoax with Jim
They said the
Jordan,
non-binaries are following Kamala. Is that a surprise
for
anybody?
He's now running
though?
Truth and doing a very good job. Get onto Truth.
Watching on PBD, ironic.
But Devin, I'm riding up California, and we're going up toward the north, and we look at this land. I said, why is it all so barren? And then right in the middle of it, you have like this little green spot that's so beautiful, so vibrant. He said, because they have no water. I said, oh, I didn't know you had a drought. Do you have a drought? No. We take all of our water way up north, and we route it into the Pacific Ocean. So instead of coming down to past the farms where you take the farms, I mean, you had thousands and thousands of acres that was dead, bone dry. And they tell me, farmers told me, it's the finest land in the country. It's as like Iowa land. It's the finest land in the country, but they have no water. Artificially, they reroute it because they want to save, there's a fish, Delta smelt. Anyone ever hear of it? And it's not just to this area. By the way, the Delta smelt is doing extremely badly, especially since it has no water. You know, they think they have a fish, and their way of saving the fish is not to give it water. Somehow that doesn't work. but you have a little delta smelt, but you have other areas, so it's not like to this area only. And millions and millions of gallons of water over a short period of time gets pumped right into the Pacific Ocean. They have like a giant faucet, like your sink, except 1,000 times bigger. Takes one day, they turn it. It's a big valve, it goes over, and the water pours by the millions of gallons. It pours into the Pacific Ocean, which for the Pacific is like a drop, just like a drop. And if we let that, if they turn that faucet the way it should be, it's been that way for years. And I went to your governor, he said, well, the hard part is the federal government. It was actually Department of Commerce. And I got it worked out at Department of Commerce. Within 2 months, everything was done. Then I went to see Gavin Newsom, and I said,
it's official. Gavin Newsom will probably go down as one of the worst governors in at least California history, maybe American history. It's like how you come into a state that's prospering and just, bro, now it pulls in half the GDP. Kids out here getting sex changes, well, unbeknownst to their parents, like high crime, high drug use, high immigration, high undocumented immigrant numbers. It's just like, bro, how bad can it get?
You got notable companies that have left California in a mass exodus, as well as high earners, celebrities, influencers are leaving California in a mass exodus. It stands to reason like California is clearly in decline. Like, think about it. California of 2024 isn't the California of 2010, the California of the 2000s. Like, that was the American dream, California.
Man, bro, when you made it, you wanted to go to Cali. Now, if you make it, you're looking at Cali like, damn, what the hell? Man, what happened to my childhood dream, Cali?
Bro, palm trees and sunny beaches ain't the same no more.
Like, boy.
Again.
Now it's palm trees and homeless people.
Shit finder apps and shit. Man. No,
You
literally,
would
they
have
got
so
a
much-
shit finder app in San Francisco. Like, there's so many public shits on the sidewalk from the homeless, from the homeless, that, bro, they literally have developed an app to track the shits on the sidewalk.
Oh, no. Border Patrol explained that, oh, no, we stopped dumping them in Cali and we started dumping them in Texas.
Yeah, Cali's overran by these people.
Yeah, they didn't got their
migrants.
They didn't got their numbers up in Cali. We'll just say that. And you know what? We actually have a video from Arizona we could play y'all where they're literally saying that they're undocumented, but they can vote.
What I read were in Beverly Hills and Bel Air,
Actually,
they want to
shall I
bring
pull
you
that
down
up?
to like 28 gallons a person. You know, that sounds like a lot, but you know what that is? Like about a 7-minute shower. You know, you spend a fortune for a house and you can't take a shower. So we're going to take care of our farmers. We're going to take care of your water situation, and we'll force it down his throat. And we'll say, Gavin, if you don't do it, we're not giving you any of that fire money that we send you all the time for all the forest fires that you have. It's not hard to do.
And he says, where are we at? And, man, you know what? That's a good question. Where are we at? Where are we lost? Where are they going with this? I'm telling you, you gentlemen are dropping
gargantuan logic bombs.
Hey,
man.
I love it.
Try to, man. But hey, some people don't want to hear the truth, man. Shout out Vlastin. It's like the allegory of the cave, man. You expose them to the truth, man. It just hurts. The light of the truth is so illuminating, bro. It hurts these people's eyes, bro. They can't help but have a knee-jerk reaction or try and fight you for exposing them to a different perspective. Like, bro, it's sad. It's sad. Shout out Vlastin.
Yep. And here's the video of what I was talking about. Now, this is in Arizona, and these are Hispanics, or I guess whoever, are being asked, yo, are you documented? They're going to tell you no, but guess what? They voting. And in this election.
Just out of curiosity, are you registered to vote?
Yes, we've already registered.
Are you a citizen?
No.
Are you a citizen? No, I'm waiting for my residency right now.
Okay.
And do you plan to vote this year? Yes. Who do you prefer right now? Kamala or Trump? Or Trump? No, Kamala. Have you been registered?
Boy, it's only been a couple months in the USA. My man got shades and a silk robe. Like, the hell going on? In a motel? Like, what the hell is going on?
bet it was paid for.
Like, bro, can you imagine a legal coming over here next day? He's in the shades in a silk robe. Talk about, don't worry, I'm gonna get my residency in a couple weeks, dog. Don't worry, and I'll be voting in your election, Kamala.
Yes. Are you a citizen or not? And would you vote for Kamala? Well, yeah.
Arizona has recently become the center of election integrity concerns. It was the most closely contested state during the 2020 presidential election, decided by a margin of less than 11,000 votes. The razor-thin margin of victory in 2020 led to intense scrutiny of election integrity measures in the state. The primary concern is that non-citizens could be registering to vote and participating in American elections. However, the mainstream media continues to minimize the issue. The Washington Post said that the issue of non-citizens voting was dishonest. Rolling Stone claimed that the issue was non-existent, and NPR assured its audience that the issue is a myth. The stakes in the 2024 presidential election could not be higher. So, we went to Arizona to investigate the matter ourselves.
Shout out Arizona.
At the Los Vecinos apartment complex in Phoenix, Arizona.
And you wonder why Arizona's going red. Because they know what the hell going on. They see it in their face. When y'all talk about this immigration problem, there's a reason why all these southern borders is red. Well, I mean, sorry, all these border states are red. It's because they see this. They're like, bro, yeah, we see them letting in these immigrants, putting them in motels, getting them hooked up with cars, EBTs, debit cards with money on them, and leaving us out to dry. Of course, Arizona's red because they see this.
We asked residents if they were registered to vote and if they were citizens. The responses we obtained destroy the narrative that non-citizens participating in United States elections is a conspiracy theory.
Hola, señora, ¿cómo está? Somos una organización, ahorita estamos ayudando a la comunidad hispana aquí del área de Phoenix, dándoles información para la gente que igual quieren registrarse.
And let me know if y'all can see what they're saying. You can see the subtitles. Because personally, I can't. Hold on, let me see. Make sure y'all can see these subtitles. Perfect. You can see the subtitles. I can see that. Let's go.
Hola, señora, ¿cómo está? Somos una organización, ahorita estamos ayudando a la comunidad hispana aquí del área de Phoenix, dándoles información para la gente que igual quieren registrarse para votar aquí en las elecciones en noviembre. Nomás de pura curiosidad, ¿está usted registrada para votar?
Ya nos registramos.
Ok. Sí. ¿La registraron aquí o en el trabajo? ¿Vinieron? En el trabajo. Ok. ¿Usted es ciudadana?
No.
Usted ya lo registraron. Que había una obligación que me dijo que, bueno, fue en la ayuda en la ayuda que nos dan a nosotros los hispanos cuando venimos aquí. Yo puse que sí, que llegué a votar, pero bueno.
What the hell? I marked yes. Hold on, bro. There was an application that asked me. So when they say, oh, that application's a lie, that don't exist. My man with shades in the silk robe, pretty much telling y'all, bro, you wanna know how I got over here? Being able to hold the shades and a silk robe about to vote in your election? I did it through an app. Telling y'all right in y'all face.
¿Usted es ciudadana?
I think it's from the Oversight Project, but I'm not sure what video it is. I believe, you know what? You have to find it on there. Follow us on X, man. Follow us on X. Setting Key Media, man. Don't worry, you'll be able to find all of our stuff there.
Bueno, fue en la ayuda de la
There we go.
¿Usted es ciudadana?
No. ¿Usted ya lo registraron? Que había una obligación que me dijo que, bueno, fue en la ayuda en la ayuda que nos dan a nosotros los hispanos cuando venimos aquí. Yo puse que sí, que llegué a votar, pero bueno, no sé si quiere registrarme ahí. O sea, usted puso que sí. Sí, yo puse que sí, que dije, ahí me salió una obligación que si quería votar y yo puse que sí. ¿Y usted es ciudadano? No, estoy esperando la residencia todavía. ¿Está esperando la residencia? Ok. ¿Y usted planea votar este año? Sí. Y usted, la última pregunta es, ¿a quién le gusta a usted ahorita? La Kamala y el Trump. ¿Y el Trump? No, la Kamala. ¿La Kamala? ¿Usted dónde nació? En
Cuba.
Sí. Ok.
¿Está usted registrado para votar?
Creo que ya me registré la semana pasada.
¿Ya se registró?
Ok. En el súper que está aquí.
En el súper, lo registraron.
Personas como ustedes que estaban buscando.
¿Usted es ciudadano?
No, residente.
No, I'm not a resident. No, I'm not a resident. Dang, at least they honest. They could have lied to this man and just said, yeah, I'm a resident, I'm a citizen, yeah. Ain't that crazy. Hey, at least they honest.
¿Usted está registrado para votar? Sí. ¿Sí? Ok. ¿Lo registraron aquí o en su trabajo? En el trabajo. ¿Usted es ciudadano?
No.
¿No?
No. Are you a citizen? No.
¿Ciudadano? Ok. Nomás de pura curiosidad, ¿usted está registrada para votar?
Sí, ya llenaron eso.
Ah, ¿ya?
Sí.
Ah, ok. ¿Vinieron aquí alguien para registrarla?
Ajá.
Pero sí, de curiosidad, ¿usted es ciudadano americano?
No.
¿No?
Todavía no.
Venimos con una organización que ayuda a la gente a registrar para poder votar en las elecciones.
¡Oh, ya pasaron!
¿Ya?
¿Usted
ya está registrado?
Ya.
Oiga, ¿usted es ciudadano o no es?
No. No hay ningún ciudadano.
Oh, okay.
There's not a single citizen here. My man. Hey, shout out to my Hispanic homie. Even though you got here illegally, at least you're honest. He said not a single citizen in here.
Oiga, pero este año la Kamala y el trompudo, ¿usted quién le gusta?
El trompas dice que el primer día va a empezar a sacar gente.
Usted tuviera que votar por alguien, ¿por quién vota?
Mira, el trompas es negociante, ¿ok? Kamala Harris no es negociante, pero la Kamala Harris creo que está con la comunidad, pero pues va a seguir igual, la gasolina, la cara, todo el dinero lo están mandando para las guerras.
¿Usted votara por Kamala?
Pues sí.
Pero usted lo que hizo, lo bueno de Kamala es que está con la gente,
Está con la comunidad, hace promesas por los
Yeah, shout out to Oversight Project. Make sure y'all check them out.
And make sure to follow us on X as well, man. We got some funny memes, insightful videos over there. So,
Hilarious.
Key Media on X, man. Hit that follow button.
Appreciate y'all.
Other things to do. I was working on 2 Russia hoaxes. I was working on impeachments. I was working on indictments. They went out of their way to keep me busy because they didn't want this to happen. They didn't want this. It could have happened to nobody else, believe me. But Devin has done a fantastic job. We are going to have, that farmland is going to be the most fertile land. One of the farmers told me, sir, it's the best land in the country. They won't give us any water. I actually said, oh, you have a drought? I figured they didn't have rain. He said, no, the opposite. We have so much water, we don't know what to do with it. But they won't let the water come down. You know, I think these guys actually hate our country, if you think. I think they hate our country. With your vote this November, we are going to defeat this radical left country destroyer, her and him, and we're going to finish what we so brilliantly started. We have so many different things, and yet, you know, we're very consequential. You know how I know that? Because only consequential presidents get shot at. You know that, right? It's true.
Man.
Yeah.
Biden's got no problem sleeping on the beach. If I slept on the beach, it would last
Sleeping like
very
a baby.
short. Wouldn't be good.
Man.
The Secret Service wouldn't be too happy. Kids, I want to go to sleep on the beach. Who the hell sleeps in front of the paparazzi, the media? How do you sleep in front of the media? The cameras are rolling and he lays down. And you know the amazing thing? He's out cold within 2 or 3 minutes. I could never do that. I toss and turn at night. I sweat. I toss and turn thinking about things and deals. How am I going to get China for what they're doing? How am I going to do this?
Underscore. That's what you
I
mean.
toss and turn and toss and turn. I then wake up, and then I go to work, and then I go late to bed. I toss and turn. He goes to the beach. He lays down and he falls asleep within 2 minutes. He's stone cold out. They're always showing him pictures. He's stone cold out. I consider that actually a great ability. I'd like to have some of it, not all of it. I'd like to have a little bit of it. Maybe he could sell it.
Do it again.
We would, because if he could, he would do it. I promise you. We will quickly become energy independent, and we will frack, and drill, baby, drill.
Okay, getting them Haitian driver's license.
And I will cut your energy prices in half within 12 months. Your energy prices will be cut within 12 months. And remember what I said, California. You're going to have so much water, you're not going to know what the hell to do with it. They're going to call me, remember about winning, when I used to do this about winning? They're going to call me in the White House.
Proving that.
And they're going to say, sir, please, we have too much water. We're flooding. Man. Please, sir, please.
Imagine showing a whole video that just proves that there is non-citizens voting in Arizona, and all they could just say is something about, I don't know, Social Security number. I'm like, I didn't even say anything about Social Security. Like, what's wrong with y'all? Come on now. Let's stick to the facts here. Let's stick to what's being said. It's like, dog, just admit it. It's okay. People admit it. Kamala supporters admit it.
It's a scary reality, but goddamn, the truth hurts sometimes.
Bro, there's motels full of illegal immigrants or non-citizens that are voting.
Sanctuary cities, bro. They got a high-rise downtown overlooking the Chicago skyline. Must be nice.
Man, talking about welcome to America.
We have too much water. Right now, you don't have any water. Artificial. It's artificial.
Man,
Sir, please, can we see you? We have far too much water.
You'd be surprised.
I will stop outsourcing and turn the U.S. into a manufacturing superpower. And I will end the war in Ukraine, stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent very definitely World War III. We're very close to World War III.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very close. Are they okay back there?
I'm trying to figure out what the fuck.
Take your time, doctor. Doctor. Thank you. Is there a doctor? Doctor in the house? Yeah. Take your time, please. Don't forget, they've been here for 2 days, 3 days. These guys have been here for a long time, so. Yeah, take your time. Thank you very much. Great. Thank you, Doc.
If you have any questions or comments or jokes you want to send in, make sure to send in a $1+ super chat. We'll go ahead and engage with it. Appreciate the support. Make sure to like the video, man. And I believe this speech is ending out. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to move into, let's see, JD's town hall meeting with Sage Steele. So, man, hey, shout out Sage Steele.
There he is. Good evening. My name is Michael, and I'm from right here in Reading. Owning a home is at the heart of the American dream.
And he's in Pennsylvania, so I swear they're going to flip. Yeah, it's Pennsylvania's Trump. It's a wrap. Pennsylvania's Trump's.
Yet many people feel that home ownership is unattainable, especially younger Americans such as myself. What are some steps you'll take to tackle this issue?
Yeah, well, great question, Michael. And look, I appreciate the fact that you want to own a home, because you're right. It is a big part of the American dream, I think, for a lot of families, certainly for me. And there are a couple of things that we have to appreciate that have gone wrong over the last 3.5 years, because I think in Pennsylvania, the number is about 55% that home prices have gone up just in 3.5 years. And of course, rent has skyrocketed. And there are a couple of different ways to think about that, right? So first of all, you got to ask yourself, how do you lower the cost of building a home? Okay. And there are two big things you can do there. Number one is you can, as President Trump says, drill, baby, drill, because we drive down the cost of energy. And you think about it, you know, the truck driver who's delivering the lumber and the building materials to the building site, well, if he's paying or she's paying and 45% more for gasoline or for diesel, then you're paying more for a home, right? So that's one of the big drivers. And then the second thing is you've got to end the ridiculous regulations that make it hard to build things. I mean, we're in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is one of the proudest building and manufacturing states in the entire country.
Oh, yeah, I said we're about to go into subscribers only mode for the next 30 minutes. So we'll see the rest of y'all. Well, if you want to go ahead and get in the chat, just go ahead and tap this, like the video, subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you in the chat. If not, hey, just chill out, and we'll see you in 30 minutes.
We make great things in the United States of America, especially in Pennsylvania. But between permitting and environmental regulations that have nothing to do with clean air and clean water, but are just about giving a bureaucrat a job, we have made it way too hard to build in this country. We are going to make it easier to build more homes for American citizens. And that leads me to the final point. It doesn't just matter that you get more homes, and that matters, but you got to make sure that American homes go to American citizens, people who have the right to be here.
And that's the one thing when Kamala talks about, oh, I'm going to build all these homes. Yes, I'm going to build them. Everybody, these first home buyers are going to get $25,000. I'm like, ma'am, right now you've been giving all of our resources to immigrants who's to say you're not going to give these homes to immigrants? You're already allowing immigrants to price other people, Americans outside of their neighborhood or outside of their own home. So who's to say that you're gonna what? You're gonna get elected, build all these houses, to fill them with the new citizens that's gonna vote for her? Like, come on now.
In the first place.
Appreciate you.
And I've got nothing against any person who wants to come here and build a better life. Of course they want to, because it's the United States of America. But when Kamala Harris lets in 25 million illegal aliens, you've got to house those folks somewhere. And that means American homes are not going to American citizens, and that is driving up the cost of housing. It is no coincidence that the very moment Kamala Harris started to flood the country with millions upon millions of illegal immigrants, housing prices shot through the roof. And the media doesn't like to talk about this, and Kamala Harris sure as heck doesn't like to talk about it. But unless we have American homes going to American citizens, we are never going to make the American dream of home ownership affordable. Donald Trump and I are going to make sure that our homes go to our people, and that's going to make it easier for you to afford a home. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, and I think it's actually a very appropriate first question, right? Because we're talking about dreams, and that is everybody's dream. And for the last 2 years, it has seemingly been unattainable, and I think we all know why. I did want to point this out. JD Vance has no idea what these questions are, what the topics are. No idea. We didn't tell him beforehand. There's nobody in his ear, no cute earrings. There's nothing like that.
No cute earrings.
I'm just reminding everybody that this is all organic.
No cute earrings like Kamala, so she can hear the questions and get her answers. Because, Kamala off the cuff. Hey, when that teleprompter went out, what happened?
I left my Bluetooth earrings at home, so.
Sorry. Next question. Keep them coming from Lee.
Good evening. I'm Lee from Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, and I'm a retired state trooper. My question is about something that many voters... My question is about something that many voters are thinking about as we prepare to go vote. How can we be assured that we can trust our elections will be safe and free from fraud?
So Lee, another great question. Thank you for your service. God bless our men and women in blue who keep us safe every single day. We're very grateful for you. So let me answer this in a couple of different ways. And the first thing, I want to assure you that we're not getting everything perfect, and I would never say that we are. I think we're doing way better as a Republican Party on election integrity this year than we were 4 years ago. So get out there and vote. Know we're working hard on it, and we're fighting every single day to make sure that every legal ballot, but only the legal ballots count, right? That's important. We're going to protect people's right to vote. We're doing a lot to make sure that happens. And a lot of this stuff doesn't make headlines, Lee, but it's little lawsuits that the RNC is filing now that they weren't filing 4 years ago. Things like making sure that our voter rolls only have American citizens. Things like, of course, we're proud, by the way, to have the support of Bobby Kennedy, right? We're excited about that.
I think you might be misinformed on the TPS program and what that grants these migrants and asylum seekers. Yes, it's a newfound concept, and it's something that is a little bit outside of the Constitution, so I can understand you being a little bit misinformed on it. But yeah, look it up. All you need is residency status, which the TPS program grants these people.
Yeah, so
get you an ID. That's all you need, bro. Yeah. ID and residency status.
So you might want to educate yourself on policy, and because this is us proving it to you now. Go ahead and look up Biden's TPS program, and then if you read through, it'll pretty much show you. Honestly, you could just read the laws of certain states, and I'll show you right there and then.
But the Democrats have been fighting to make sure that Bobby Kennedy stays on the ballot. And for example, in North Carolina, Bobby Kennedy will not be on the ballot.
If anybody has any thoughts, comments, disagreements, poll suggestions, video suggestions, feel free to super chat into the show. $1 or more, we'll go ahead and engage with y'all fully, man.
because of the efforts of the Republican National Committee. Things like what kind of signature verification do we have to do for those mail-in ballots? We want to make sure that, again, the legal ballots count, but we want to make sure that we're following proper procedures. And the RNC's filed over 100 lawsuits just in the last few months to make sure that every legal ballot counts. We're fighting for it every single day. Now, that doesn't mean, Lee, and to all of you, I know we all care about this issue. That doesn't mean, of course, they're not going to change things or try to pull something in 24 that they didn't pull in 2020. Let me just take a totally random example off the top of my head. Let's say about a month before the Democratic National Convention, they switched out one candidate for another candidate. Maybe they'll try to do that. A candidate who, by the way, got 0 votes compared to Joe Biden's 14. But that is, to me, that is what they're going to try to pull this time. We've already seen it. Now, that does, again, they may try to pull some more things over the next few weeks, but think about what that meant is when you take a candidate that everybody knows, Joe Biden, love him or hate him, everybody had an opinion on Joe Biden, just like everybody has an opinion on Donald Trump, and you replace that person with a relatively unknown candidate just a couple of months before the election, that is a fundamental, in my view, threat to democracy, because that person...
Yeah, Kamala never had to substantiate herself. Like, bro, she didn't have to go to a primary. She didn't have to debate among other Democrats for the position to prove that she's able to substantiate her points. Now she's just out here giving word salads. The only time she can really talk about anything is on teleprompter. And even the teleprompter is word salad. So who the hell is her writers? Because these are some terrible writers. You would think that her writers would give her something better than the word salad that she displays.
Karl Marx, second eye.
I'm weak.
You know, agree or disagree with Joe Biden or agree or disagree with Barack Obama. And I'm sure we've got a lot of policy disagreements with both those gentlemen.
You good. Just like the video. Appreciate y'all.
Earned the right to represent the Democratic Party, which is something Kamala Harris never did. So and the final point I'll make on this, Lee, is you know how you make sure that we win in 2024? We make sure that we, and you've heard this term before, swamp the vote. All right. And that's why I point people to this website, swampthevoteusa.com. Check your registration, because if we overwhelm this system with as many votes as possible, we are going to make Donald Trump the next president of the United States, and we're going to save the country.
Can I share a quick story with you? This happened 6 days ago. I just moved to the great free state of Florida.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Literally
3 weeks ago. I'm in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, great.
I'm in Broward County.
Okay.
Which is
family okay with the storm?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Everybody's good. And
good
a lot of friends are not, though, so we need to continue to support and donate to the right places, which are on the Florida websites, etc. I did want to share this, though, because even in a state that has now turned red the last election,
Who is it?
Disturbing. Last week,
Oh,
I'm in
really?
Broward County, which is a
did
blue
look
county,
familiar.
and I went to
She's worked for
register to vote as a
ESPN.
Floridian. And I called ahead, and I also looked on the website, and I brought all of the documentation, the car registration, proof of residency.
She does definitely look familiar.
Driver's license, passport. I walked in. She said, "There you go, fill it
Shout
out."
out
I filled
Sage
out the form.
I mean, shout out
One of the
Sage
finest
Steele.
women at ESPN at that time, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. She had it on. All the journalists for real had it going on for real.
I'm telling you, dog. I remember like seeing her when I was younger. I was like, God damn.
Fine looking woman, bro.
And handed it to her. And she said, "Okay, thanks." And I said,
That worries me.
"Yeah." I said, "Don't you want to check my proof of residency? Do you want to check my driver's license?" She said, "No, you signed it. I'm sure it's the truth." So this is in a state
All right,
that
Mac Hunt, where
we
you at?
trust. My point is,
Where you at?
to your point, we can't settle. We have to absolutely make sure, because even when you're trying as citizens to do it the right way, I brought her all and I said, no, ma'am, please check my identification. She goes, "No, and if you want to vote now, they're right over there." So I have major concerns because of 2020, but even now when we're much more aware on both sides, and those things still happen. A state can run it properly, but your county matters and who's in charge there. How do we battle that? I mean, I begged the lady to take my passport and my car registration.
Yep. Yeah. Again, it's a great point, and it goes to my issue that we're not going to get all this stuff right. But what I do think is that my strong suspicion, I actually want to run this down, so I may be speaking out of turn, but my strong suspicion is that there are folks at the RNC who are checking these registrations as they come in, because I have heard, not in Florida, but in other states, where we've been able to challenge registrations that are clearly bunk. For example, one of the things we see sometimes, especially with people who don't have the legal right to be here, is you will have people who will register and they'll use a local business, oftentimes like a Walmart. Bruh. And what we've noticed is that, well, when you have 22 people registering at one address, and that address happens to be a Walmart, then you need the RNC to go in and challenge those ballots as they come in, right? And so we are at least doing that in some of these states, but I want to follow up. You said it's Broward County. Broward County. Okay, so let me check on that. The last point that I'll make here is, it looks like we had maybe somebody. Sir, we love you. Let's give a round of applause. It looks like he's on his own feet, but
fortunately, he's walking with some assistance. Yeah. Well,
God bless you, sir. I'm sorry to miss the rest of the program, but it looks like he's doing okay. So that's a good thing. All right. There's a lot more that we can do, but we are actually tracking some of this registration stuff to make sure that it's going in the right direction. And again, with all acknowledgement that nothing's ever going to be perfect, you look at our registration numbers in Florida and in Pennsylvania, guys, we are knocking it out of the park right now. I mean, things are moving in the right direction, and that's a very, very good thing. So I say that not to say that we've got it all figured out, because we've got to work hard on it, knock on wood.
Bro, some of the battleground states that Kamala she needs are going for Trump. So yeah, I ain't really too worried right now. I'm not really too worried at all. I'll be honest with you. Now, I don't put 100% faith in polls. Be honest with you, I put maybe like 40% faith. Not really 50-50. But it is a bit funny, though, that all these polls, even polls that are usually liberal leaning, showing that Trump's up, that's a sign right there.
But I say that because we're winning this election. We really are. We just got to keep working at it.
And, I hesitate to bring it up, to talk about it sometimes, but I almost consider it like see something, say something.
That's exactly
That's not right.
Yes.
And so we have to do our part. But if we see things like that are or are not happening properly, isn't it our responsibility to report it and try to get this as close as possible?
That's exactly right. And actually, so just a few days ago, I did a call with a lot of our poll workers. Some of you may have even been on that call, because one of the best ways to help out, obviously register to vote is the most important thing, voting most important thing. But if you've got extra time, I think it's something like 60,000 poll workers all across the country. But again, not just the poll watchers, but we've also got the legal support, so that if, for example, they show up in a precinct and the local precinct lead is a Democrat who says you have no right to be here, then we can go in and say, no, actually, you do have the right to be there. You do have the right to watch. So there are a lot of things that we could be doing. The poll watching is really important because, to your point, see something, say something.
And I've been kept saying, I'm like, bro, yeah, we need more people to go in there and stand at the polls and watch them, like hawk them down. Damn near stared them, like stare a hole into the side of their damn head and be like, nah, I'm waiting. Look, man, you better not do anything funny or I'm clipping it up. Like, that's how we gotta be. Because I remember on the last one, when what was it? When they was running the trial and the election fraud. Well, not even running. I think 60 Minutes was trying to do something on there. And it was showing video proof, right? And here's the thing, though. They cut the video off, and there was some lady pulling, some ballots out of nowhere from underneath the table. And I'm just like, hold on. What are they doing with that? And here's the thing. Everybody left. The media left. People, of course, you're supposed to vote. You're left. Some of the personnel left, and it was just these people in a room. And it got kind of weird. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Principle, but it's going to take tens of thousands of us working together. It's not going to happen by accident.
And I will say, once again, the RNC has done an incredible job and invested millions of dollars to try their best to make sure we have, I said we, right, attorneys really stationed throughout the country at these different polling places. And so I think it already feels much different than it did 4 years ago.
No, it really is. And I will say, given a lot of credit to Chairman Michael Whatley here, who's the head of the RNC. So ask yourself, why is Michael Whatley the head of the RNC? And there are a whole host of reasons. But one of them is, you got to ask yourself, which states had pretty good, not perfect, but pretty good elections in 2020 and 2022. And I would actually pick two states. My home state of Ohio, we did things very well, a great credit to our local leadership, and also the state of North Carolina, which is a little tighter. It's more of a purple state than a red state, but they did their elections extremely well, and that's in part because of Michael Whatley's leadership. So part of what we asked them to do was, hey, take what you did in North Carolina and make it work for the whole country, and I think that's what we're working to try to do.
25 more days.
That's right.
Next question. Where is my friend Julia? Julia. There she is. Hi.
Hey.
Hello, Senator Vance. My name is Julia, and I have a chemistry and engineering background. And my biggest concern is about how we stay competitive, especially with China. The U.S. went from building 5% of the world's commercial ships in the 1970s, many in Philadelphia, to building about 0.2% today.
Wow.
Most of which has gone to China. How do we get these good-paying jobs back so we can build our ships in America?
Thank you, Julie. Great question. And is it Julie or Julia? Julia. Well, thank you, Julia, for that question. You sort of hit the nail on the head. And I think the whole reason that President Trump ran in 2016 and the reason, like the thing that I most worry about when I wake up is protecting America's manufacturing sector. And I'll throw another statistic at you, which is that we still have the biggest economy in the world, thank God. But one of the things that is true is that if you look at manufacturing GDP, the Chinese are 32% of it and we're 18% of it. Okay. And what that means is on the critical things that you need to make, ships, pharmaceuticals, the drugs that we put into the bodies of our children, the Chinese have a huge advantage over us. And we got to wake up. And we have to fight back against that. Now, there are a couple of different things that we can do. And number one is actually pretty easy. We just have to have bad leadership to stop screwing this up. Because you ask, what is one of the major costs of manufacturing anything, whether it's shipping or something else? It's energy. And we've got, we're in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're sitting on the Saudi Arabia of natural gas. We just got to unleash that. And Now that will lower costs, of course, for everybody because all of us use energy and we all use things that are made out of energy, but it also make it easier to manufacture in the United States of America. Because you mentioned, I think it was commercial ships, right? Where we used to be 5%, now we're 0.2%. But of course, God forbid, let's say we get into a war with China, and I certainly hope that doesn't happen. But those commercial ships are going to start building warships very, very quickly. And this is the secret of why do we win the Second World War? Well, of course, we had the bravest people and we had the best troops, but we had the world's industrial might. No one could compete with America's manufacturing sector, and that's what.
And since there was a debate going on in the chat, man, it's kind of funny though, but no, you don't need you don't need a Social Security to be a citizen. You don't need a Social Security to be a citizen. And here's the thing, if you look up all voter laws, you just need to be United States citizens. So you don't need a Social Security. Like there are green card holders who don't have, a Social Security number. They voting. Yep. And one of the public benefits of having a Social Security number is voting is not included. So yeah, you don't need a Social Security number to vote. Actually, you don't even need a Social Security number to be a U.S. citizen, which is crazy. I know, but it is what it is.
What we got to get back, or we're going to lose the next major war. That's what has to change. And I want to answer with something else too, because President Trump, I think, really changed the national conversation about this. And of course, the media doesn't give him enough credit here, but we have to ask ourselves, okay, America has a lot of advantages. I think we got the best workers. We have great energy. We've got the best markets anywhere in the world. People want to buy and sell in the United States of America. But here's something, let's be honest. The one thing that the Chinese have an advantage over the United States, and I don't think it's an advantage they should be proud of, it's that they are willing to use slave laborers. In America, we want middle-class wages for middle-class work. We're not going to accept slave labor. So, ask yourself, okay, let's say the Chinese have a literal, and I'm not criticizing these poor people. Some of them are literally being used as slaves by the Communist Chinese Party. Let's say they can get labor for $3 a day, but we want a middle-class American to make $25, $30 an hour because we, of course, want our people to be able to get good wages. We want them to be able to support a family on their income. We don't want them to be paupers in their own country. So how do we compete with, if the Chinese are paying slaves $3 a day and an American worker is earning 100 times that, which they should? The answer is tariffs. The only way. Because here's what a tariff does. A tariff says, if you're going to make that product using slave labor in China, then we're not letting it come back into our country unless you pay a big fat penalty. That's what a tariff is.
Y'all mad at tariffs.
When Kamala Harris goes against tariffs, and she attacks tariffs all the time, what she's effectively saying is we are going to let slave laborers build products and then bring it into our country, undercutting the jobs and the industries of America. We've got to cut that crap out, protect our businesses, but most of all, protect American working men and women. We got to make more stuff in America.
Businesses is our bottom line, our bottom dollar.
Thank you.
It is truly
the core of America, the rib of American society.
It is truly anti-American.
It is.
And I think that's what we need to remember. Like sometimes I say, why? I don't understand it. It is, the reason doesn't matter. It's anti-American and it must stop. The question is not if, but when you get in office,
that's right.
How can you and Mr. Trump, how quickly, realistically, can you start to turn that around and bring jobs back from China?
You know, some of this stuff is going to happen very quickly, and some of it's going to take longer. And, you know, I think it's important for political leaders to level with the American people because, you know, the American manufacturing sector was destroyed is overstating it, but it was harmed over 40 years, okay? It's not going to happen overnight. But if you just look at what President Trump was able to do in 4 years, right? So there's all the stuff that we talk about. There's rising take-home pay, the fastest in 40 years. There's 1.5% inflation. It's always funny. You know, Kamala will say, well, if Donald Trump gets his way on tariffs, then, you know, inflation's going to go through the roof. It's like, first of all, the inflation is going through the roof because of what you've done. Donald Trump imposed tariffs and inflation was at 1.5%. It doesn't make any sense. But
that's what I'm saying.
I think that a lot of this stuff can happen very quickly because energy, I mean, look, we are sitting on a...
It's like, don't you understand? We already have the test sample for how tariffs work, and it was under Trump. Like, yeah, we already seen how Trump tariffs have worked, and we were doing well. Wages were going up. Inflation was at a good level. Like, nothing was wrong to be on. Well, employment was good. The only thing that went wrong in Trump's presidency was COVID.
Gold mine. Drill, baby, drill. Right? We are sitting on the gold mine.
Appreciate that. Project per Packus. Yeah, appreciate that. Project per Packus. 5 gifted memberships from Project. Am my mic on? Yeah, it is. Probably get the memberships from Project Per Packus, man. So shout out Chance, shout out MVNIC, Charles Cole, Angel Roses. Appreciate y'all joining the membership program. Happy to have you in here, man.
Welcome to the family.
Yes, sir. Action be unleashed very, very
James
quickly.
Foley as well, man.
You know,
hey,
you already
my boy James
saw
in here
a lot
now.
of investment that was starting to come back into our country when Trump was president, but you can do a lot more.
Hey.
Sometimes you don't even have to do the tariff. You just have to threaten
Let
it,
us see it.
right? And that's what President Trump understood about this more than anybody, because he is a business guy, is you got to be willing to use your leverage in a negotiation. You can't go into a negotiation with China and say, oh, yeah, fine, you know, we welcome all of your, you know, built by literal slaves products, because then they're going to take advantage of you. You need to be willing to fight back and to push back and to stand up for American workers. That's what we're going to do. It's going to happen some quickly, some it's going to take a few more years.
And I think as Americans and as citizens, I found myself paying more attention. When I go on Amazon to buy something, you can look and see where it's manufactured.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that that's where we have responsibility as well, to do a little bit more homework and say, you know what? Okay, maybe this isn't the exact color I want, or it's a little bit more for now. But if it's made here, that's the only way to begin that process.
Well, and here's another important point. Like, we should have learned the hard way 4 years ago during the height of COVID, when all the supply chains were breaking down, that we've got to have more self-reliance. I mean, look, think about this. Okay, so this happened to me about a year ago. You know, I've got 3 little kids. As you know, little kids get sick all the time, right? So I take my kid to the CVS that's, you know, a mile down the road from our house in Cincinnati, and it's like, okay, this is the prescription for an ear infection that's for my 3-year-old. He's now 4. It's like, oh, well, we don't have that one. So you call the doctor, and you get a second prescription. Well, we don't have that one either. Then you get a third, and finally it's the 4th prescription. Think about this. Our country invented the mass commercialization, the mass availability of antibiotics. And now our own children sometimes have to go down the list to the 4th prescription because we don't make enough of our own stuff. So what we should have learned over COVID was not to mask toddlers or to fire nurses because they don't want to take a shot. The real lesson... Or other professionals, not to be too on the nose, but what we should have learned from COVID is we need to be more self-reliant. We can't rely on countries that hate us to make our stuff.
That gives me
but we didn't learn that lesson.
Oh, he's got the fight t-shirt on.
That's
I
right.
see you.
That's, yeah.
Very nice.
This is a good guy here.
So cool.
Did we have an open bar before I got here? Is that what's going on?
We can create one after, right? Tell me where to go after this, Reading, Pennsylvania. Okay, let's... The bar's over there. Oh, look, she's inviting
The bar's
us.
over here.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Be right over. I'm not picky. Next question. I should have asked how to pronounce it. Lazaro, help us. When you come to the mic, tell me how to pronounce it properly. There he is.
Yes,
how do you say your name?
Lázaro.
Lázaro. Thank you.
Hi, Senator Vance.
Hi.
Thank you for being here. So I'm from Shillington, Pennsylvania. I'm concerned about what's going on in the world today. My son, like you, served in the United States Marine Corps.
Here. Thank you, and thank him.
My parents escaped communism and came to America for freedom. How will you and President Trump help us protect us from the spread of communism?
Good question. Ooh. So first, Lázaro? Okay, Lázaro. Thank you for your question, and thank you for your son's service. And it's one of these things that's interesting. I don't know if you've noticed this, but when I talk to people who are really concerned about communism and really concerned about socialism, it's 2 groups of people that are really concerned about it. It's one, typically older Americans who remember the threat of the Soviet Union. And then it's also a lot of recent legal, of course, but recent legal immigrants who came from countries with communism. The people who experience communism, they know that it's something that we got to push back on and push back against aggressively. And there's too much, I think there's too much willingness to sort of wave this away and say, it's not really communism. And then, you've got the leading presidential candidate who doesn't want to lower grocery prices, which are up by 25%, by the way, by unleashing American workers and American businesses and American farmers, but wants to do price controls. Right? We should be scared of price controls. This is something that's actually been tried before, and what it leads to is scarcity. It leads to you not being able to buy flour or bread or apples at the grocery store. That's not what I want. I want to lower prices by unleashing America's farmers, making more food, and getting it to the people that need it. Right? That's how you lower the cost of food, not by price controls.
And the floodgates have been open, man. Welcome, everybody. Let's have respectful debates in the chat, man, and let's get to it.
And so, sir, I think one of the big things that we have to do and recognize is that the reason why people aren't as worried about the rise of socialism, whether it's overseas or whether it's here at home, is that our education system has gotten totally broken. And this is something we've got to fix back on. This goes back to Julia's question a little bit earlier. I mean, look, 40 years ago, American public education was the marvel of the world. We led in reading, we led in mathematics, we led in language arts, and that was what was so cool about it, is that whether you were rich or poor or black or white, you got a good education in the United States of America. We believe that was the birthright of every one of our citizens. Well, now, you've got American children. They might, be able to say that there are 87 genders, but they can't add 2 plus 2. Right? And we've injected so much progressive politics into our education system that it's not just, I think a lot of this stuff is crazy, and I imagine a lot of you think it's crazy too. I don't think there are 87 genders. I think that's totally bogus.
And make sure to like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen or 3 dots up there in the corner. Let's get more people in on the conversation. And if you want to engage with me and Key, man, send in a question or a comment, we'll go ahead and engage with it, or a joke. Anyone, just $1 and up.
Post suggestions as well, y'all. $1 or more, man. We got y'all.
Appreciate the support. Let's go.
But it's not just that that's bogus. It's that it distracts from teaching kids the core things that they need to know. And one of the things I think American children need to know is that there is an alternative system out there called socialism that leads to death and poverty, right? That's one of the most important civic pieces of education that we can give our kids, is to teach them, why has America been so prosperous over 250 years? It's not perfect, of course. We haven't always gotten things right. We've done a hell of a lot better by hewing to basic fundamental principles, and a lot of these countries have completely gone off the rails. I mean, literal starvation in places like Venezuela because they haven't followed the same ideas that we have. And I think that's something that we have to fix at the root cause of education, because if we keep on teaching young American leaders that socialism is okay, then eventually we're going to make a bad mistake in this country. Frankly, I fear.
And that's exactly what happened to Venezuela. It's like they had a socialist leader. He was popular. Everybody loved him. He got in, and then he completely destroyed the economy to the point where, Venezuela is dealing with 60,000+% in inflation. That bad.
Fear that we're going to do it unless we elect Donald Trump on November 5th. So another reason to get out there and vote.
Get something right.
I just saw this beautiful baby. How old is she? 9 months. Oh, she's beautiful.
Hey,
what's her name?
Start them young, right? Start them young.
Evelyn Liberty. Give it up for Evelyn Liberty.
You gotta love it. Last name Liberty, she born to win.
JD, doesn't that make you think about a number 4?
Yes, it does.
Keep going.
Yeah, talk to my wife about that.
I'm going to talk to her, right? Yes.
You want to drop right into a marital conversation. That's I want to have a 4th baby. Usha's maybe.
Yes.
We'll see.
A reminder: we are in control of all of that. Yes.
What she
everybody
says
their choice. They ain't lying when they say that.
November 5th. That's what she says. So
she's smart.
Let's win this election.
You could agree. You could disagree with day body day choice until you got a girlfriend or wife, and you over here talking about a second, third, 4th kid, and she give you that look like, this is my shit, right? This is my oven, right?
First things first. Real quick follow-up to what you said. One of the beauties of Florida is the diversity, and so many people who come over here legally as immigrants and proudly. And I talk to them quite often in Ubers. It's amazing how the conversations begin there. And there was
start them late
today from Cuba, many from Venezuela, and they bring it up and they say it all the time. Americans don't understand. They don't understand what's at stake and what's on the line because to your point, they've never felt it. They've never lived it. And of course, it's not going to be talked about in the mainstream media. So it does go back to education. The problem there is then we have unions and we have tenure. You got to blow that whole thing up. But how realistic is that?
Look, I think it is realistic because people have recognized that our education system is failing our kids. So, and it's funny, it's often public school teachers who know the most about how corrupted it's become. Because they don't want to be teaching all this crazy stuff. They want to be teaching kids reading, writing, American history. And I mean, this is one of the reasons I know this is a big issue in the state of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, is we've got to do school choice to give parents ownership over their kids' education. And there's also, there's something here which I think, look, we're Republicans. We typically believe the government should be smaller. We don't want the government in our bedrooms. We don't want controlling our lives. But there are things that the government needs to do and needs to do well. Like it needs to do immigration enforcement, and it needs to do it well. When the government is in, this is, of course, local government.
And I do hate when, I don't know, these Democrats, that get in their feelings. Like, what you going to do? Are you really about to tear people, like families apart? I'm like, well, no, we're going to actually send these kids back with their parents. But they were born here. Well, we can no longer have that heart for them no more. At this point, you need one, decide a limit on, I don't know how the kid got to be before we take him out with the parent. And I'm thinking like, if the kid was born about 3 years and both their parents came here illegally, well, good. You can send them all away. Good. Bye. And a lot of people don't agree with that. I'm like, we can't be like, well, for lack of a better words, pussyfooting about this. We can't be soft-hearted about this. We got to be heavy-handed, kind of got to turn a cold heart on real quick just to get this done. And it has to be done.
I like to say it like this. As long as we got the concept of an anchor baby, people are going to utilize that. People are going to abuse the system as long as there's a system in place to be abused. So if they know they can come over here, have a baby, have a child on American soil, and that gets them grandfathered into residency status, then of course people are going to manipulate the system. If we allow it, then why wouldn't they take advantage? So yeah, it does sound kind of heartless. It does sound kind of cold at a certain point in time, but we have to reevaluate the migration and the immigration system, and that can't be a part of it. Like, you can't come over here, have a baby, now you over here just for good. Like,
boy,
if people know they can be able to do that, they're going to do it every time.
Yeah, and we shouldn't just let people abuse it. We shouldn't let people play on our emotional strings just to get the advantage on us. Like, I don't know, man. That's pretty damn weak, and I don't like coming from weak positions just because you want to play on my emotions. Actually, I damn near feel offended, and I feel like you're trying to manipulate me. But just because Jasmine asks, I'm going to go ahead and show y'all what happened in Venezuela. And ask yourself, does this sound familiar? Come on, just let me know. Just let me know. I could be tripping. I could be. Or I could be right on point. But let's see. Make sure you hear.
Guinness Book. So imagine you're the richest country in South
clearly
America. You have more oil
clearly.
reserves than any other country in the world. 18% of the global reserves are yours. Saudi second at 17%. You are rich. You're beautiful. You're doing great. Everybody wants to come to your country for vacation. Venezuela on some of the list. Guinness Book of World Record. The happiest people alive live in Venezuela. And in 1998, you get a guy that comes in, Hugo Chavez. Billionaires support this guy. Business owners support this guy. They're like, we like this guy. He's going to be great. And then all of a sudden, boom! Bad policies cause Venezuela to be at a point right now where in the last 10 years, 7.7 million people have left the country. 25% of the people in the country of Venezuela left. 6.5 million to, neighboring countries, South America, the famous bridge, the Simon Bolivar Bridge, they cross to go to Colombia, Caribbean. Some of them come in here. These are workers, family people, have jobs, business owners. How do you lose people like this? And then they have an election right now, July 28th. Maduro gets up. We won. Nobody else won. Opposition saying, no, we destroyed you. 67, 60. No, we won. No, we have the data. Well, our policy states that whoever's the existing president, we tally the numbers that only we have access to. The opposition doesn't. What kind of
Corruption
a country does this? Venezuela, and that's who we're going to talk about today.
Sounds real familiar.
Give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. Let's get right into it. So imagine you're the president of this country called Venezuela, and you all of a sudden get so pissed off at Elon Musk. You say, I'm willing to fight you, and I will kick your ass if you want to. I'm going to fight you. And guess what? For 10 days, nobody can use X because this is the arch enemy. And it's called election interference. What Elon Musk is doing with this technology called X. And then Elon's like, what are you talking about? You're doing election fraud, bro. You're a criminal guy running Venezuela. Your people are leaving you. You're mistreating people. Do you not realize what happened in 2018
dignify that man
when
with
you
a
got the sanctions put on you for what you were doing to your own people, where your inflation in 1 year was 63,374. Your own people were burning your currency because they were saying it's worth nothing. That's under your regime, buddy, Mr. Maduro.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. It's on some German World War One, post World War One Germany shit. It's like, bro, except it's not due to war, it's due to their own political leadership. It's like, what? And that's why I say, I'm like, bro, this could be America easy. Like, think about it. They went from, like, bro, the golden Hispanic country. Like, they have all the oil resources. They got everything they need to be a prosperous country. All it took was this bad leadership to just throw it all down the drain.
They did it under you. And I've seen your video where you're doing the, little Muhammad Ali footwork. You're fighting this other guy. I've seen that video that you kind of shown that you know how to fight. I see all this stuff you're talking about. If you look at the numbers, this is not a good look. You are the CEO of a company called Venezuela, and you used to sell a lot of oil. And then in 2018, when the sanctions were put on you, the barrels went from where it was in 2000 to 2003. Look at the drop you had. Why do you think this is? Are you not a good diplomat? Are you not able to negotiate? Do you not have the good policies to sit there with other countries and say, hey, guys, let's make it work? Do you not see your people starving and they're going through it where all of a sudden there's an election on July 20th of 2024? This, you say, I won, I'm the winner. But then the opposition results, led by Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia and Maria Corina Machado, claims victory with 67% of the national vote, with you only getting 30% of it. And they said that they collected 81.21 of the official ballot tally sheets, showcasing their claimed win. And detentions. 183 opposition members were detained from January 1st to July 28th. Exiled voters, only 69,000 of the 6.5 million eligible voters were living abroad, so you can't say like there was any kind of an election fraud.
Yo, could you imagine if Kamala Harris pulled that though? Just like, no, I actually won. I'm not getting, and I'm actually going into office, and what y'all about to do about it? Get the military, they stole the election, and let's just say, oh, we believe Kamala Harris now, but we don't believe Trump. You know how they work with the Democrats. Can you imagine that?
She was just like, cry about it. I'm gonna do what I want.
No, when I won't. Just like me and Big Biden did all these 3 years, letting all these immigrants when we won't.
How y'all feel about that?
Place. Meanwhile, 6 people were killed. More than 130 people were arbitrarily detained during post-election protests. And then this is the tally that everybody sees, that you show everybody. No, I won 51.2%. According to the Consejo Nacional Electoral, the CNE, which you have access to, the rest of the people don't. But according to Plataforma Unitaria Democrática, 67% to 30%. You lost. Maybe your people are saying we're sick of it. They may ask, Pat, where are you going with this? Let me simplify it for you, okay? We have certain people right now that are accepting certain policies in America. Well, what's wrong with Kamala Harris's policies? $4.1 trillion. She wants to tax people with, unrealized capital gains. It's just going to affect the people that have $100 million plus, 25%. It's not a big deal. I mean, these people can afford it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can just tax these guys. What's wrong with that? I'm not going to be affected by, am I, Kamala? I'm not going, she doesn't think. She tells me I'm not going to be, I should believe it, right? That's exactly what many of the elites and average people in Venezuela believed in Hugo Chavez. This is a good guy. 1998. Let me give you some of the stories. At first, one prominent wealthy supporter was Gustavo Cisneros, a media mogul. Later on became critical due to Chavez's media policies. The other one is Juan Carlos Escotet. The banker supported Chavez's economic initiatives and benefited from financial sector reforms. Why? Because, hey, I'll get up and say everything is good for you. Can you just please make policies that all the business flows through me? I got you, bro. Don't worry. We're going to take care of you. As long as you keep telling me that I have power, I'm going to be good with you. I'm good with that. You just give me all the business. Wilmer Ruperti, an oil shipping magnate who supported Chavez during the oil industry, strikes by providing logistical supports. And obviously, many business elites and powerful families benefited from state contract and subsidies. Here's the challenge, though. This alignment changed as Chavez's policies became more radical, leading to expropriations and loss of business control. What's the point?
So he was working well with everybody. Everybody was getting in. And eventually he just flipped on them. He just said, all right, no more your way. And we're now doing everything my way.
Well, it sounds like he kind of capitulated to their needs and their politics to gain prominence and, get their favor. And then once it wasn't necessary to low-key be on the same side as them, he cast them away like nothing.
I feel like once the bag was big enough, or he felt like his bag was big enough, or his power was influential enough, he was like, yeah, I need y'all.
They were simply damn it.
Oh, you have a difference of opinion? Step into jail for me.
Literally, bro.
Yeah, it's like, it's funny. He low-key did get it off. Man, and
collateral damage. Couldn't think of the phrase.
All right, get that one from me.
Yeah, shout out Stephen Teague, $2, man. And it's his first super chat on a live, man. So we appreciate that honor, man. He said America need to turn back to God and needs Trump. I agree.
Yeah.
It's like the Kanye meme. Where is God in all this?
Somebody in. Like, it's not going to be that bad. It's going to be okay.
I don't know if Trump is the man to bring religion back, but yeah, I could agree with the point.
He's a good guy. I've had dinner with him. Like, just say, oh, he's a good guy. And then they get in. Wait, what's that all about? Well, I mean, it's just a little bit. And they push a little bit more. Not a fan of it. I'll let it go. A little bit. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, you better be quiet. Why? I won't give you the business anymore if you do that. But bro, you're like crossing. You never said you were going to do this. Well, I'm going to do it. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. I've never met this side of you before. Oh, you didn't know all along. I was driven by power and to control you. That's what he's saying. And now what do? And this is where all of a sudden you get 63,000% inflation. 7.7 million people leave. And these people, many countries will take them because they're family, they have kids, they're working, they can go any other place. They will be a net positive to society. But a beautiful country, Venezuela, lost it all because of bad policies. And by the way, most people watch this and that'll never happen in my country. But a lot of people say, cancer? Me? Come on. Nah, not me, somebody else. For me? No, that's for other people. It's you.
Never say never.
Shit. This is why you notice many immigrants who come to America are slightly more paranoid when the government tries to tell us what to do, especially the ones that don't want all the entitlement. I'm not talking about the immigrants that come here and say, Section 8, welfare, all this. I'm not talking about those guys. I'm talking about the guys that are coming here just because they want to be left alone and be free. They are a little bit more paranoid than Americans that are born here, going to the university, are brainwashed. They're like, come on. All these other people that try to do socialism, they weren't sophisticated enough like America. We are America. We know what we're doing. We're smart. We have Harvard here. We have Berkeley here. We know how to handle socialism. You guys don't. We're the smarter
people
ones.
do lean too much on these whole education. It came from Harvard. It came from Stanford. Or he's from Harvard. He's from Stanford. Yeah, and he can still lie to you. He can still give you a skewed study. Yeah, it can still happen. It's like wild.
Right. And then boom, more taxes, more taxes, more taxes, more taxes, more taxes, more regulation, more regulation, more regulation, more regulation. And then you feel like this. You can't breathe. Then what? The only thing, I'm not telling you we're there right now. All I'm telling you is future looks bright.
Yeah, I was going to add to that. You got to check the political bias of some of these analysts when they purport these stats to us. Like,
especially Harvard, funded by George Soros. So.
Yeah, like, I know it sounds crazy to say, but whoa, they're the experts. They're the experts. They're the technocrats. And I'm just like, yeah, you're not wrong. But it's just like, bro, again, check the political bias of some of these people.
I'm going to just say it, bro. Look, any pro-immigration or anti-white study that comes out of Harvard, don't trust it. It's funded by people who just want those results to come out like that. I don't trust Harvard no more. You know what? Give me any other study but one from Harvard, and I might just look into it. But I'm tired of looking into Harvard studies, realizing the bias.
Right, 51% of the time, but the other 49% only.
Bro, you better change her mind, bro.
Survive.
Before it's too late.
Don't be too confident that this mess cannot happen in your country.
20 plus days, bro. You better get to your grill before it's too late.
To the channel. One of the best speeches on this topic was given by Milei, who's now running Argentina. Argentina looks like it's making a lot of progress. If you've heard,
shout out PBD, always giving a informative perspective and content
and breaking it down
perfectly.
But when the local government is educating our kids, we want them to do it well. And this is competent government. We've got to get back to that, right? Smart people running the government and making sure it does its job. Yes, we want it smaller, but when it's doing something, we want it to do it well.
We're not asking for that much, are we? Apparently.
Yeah, we figured it out. I mean, look, we apparently had education figured out pretty well 40 years ago, and it's by getting...
And I don't hate nobody at Harvard. Don't take it like that. I don't hate no staff, no student. It's just... I just noticed some things, okay? That's all.
Away from some basic truths that we've screwed it up.
And once again, to all those teachers in the audience, is that Julia? Yes.
I'll say that.
Thank you. Thank you. It is a thankless job quite often between the teachers, the first responders, our military servicemen and women, the medical professions. All of these people, yes. Of course, we all were affected so greatly by COVID, but
of course,
I mean, you are on the front lines, and I thank you for the patience with my 3 kids in particular,
yes,
and in general, because it is a tough job, and we love you for it.
God bless you guys. Thank you.
Keep it going. Where is Gwyneth? Another question. It is from Gwyneth, right here in the front.
Senator Vance, thank you for being here tonight and taking questions from voters. My name is Gwyneth, and I'm concerned about the federal government's overreach, especially the Department of Justice and the FBI. How will you and President Trump help control the out-of-control federal government?
Hear, hear.
Bureaucratic agency. I'm glad she brought that up.
Doing what they please.
That is a very big question, and here's the simple principle that's going to guide President Trump and I when it comes to the administration of justice. Equal justice under law. It's very simple. We don't go after people. You don't go after people because they disagree with you. You don't try to throw a pro-life father of 7 in prison because he dared to protest. You don't throw a parent. You don't have the FBI go after them at a school board meeting because they showed up to peacefully do what parents ought to do, which is to speak up on behalf of their kids. That's the fundamental principle. And I think the question is then, how do you apply that principle in practice? Here's one thing that I'll say. The most important job, and this is a bit of a hit to my ego, but the most important job after President of the United States in the next administration, it's not me, it's who we select as Attorney General. You need an Attorney General who believes in true equal justice under law. And look, I think we've got a lot of good candidates. It's one of the reasons why, by the way, we want to get Dave McCormick elected senator from the state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, is because when we make that nomination, when President Trump nominates an Attorney General, we want to make sure that person can get confirmed. Right? And that's a really important part. But here's what you then have to do. Because let's be honest, Merrick Garland, I think, is one of the most corrupt AGs we've ever had in this country. But it's not just Merrick Garland, right?
Well, to that point about Harvard, James, you're making a good point as well. But I just meant it's systemic as far as their ideology and the framework of Harvard, it being one of the most liberal institutions in our country, for real. So you make a good point about that, about the DEI and the...
Bro, the fact that Asian students got to score like twice as much as a black student to
the
get into Harvard,
inclusivity that
like,
kind of affects and it disparages other students. So I get what you're saying. That's a good point. But I just kind of meant like Harvard being one of the most notable liberal schools in America, and like the framework and the ideology of a lot of these studies that are put out. You got to kind of understand the thought process, the engine behind it.
Bro, and how we ever progress as a community if we're just being boasted up falsely, though. It was like, you're telling me an Asian person, for them to get into the same school I would, they'd have to score like what? Like 200-300 points more than me on an SAT? Like, how fair is that? Like, bro, I don't like those unfair like advantages. Even if it does work for me, it just kind of makes it hinders the growth of that community, because they can always now lack in performance and be able to get what they want. I mean, 2 is just unfair.
There's some people that clearly report to Merrick Garland. I had this conversation probably about a year ago.
Let's get the video to 400 likes, y'all. 400 likes. So double tap that screen if you ain't here.
We're trying to do the right thing. You've got a lot of great law enforcement people at the FBI. But he's like, the leadership of our agency is so broken that you've got to clean house. And that's what we're going to do. We are going to... When we say drain the swamp, I mean, look, just go back a few years ago. You had the entire government. You had an impeachment, a fake impeachment that was completely oriented around the idea that Donald Trump was in bed with a foreign government. We all remember that, the Russia scam, okay? That scam was a complete lie. And even the independent Justice Department investigator basically said this is all completely made up. But here's the problem. They admit that it was made up. They admit that it distracted this country. It led to a fake impeachment. How many people have been fired from that? 0. And here's what President Trump and I are going to do when we get in there. We're going to fire the people who are responsible for the corruption of our Department of Justice. That's what we've got to do. And if you're not willing to do that, then you have no business running this country. Luckily, we've got a guy in Donald Trump who is.
So, can you record it so we can see what it looks like when you fire them? And is it that you're fired? Is it a pink slip? What does this look like?
He does actually like to do that. He does. I mean, look. One of the reasons he's one of the more famous people in the world is because he got famous firing people. And it's funny, that's the kind of person you actually want cleaning house in Washington, D.C. Because
somebody who ain't afraid to say it. You're like, how long he been effing up?
Go back to the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal.
Fuck a termination letter, fuck an email, fuck my people getting in contact with your people. No, you're fired. You failed to do your job. Get the hell up out of here. You're gone. Dunzo.
And if you don't know, one of the main problems in government is that they always do complain that, well, there's people who are in government, who work for the government, who don't do their job.
Fail to do their job or are able to hold their position.
Yeah, it's either they don't do it or they just fail to do their job and they still get their position. They've been in there for administrations, probably 2-3 administrations, and they have not done their damn job. But somehow they're still getting paid off American tax dollars.
Otherwise known as career politicians, man.
Yep, and when Trump fired some of these people, some of them, those are the same people who turned around and said, oh, he's unfit to be president. No, because he fired your ass, really?
These are the same people who go sell secrets to the private sector. But, hey, I might be a conspiracy theorist for that, even though it's confirmed to be a real thing. And Trump has came after those same very people.
Man.
But,
okay. And,
I digress.
It's so sad because these are, young people at the prime of their life. They're the very best of us. They put on the uniform, and of course, 13 of them lost their lives. And I've talked to a lot of the families, the moms and the dads, the sisters of these beautiful young Americans, and you know what they'll tell you? They're not even that. Of course, they're sad, but they're not angry that they lost their loved ones. What they're angry about is the lack of accountability that happened afterwards. And we have to ask ourselves, and I had to fact check this because I couldn't believe it. How many in the Department of Defense bureaucracy, senior leadership, how many people got fired after that disastrous withdrawal? 0. I mean, to people, especially those watching at home, who
people
just
did
want
their
their
job
government
right, still
to
kept their
function
job
and work properly, you can't do that.
Can you imagine working and your flaw ends up costing somebody to be injured or their life gets taken because of your mistake at the job? You may not get arrested, but God knows you ain't gonna have that job no more.
All right, it's slow motion.
So imagine, you being in charge of that military withdrawal. You do terribly. Soldiers die, some get maimed, and you just keep your job the next day. I mean,
fuck that. American citizens die. Fathers die.
Man.
Brothers, uncles are dead. People are left without family members. And you still get to keep your cushy ass job with your high ass salary.
I mean, well.
Unless you're willing to fire the people who screw up.
Something?
And that is what I think President Trump will do.
Man, where they have those jobs at?
Man, talk about
As
benefits.
you said, Sage,
talk
really
about job
security.
Man, who knew a government job benefit came with the you can't be fired?
God damn it.
Man, I guess Trump proved that wrong, though.
Thing. And, maybe we can even turn a TV show into it, right? We'll just bring in the most corrupt people in the federal government and we'll let Donald Trump do his thing. We'll clean house and we'll make the people's government work for the people again.
It would be great. Great on social media. Hashtag BTS behind the scenes. Take us back there to see it. The A word. And you know what? Hey, accountability as a parent.
Yes.
You're not going to have normal kids, good human beings, young adults without accountability. Right. So if we're expecting it from our children and our employers, we have to expect it at the top. That's why there's no trust, because there has been no accountability.
That's exactly right.
So I think the trust thing, and I've felt that a lot. And sometimes it's regardless of who's in office, right? What are the essential or maybe the most immediate ways to rebuild that trust? Draining the swamp, number one. What else?
Yeah, so can I tell you a story? A good friend of mine made this observation about federal bureaucrats once. He said, most people, when they lie to you, they'll just say, well, no, that's not what I said, or they'll kind of try to distract from it, or they'll try to avoid it. But our federal officials will do what toddlers do, which is when you say, hey, you did that thing, they won't try to distract from it. They'll say, no, I didn't, you did.
Bro.
And I'll give you an example. So I'm a baker. I don't know if you know.
I can give you the best example. It's like what they did with FEMA. It's like, oh, well, FEMA was pretty much caught giving out, money to immigrants. And the liberals like, nah, FEMA didn't do that under Biden, but it did it under Trump. I'm like, dog, how really? That's how y'all hard y'all about to lie? When anybody can look up the SSP under FEMA, I'm sorry, but the SSP in FEMA, you can go look that up and find out that Joe Biden signed it in there. Like, y'all gonna lie like that?
I'm a big, my son and I, my 4-year-old in particular, we like to bake a lot of stuff. So I was making cookies with him a couple weeks ago.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
How cute is that? I love that. Keep going. What do you bake?
Cinnamon rolls, chocolate chip scones. That's what we made in the past little bit. But we were actually making an Oreo cake. So like a cake, but had little chunks of Oreos in it. So I go to the bathroom, wash my hands, come back, and we had like 4 Oreos sitting there, and then we have 2 Oreos. It's like, all right, I'm not an expert at math, but something doesn't add up here. And so I look at my 4-year-old and I said, buddy, did you eat an Oreo you weren't supposed to? He said, I didn't eat them, you did. And that's how our federal leaders lie, right? And it's like you ask people. This is why I bring this up in the context of this question. Is
that was funny.
You go to somebody at the Defense Department and say you screwed up the withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Like, I ain't take money out of FEMA. You did. I ain't let immigrants into the country. You did. I ain't destroy the economy. You did. It's like, damn.
Afghanistan, they'll say, no, it wasn't. It was you. Wait a second. We weren't in power, brother. We were nowhere near the Oval Office when these decisions were made, or the Pentagon, and this is the shamelessness. And I've seen this in the context of the Afghanistan withdrawal, which happened like 2 years after Biden and Harris took over. They would say, "Well, it's Donald Trump's fault." What? That's like my son saying, "I didn't eat the Oreos, you did." It's the craziest thing, but this is what they do, and you've got to just be willing. What drain the swamp really means, you asked about that, what it really means is you investigate failure and you have accountability. Now sometimes people screw up, you give them a second chance, but you don't give them like a 9th chance. And what we've got to do is investigate failure again, and when people require it, fire the people who keep screwing up. That's the only way you can return government back to the people.
I call it the A word, accountability. And this is, I hope it's okay that I say this. If not, we're just going to pretend like it didn't happen.
Fine.
Right? It's not
just 1,000 of our closest friends.
It's fine. No. Watching the debate, by the way, he put on a clinic, did he not? I mean,
thank you.
That was
fun. I had a good time.
That was amazing. I'm like, in my next life, I will be as smart as JD Vance and be that quick. It was amazing to watch. One of my favorite parts, there were many, but one of my favorite parts was when you got the inevitable question about how you had previously felt and talked about Donald Trump.
Yep.
And what did he say? He said, I screwed up.
Bro,
I've changed my mind. Yeah. Basically, like that's called accountability.
Well, I can be a knucklehead at times. I'm
bro,
like, bruh.
Nah. That's what I respected about JD Vance. He just didn't sit there and say, I don't think I ever really felt that way. Like, bro, like I had to respect that about JD when he said that. He's like, nah, I fucked up. Bro, Kamala Harris. So what about you and your no fracking? You obviously said you're going to ban fracking, and now you're talking about fracking, Kamala. What's changed? Yeah, I don't think I've ever had that stance on fracking. Yeah, that was never me.
Video proof for you saying you would ban fracking and offshore drilling.
And I believe that was on her 60-minute interview. I was like, wow, okay.
Owned it. Yeah. And I really think that was overlooked because nobody else on the other ticket will ever admit, like, it's okay to grow. It's okay to change.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it reminds me, Sage, that so one, you're exactly right. And I actually try to make this argument to swing voters all the time. Look, you don't have to agree with everything that I say or everything that President Trump says, but he delivered peace, prosperity, rising take-home pay, and a secure border. Like, if you... If
wages
you said
were
in
up.
2016 that wasn't going to happen, that's fine, but then admit that you screwed up and you got something wrong. And that's what I did. And I think that's important, is to say, oh, yeah, I screwed that up. I was wrong about the guy. Also, by the way, I realized that
JD Vance literally used to compare Trump to Hitler.
Bro, when anybody says that, they're speaking figuratively, not literally. And he just low-key came, if you scroll the stream back a little bit, he explained his position. What was it in his...
Bro, oh yeah,
covered?
Yeah, it's a New York Times interview.
Yeah, he explained his positioning and
he changed his mind.
He said that in 2012, I believe. Like, come on, bro. And go back 10 years ago. I'm sure your political identity was 10 times different than it is now.
Actually, you know, it's funny. People only like accept your mind change if it's, you know, a mind change to their side.
To their liking.
So yeah, so if he went from a Trump supporter to a Kamala supporter, y'all love him.
I'll be like, oh yeah, he woke up. Like, yeah,
bro. But you know, since he went from a Trump hater to a freaking VP,
yeah.
Hey, now y'all have some type of what vitriol for him now, and he's brand new, fresh face. He ain't did nothing to y'all, but just beat Trump's VP.
We do appreciate that $2, man. Even if you disagree with us, bro. Shout out to you.
Oh God, shout out Troublemaker. Always in here, well, causing trouble. God, I love
Living
it.
up
I
to
love
his
it,
name, goddammit.
Man.
the media lies about him to
Shut
a
up.
ridiculous
Appreciate that. Man,
extent.
shout out
Half the things
Troublemaker.
you hear about him are straight up made up. But you know, what's so funny about this is when Biden was still running, and they were trying to distract from the fact that he clearly didn't know what the hell was going on, right? And you know, sometimes reporters would say, "Oh, well, you know, clearly Joe Biden is not quite the same that he was in 2020." So that's putting it mildly. Or the same as he was 10 years ago. They'd be like, "Well, you know, the other candidates, he's getting a little up there too. Is his memory totally perfect?" And it's like, whoa, wait. Donald Trump remembers what I tweeted about him at 9:12 p.m. in 2015, like to the word. And he still sometimes busts my chops about it, right? It's like one of the things I love about him is, you know, we joke around with each other, but the idea, like,
So Vance can change his position, but not Kamala. I didn't say that. Honestly, I said that Vance admitted and took accountability. He said, all right, I was wrong about Trump. Kamala, she didn't take accountability in 60 Minutes. She just said, I don't remember having that stance, or I can't remember myself saying that. I remember I snapped at that point. I was like, bro, it'd have been cool.
They want to fact check Vance. They want to fact check Trump. They should have put up that video. Like, bro, you don't remember this?
Yeah, and I'm gonna be real. I'd have gave it to her. I'd have respected Kamala way more. She'd have just been like, well, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I had to look into it. I did my research, and it's actually a good policy that he said. Yeah, we should have fracking. I agree with Trump on that. And then it'd have been cool. I'd have been like, I'd have had respect for her. I wouldn't have voted for her still, but I'd been like, all right, at least she's reasonable when she shows that she has accountability.
Yeah.
It's not that we're like being super critical of one side. We're just holding both sides accountable. Vance admitted he was wrong. Kamala couldn't.
Like, we have right now a person with
But
the
appreciate
mental
you, Troublemaker.
competence to do the
Appreciate
job, and it's our guy. It's not anybody on the other team. Trust me, I know.
He will never let you live that down.
No. I talked to him like, 4 days ago. When I talked to him every day, but a few days ago he was like, I wasn't always sure about you, JD. It's like, I understand, sir. I understand.
Yeah, I'd love to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. Tell your son to get a little more creative. Like, obviously you didn't eat the Oreos. He could have blamed it on a sibling. He went to you.
Yeah,
like, let's
that's
work
right.
on this. Okay, or not. Actually,
He's only 4, so, I don't know that I want him to be a better liar, though. Maybe I'm okay with him being a really bad liar. That's a good thing. I don't want him to be in politics.
No, yeah, exactly. Politics or mainstream media. Yeah. Trust us. Don't do it. Okay, time for one more question. One more. I could go all night, but he has places to be, things to do. One more question from Rossi. Where's Rossi?
Good evening, Senator Vance. My name is Rosie, and I'm a legal
from
immigrant from the Dominican Republic.
Oh, never mind.
Amen.
Shout out.
And me and my husband in the back, Jorge Lopez, we have a small business.
God love you guys. Great.
Thank you. We provide an important service to our community in our auto repair shop. And like millions of Americans, I would like to know, what would you do for small businesses?
Great. Thank you. Well, we want to do a few things. First of all, I know you don't have the microphone anymore. I'm very curious about what your business. Can we give her microphone back? Yeah, that'd be great. Could you just tell me a little bit about your business? What do you guys do?
We have a repair shop.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Or like a garage.
Okay.
We repair cars.
That's wonderful.
European cars.
Okay. Good for you guys. That's great. That's what I love about this country. You come from the Dominican Republic to repair European cars in Eastern PA. That's a hell of a country. It's a hell of a country. So one is what the biggest complaint that I hear from small businesses, whether it's repair shops or cosmetologists or small grocers. We were not too far from here actually talking to a couple of folks who started a Latino-focused grocery store about 2 years ago. It's costs. Things are way too expensive right now. It's way too hard to do business in the United States of America when everything's getting more expensive. And as much as Kamala Harris tries to run from this, and she'll say, well, on day one, we're going to tackle the affordability crisis. Well, day one was 1,400 days ago. The problem is bad because she failed. And we've got to do better. Here's what we're going to do. And the first thing that we're going to do to lower costs, and it'll help small businesses, but it'll help everybody else too, is we're going to unleash Pennsylvania and American energy markets. We're going to get the cost of energy lower because I'm sure you'd back me up, but if the cost of energy is lower, the cost of especially a car repair shop, that is a major driver of what makes it harder for people to do business. Is energy is more expensive, but that means everything is going to get less expensive because everything we make with energy. That's the number one thing. I think the second thing that we're going to do is for all small businesses is, you know who really loves all the regulations and the overarching bureaucracy? Big companies, because they can hire the lawyers that deal with these things. We want everybody to be able to compete at a level playing field. And when we reduce the regulations that exist in this country, I think it's going to benefit small businesses more than anybody else, because we want small businesses to be able to thrive and not have
go through this litigious process.
We don't want a bureaucrat knocking on your door every time you try to do something. We want to empower you to do something, because that's what creates wealth and prosperity for our people.
The final
thing I want to say is that President Trump has proposed an incredible economic set of ideas that really rewards people who build and make and hire in the United States of America. What he said is, we're going to lower tax rates for working Americans, and that's great. But he's also said we're going to lower business taxes, but only for the businesses that are hiring American workers. We're not going to reward people for shipping jobs overseas. We're going to cut your taxes because you've got a great business right here in the United States of America. So that's the three big things that we want to do for small businesses. But I'd love to have a conversation that's, not in front of 1,000 of our friends, but I'm sure that you've got a lot of other good ideas. I'd love to hear from them. And when we're back in the White House, one thing that's going to be different is we're going to listen to people. But we're thrilled. We're thrilled you're doing what you do. We're going to try to make it easier for you. God bless you, man.
And to continue to reward immigrants like Rosie, who did this the right way, who came to this country the right way, instead of rewarding people who are here illegally with, free rent, free medical care, education system, you name it. I'm in New York a lot. I am shocked and devastated at what's happened to one of the greatest cities in the world. Yep. And I know from day one it's going to go back to how it was when he left office, because to me that's the most heartbreaking thing, is we're not giving the money to those who have done it the right way and sacrificed.
That's exactly right. I talked to it's such a good point. And we were in Tucson a couple of days ago, Tucson, Arizona, which, by the way, rally in Tucson at noon. It's 101 degrees. I'm like, what the hell are we doing here? This is a little hotter than I'm used to in Ohio. And we, I know people say it's a dry heat.
It's true.
101 degrees is 101 degrees. I don't care if it's dry or not. So I actually talked to a woman after our rally. And, I just sort of, kind of went on a riff during this event. And I said, look, it's so insulting, not just to American citizens whose families have been here for 10 generations, but also for American citizens who did things the right way to come here legally. Because, look, I mean, there are fees that have to get paid. There are waiting times. There's, a lot of folks are waiting 10 years, 12 years before they can even get the necessary paperwork done. And it's so insulting to let in millions upon millions of illegal aliens to reward them with free housing and medical assistance. It's insulting to the people who did it the right way. I really... And this woman, who's clearly a Latino immigrant to this country, told me she came here 25 years ago. She paid thousands of dollars in fees and legal expenses just to become an American citizen, and she is pissed off at the illegal immigration problem because it's insulting to her. And I think this is, the media, of course, says, well, this, Donald Trump's immigration policies are not compassionate. Well, they're sure as hell compassionate to newcomers who did it the right way, and they're compassionate to American citizens, and that's who our compassion should be focused on as American leaders.
And we see it on the streets of America everywhere with homeless people, with veterans who have paid their taxes. They've done everything really the right way and have hit hard times, and they need our help, not people who are doing this the wrong way, thanks to our government allowing it. My final question is this. My goodness, it's been how long? 8 weeks?
I lost count. 8-9 weeks, about that.
How often what's your average amount of sleep each night now? That's not the question, but.
Well, I mean, I don't sleep a ton, so, 5-6 hours. It's not bad. Here's the thing. You can't do a rally at like 2 a.m, right? Yeah. So nobody's going to show up to a rally at 2 a.m. unless
I bet these people would show up.
That's true. So there's only so much you can do during the day, and then of course, like at whether it's Sunday or a school day, my 4-year-old will wake up at 6:28 a.m. promptly on the dot, ready to party. So you don't really get to sleep in.
No
when you've
matter
got
what
kids
time
like that.
you get home. And I'm sorry, sidetrack. My question, and this is the final question, because to me, this is maybe the most important thing, because at the end of the day, no matter what happens, you're going home to your beautiful wife and your babies. And as wonderful as this, I imagine, has been, life-changing, it's hard. And it's hard on the kids and the wife. What do you hope your 3 children, maybe 4, will take from this experience when they can look back, thanks to social media and technology, they can look back and see you doing this and going across the country to talk to people. What do you hope that they take from this experience with their father?
So first of all, I will say, and I appreciate the question. It's not as hard as I thought it was going to be. In part because they can travel around with us, and in part because they're so young. They're like portable. You can throw them in a suitcase and take your kids anywhere when they're that age.
Careful.
Yeah. To the media, that was a joke.
It's a joke.
I do not throw my children in suitcases. That'll be a headline, New York Times. JD Vance assaults children tomorrow. But I mean, they really are so portable, and they'll go anywhere, and they just love meeting people, and so it is a challenge, and I'm not going to lie to you and say that it's not, but it's not nearly as hard on the kids as I thought it would be. Here.
All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the Kamala Harris 60-minute interview because, well, one, Key hasn't watched it yet, so I want to get his reaction to it. Let's go ahead and get this mug on the road. Let me see here. Pull that up. Man. It's a lot of dropping back on the CPU. Here we go. All right, let's get ready to get word salad to death. Because this is crazy, bro. Now, tell me if she takes accountability anywhere in this interview.
Prime Minister Netanyahu seems to be charting his own course. The Biden-Harris...
That we'll be doing this again for another 4 years.
Oh.
Stephen Richer is a
answer for Netanyahu.
Yeah, I'm like, hold on. What is it? Like, you're acting like the Israeli people could stop the war. It's like the Israeli people is out here sending these jets to bomb these people. No, it's Benjamin Netanyahu in his camp. So No, you talking about the Israeli people trying to sound sympathetic is not answering the question. But okay, though. Okay.
While the war in the Middle East has dominated recent headlines, it's the economy that most concerns American voters this election year, as always.
You see what I said, bro? They replaced the word salad with editing. I was like, yo, y'all, they disrespectful.
Nah, no way.
They disrespectful. I would be like, yo,
Yes,
bro.
Oh, they would never
Hold
let Trump get that
on.
off. They
Hold
would
on.
Never let Trump get that
Details
off.
have yet to been defined. It's hilarious.
To be announced is crazy when sat here and asked the question directly and the moderator has to answer for you. Bro, what type of shit is this, bro? They was better off not releasing this. Did they think people was really gonna eat this up? I ain't gonna lie, I'm low key appalled. Like, what the fuck? She looks worse and worse the more she talks.
It just goes to show what they think about the intelligence of, like, well, the modern American.
Like, they should have just, bro, expose her. Let her speak. Let the people see the truth, bro. As much as y'all want to say Trump rambles, like I said, I like it because he's being his authentic self. He's not reading off a teleprompter. He's not going off a script. And you can tell he be up there freestyling sometimes, like extemporaneously speaking. Like, that's what makes him who he is. Like, love him or hate him, you know he's a real guy. Like, versus Kamala, where it's just like, bro, like, what am I hearing? It's to the point where the moderator had to come in and low-key sum up what she says. Like, the real issue here is she says she's gonna press Congress about the rising food cost and hopefully be able to, alleviate some of the costs. Like, why couldn't we hear her say that?
Well, because all she got was
1,000 and up. Pay the majority of the taxes. What's the number on that set? What's the figure?
43% of the taxes are paid by the high earners. 43, the top 1%. That's the top 1%, and that's not even high. Bro, you're not even a high earner. You're not even one of the highest earners at like 400K. You're not, bro. Honestly, I think at least we need to make like 600K now to be in the 1%. Like, bro, that was years ago when you had to be like make 500K and using the 1%. Now it's 600K. So to put this strain on people who are making 400K, they still live a good life. But, bro, the taxes that you're going to put on them with the unrealized gains, whatever corporate tax, because we're talking about like they might be small business owners around that size. Like, bro, you can end up taking like a lot away from these small businesses because they rely on these corporations. That's going to have to raise their prices.
Shout out Chris Hogan chiming in with 2. He said, Bill, hey. I'm speaking.
My Bill. I'm weak.
But the real world includes...
How are you going to get...
But didn't you allow those riots to go on in your state? Yeah, hold on. You mean can't protect the American people? I mean, you can't be saying stuff like that when people are saying things like this about your walls.
Thank you for the opportunity. Chairman, ranking member, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here because the American people deserve to hear the unvarnished truth. Tim Walz's record on crime has left Minnesota in crisis. During his tenure, the state has become a place where criminals run free, where law enforcement is assailed, and where families are without the safety and security they deserve. Here's the question we all must ask. If Tim Walz can't protect his own backyard, how could we possibly trust him to protect the entire nation?
Exactly. He let them BLM riots get out of control. He damn near praised them and damn near fed his country, well, not his country, but fed his own people to the wolves.
In January 2021, my sister, a resident of Minneapolis, called me terrified. Her home had just been in the middle of a shootout involving a violent criminal. A police officer had to rush her out of her home, shielding her from stray bullets.
Damn.
Her home was left pockmarked with bullet holes.
Yes, it is.
An experience far too many Minnesotans are now familiar with. Under Tim Walz, the streets of Minneapolis went from a place to walk your dog to a place to dodge gunfire.
Yep.
Let's go back to the...
And this is what he allowed during the BLM riots. This is what he allowed.
Summer of 2020, when the George Floyd protests spiraled into riots. As governor,
make sure to like the video.
Tim Walz refused to deploy the National Guard for days, allowing violence to escalate unchecked. While flames engulfed his cities, walls twiddled his thumbs. By the time he finally acted, Minneapolis suffered over $500 million in damage, and his inaction inspired violence across the country. The riots were ultimately the second costliest in U.S. history. Those terrible days demonstrated that Tim Walz has at least mastered one skill: the art of standing idly by while his state spirals into chaos. Fast forward to today, violent crime is Tim Walz's legacy. Homicides have surged by 75%, and gunshot victims have doubled. Carjackings were once so rare in my state that they weren't separately tracked. Now there are hundreds every year. This surge in crime is not just a pile of statistics. It's a harsh reality affecting everyday lives and livelihoods. As the leader of the Minnesota Private Business Council, I've seen the impact firsthand. Businesses are closing left and right due to break-ins, theft, and vandalism.
Yep.
Large parts of Minneapolis and St. Paul, after decades of successful growth and investment, have become ghost towns, substantially driven by violent crime. Once a powerhouse renowned for...
And the allowing of looting and theft. Yes. All in Minnesota. Shout out Governor Tim Walz. But, hey, y'all trying to trust him to be VP? Huh.
For generating companies like Target and Best Buy and General Mills, Minnesota now boasts the distinction of having the 6th slowest growing economy in the entire nation, of course driven meaningfully by its rate of violent crime. Worst of all, Walz has seen all this and sat idly. Case in point, Walz did nothing about the Minnesota Freedom Fund. The fund, which was endorsed by Kamala Harris, raised $40 million in 2020 to bail out countless violent criminals, including individuals charged with rape, assault, and attempted murder. One man, George Howard, who had been charged with domestic assault, murdered an innocent man named Luis Damian Martinez Ortiz just weeks after being bailed out.
Real. Yep, and that is what was going down with Walz in Minnesota. And y'all,
sorry, I just can't get over the unauthenticity of this interview. Like, you can clearly tell it's cut up, clipped up, compressed to kind of highlight her most important things she said and kind of, I guess, subtract some of the word salad and the nothing burger she normally gives us. And as straight to the point as they want to edit this interview to be, is still so much lack of substance that it just leaves me unimpressed. It leaves me just really doubting Kamala even more after this. Like, I know they wanted this to make her look good. I know this is meant to be like a highlight of the most important things, or the most, I guess, notable things she said. But again, it just leaves me disappointed. I don't know about y'all, but I can't help but just be more and more disappointed the more I hear her. So I love how they cover the stories that disprove the election fraud or collusion against Trump in 2020, but they don't ever cover any of the stories that maybe cover some of the unhighlighted facts, some of the under-highlighted stories, some of the video footage that we've seen from some of these electoral rooms, or these ballot counting rooms. Like, we've seen the case, another 60-minute coverage of I think it was Michigan, a case in Michigan where ballot counter had stayed after hours on camera in there, really with only one other person, and I think votes for Biden, I believe, were recounted 3-4 times. But they don't cover those stories though. But 60 Minutes will let somebody like this guy get up here and tell us how, Trump was so crazy, he was so toxic, he was so divisive for spreading that narrative. But man, what can you expect? It's 60 Minutes, man. It's 60. Why did they need to certify the logical, factual answers? They should have just shared them with it right off the rip. Like, here we go. Here you go. We'll offer you what we got. For them to have to certify it and wait, I mean, obviously they had to wait for the ballots to be counted, but for any claims of fraud, I mean, they could have just opened up the process. Honestly, let's get some eyes in here. And like I say, for every story that the left seems to cover of how it didn't happen, why does it seem like they're suppressing stories and aren't covering stories that maybe, like I said, show some facts that we didn't know, show some perspective that we haven't seen, just to kind of give us a balanced view of the matter? Like, I don't know. Normally where there's smoke, there's fire for me. So whenever they over here trying to tell us it didn't happen, for me in my brain, call me crazy, but it just opens me up and pause, no Diddy, but it just makes me want to look at the other side and say, okay, well, they're saying it didn't happen. That's all we're hearing. Like, shit, let's look at some of the people that's saying it did happen. Shout out Chris Hogan sending in 5, man. Appreciate the support to the channel, man. Let's get you a quick little bomb for you, my dog. Appreciate you, man. He says, why aren't they covering the feds suing states for removing non-citizen from voter registration? It's like, bro, you're right in line with what I'm saying. Like, why aren't we covering some of this facts or some of this evidence or some of the proposed evidence, I'll say, that support the claims that, yeah, maybe it was rigged. Maybe there was some collusion against Trump. Maybe they were recounting ballots for Biden in 2020. Like, it seems like we can hear out stories of them disproving that. We got 60 Minutes platforming people. We got other left-leaning media platforms giving people a lane to come on here and say, like, nah, he's crazy. That never happened. Let's entertain some of the stories from the other side. That way, like I said, we're getting a balanced view. And people talk, oh, a balanced view. You're crazy. Like, all right, well, you sound crazy for only wanting to hear one side. You sound crazy. Like, the old adage is, isn't there two sides to every story? So shit, let's hear both sides and put your critical thinking on. The high IQ will do the rest. For those of us with critical thought and with, high or IQ over the room temperature, let's hear both sides out, and then shit. Inquiring minds and critical thinkers will put the rest together for themselves. That's what I like to say. Don't say you got 20 migrants living in one household, and when you go check the household, it's a fucking Walmart. Like, bro, if that doesn't spell out fraud, I don't know what does. You got people using social security numbers of babies, immigrants, or babies, inmates, I'm sorry, and deceased citizens. Like, this is all verifiable. So it's crazy that some of y'all just sit up here in the chat. I really think it's due to lack of knowledge.
Willful ignorance, because bro, if they enlighten themselves, well, it kills their bias. It happens, man. But let's watch Trump go ahead and talk to the Hispanic roundtable in Nevada, man. He done pulled up on the Hispanic homies. Man, let's go.
Candidate here in Nevada.
Shout out Hispanics
Bob
for Trump.
Unanue. And
he did say they taking the black jobs and the Hispanic jobs.
Under his administration, his trucking company was thriving. He saw that his policies empowered his company. And he said, even though I still don't agree with him on everything, I love his policies, and I will be voting for him in 2020. But he went from being with her in 2016 to voting for president in 2020, and now he's all in for President Trump. And I know that is not just my father. Many Hispanic Americans have seen what the Biden administration have done to their lives. We all have less money in our pockets. We want to be able to take our children to a vacation. We want to be able to take care of our families. And that's exactly what President Trump will do when we get him reelected in November. And now, speaking, Bob Unanue. Before we get to our important discussion, I'm thrilled to be your moderator today. And I would like to introduce a great American and the CEO of Goya Foods, Bob. He's a leader with a spine of steel and a heart of gold. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Bob Unanue.
Thank you, Myra. And you're so important for Texas. I've been down with you a couple times, and I remember.
Like I said, you got any question, comments, jokes that you want to send in, just $1 and up, or if you want to inform us of one of Trump lies, hey, I'll be happy to engage in it, look it up, see if it's true or not. Because what y'all be saying is lies, is the lies that the liberal media told you.
You're telling me your father said you convinced him to vote your way with God, family, work, freedom. He said, you asked him, why did you vote conservative, Republican? He says, my party has abandoned me. They've abandoned him. And they've banned many Latinos. And that's why we're here today, and our future is at stake. I want to also recognize Captain Sam Brown, who at a young age these are people who put their life on the line. And when I see servicemen, I say, not just thank you for your service, thank you for our freedom. We have freedom, we take it for granted.
Sure do.
And if we don't get it back, we're going to lose this country. And that's why we're sitting next to the greatest president of our time, Donald J. Trump.
Amen.
Thank you. The song goes, those were the days, my friend. Some of you are old enough to remember that. I thought they'd never end. We'd sing and dance forever and a day. And that's where we were under President Trump. I call them days que buena, so good. I call the days we are today, que mala. How bad has it gotten? How bad has it gotten? It's gotten bad. Under President Trump, our economy was cruising. The best economy ever. Prosperity. We had a safe world. No wars. We had no inflation. Virtually no inflation. We had freedom. Under President Trump, our real average weekly wages were up 8.4%. I'll say later on, under this administration, it's down 3.4. We cannot keep up with the cost of this administration that is hammering not only the Hispanic community, the African American community, all communities. The border was secure. Illegal immigration was at a minimum. Yesterday, the CPI index came out hotter than expected at 2.4%.
And man, look, bro, if you can't admit that Trump had immigration, well, at 2 record lows, and Biden had immigration at 5 record highs, and at some point, come on, man, you're being delusional. You're not actually looking at the information that's being provided to you. But let's get back to it, because shout out, man, the Hispanic community in Nevada speaking out, and Nevada is supposed to be like a blue state, but we've been hearing that it's been low-key kind of looking a little red. It might go from blue to pinkish. And, you know, in the voting charts here.
And this is on top of year after year. And we've had over the years 5.4% inflation. This is on top of historic inflation. Overall prices are up to 20.5%. But let me tell you, I'll steal a phrase from Mr. President. That's fake news. For Goya, it's up more like 50%. We will go out to buy cans. We do a lot of canning. Come to Brookshire, Texas, and we'll show you how we can at 2,000 cans a minute. Very efficient factory. Cans went up 64%. Transportation. Ever since the Harris-Biden war on fossil fuels, day one, the Green New Scam, the pulling out of Afghanistan. We showed so much weakness.
So much failures.
They invaded Ukraine. Ukraine is a breadbasket for Europe and Northern Africa. They have wheat, 30% of the world's wheat, 20% of the world's corn, 50% of the world's fertilizer.
Damn.
It tripled the cost
of
fertilizer.
And shout out Paul Darnell. Appreciate the support, man. It's your first Super Chat on live stream, bro. You honor us with that. Trump is for the people. If we lose all. And hey, man, I feel you on it. You know, I don't have that kind of doomsday scenario. Like, you know, Elon Musk even said, look, if we lose this might be our last election. I kind of have that. We just got to deal with her until 2028, and we'll see what we can do then. But in my eyes, bro, if the Democrats lose this, after all the lies they've spread about Trump, after all these convictions they done put on him that are falling off, like, bro, that case that where, he overvalued his crib, or he overvalued Mar-a-Lago or whatever it was. Yeah, they dropped the case. Actually, bro, the lawyers that brought the case against it in appeals are scared for their life that are going to be sanctioned because it was such an obvious obstruction of justice that they did.
What does that do to our crops over here? It goes way up.
Well, I'm sorry, that they committed.
Under Kamala, real average wages. You know, I don't say that, to get a buzz or as an insult. It's reality. She is bad. She's bad for this country. She's bad for Latinos. She's bad for all of us. Real average wages were down 3.4%. And wages have been up. I mean, our wages have, in warehousing and all that, distribution have almost doubled. But they're still not keeping up with the cost of this administration, the burden they put on our society. The working class, the middle class, Hispanic and Black, African-American populations have been hammered, exploited, used, and abused. It's cost the middle class $2.4 trillion since March of 22. The average middle class household lost $33,000 in real wealth. And you need a six-figure salary in about less than half of the country to buy a home. That was day one.
That's what everybody's been saying. It's like, dog, it's like you used to be able to buy a house with $50K at least. Now you can't even buy a house with $50K, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Like, bro, not even 100. Now we're looking more upwards of like, they're saying like what? $250,000, $250K? Now that you got to make in some states, not all states, but some of these states. And that's ridiculous. It's real low-key ridiculous to say that.
But for me, and we can go on and on about this.
It wasn't like that.
We've been hammered.
And it wasn't like that when Trump was in office. I'll tell you that right now.
But for me, the biggest issue under this administration, which I consider evil, and I'll tell you why, is the Hispanic and African American communities being exploited, used, and abused under the greatest slavery in the history of the world. My friend Ben Carson, who's also a friend of the president, said there's more slaves in the world today than in the history of the world.
Facts.
And why is that? Because the only industry that's flourished over the last 4 years is human trafficking and drugs. We are not just inviting people in, we're bringing people.
Yeah, like, bro, but human trafficking now became a $150 billion industry. Yeah, a dark industry, of course, but this is where it's at now. Like, but human trafficking is up, but what? But what? Our economy is down? Like, how'd that work?
People in.
Well, I don't know. With open borders, I can see where it kind of ties in.
Let's ask some of the NGOs. We are actively bringing people to this country for exploitation. Millions of people. Last year, on April 26, 2023, Tara Lee Rodas testified before Congress that the U.S. is a middleman in the trafficking of children. Last year, there were 85,000 children lost. Not lost, they were sold. In my opinion, they were sold. And we're the middleman, as Tara Lee said. Recently, the Inspector General of HHS, Health and Human Services, under Javier Becerra and Alejandro Mayorkas, Latinos, abusing Latinos, because the Latinos are the biggest target of trafficking. And women are 70% of people trafficked. Children are 25%. Imagine you have a woman taking care of our border, abusing these children. The Inspector General says that 325,000 children are missing. Again, they're not missing. They've been sold. This is pure evil. It's a spiritual war. Back in 4 years ago in July.
I know when Trump had it, bro, it's so crazy how like good Trump had it. Inflation was like, bro, I mean, lower than 2%. Lower than 2%. And it only rose to like 5%. it's kind of funny. Like, I remember when Kamala Harris was talking, and actually it was Joe Biden. He said, "Oh, we're finally getting inflation to a 4-year record low." And I'm like, whoa, 4-year record low? Hold on. Wait, who was in office 4 years ago? Oh, Trump. So he pretty much just admitted that they got inflation back to where Trump had it, walking out of office pretty much. So, ain't that funny how people brag about the inflation that, well, one, Trump had it lowered in, and then they had it out as he walked out. But it's too late now, man. It's too late. The way they done gave out money to all these countries and printed money and gave out money to FEMA for the FEMA to give it to immigrants. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure we're in a tough spot financial wise.
Nice.
Economic wise as well.
Trump invited me to be on the White House Commission for Hispanic Prosperity. This administration fired me. I guess they don't believe in Hispanic.
Like, you imagine we'd have never found out about FEMA's wallet getting tapped if it wasn't for this hurricane. Like, man, karma's real.
Or prosperity for Hispanics. But I said the word blessed. It came on my lips from the Holy Spirit. And I got in a heap of trouble, a boycott. But the president supported me. I guess you can call for a boycott. You can't support a company. But he supported us, and we did so well. AOC, who had called for a boycott, we named her Employee of the Month for improving our sales so much.
I'm not gonna say you got any disagreements or anything, man. Just send in $1 super chat. I'll be happy to engage with you on that one. But if not, just debate with everybody in the chat, man. No harm done, and just like the video. Appreciate the support. So go ahead and double tap that screen.
But as a Latino, I'm probably going over the 3 minutes. I'm sorry, Myra. Can't help ourselves. God placed his hand. God's hand was placed on Donald J. Trump. Then and continues to, and he will not let go. Look at July 13th at 6:11 in the afternoon. St. Paul's letter to Ephesians. Put on the armor of God in this fight against evil. God's hand is on President Trump. He won't take it off. And he's going to bring us to prosperity, to safety. And he's going to lead us closer to God and make America great again. It's my highest honor. You might know this guy, this gentleman sitting next to the former, current, and future President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Thank you, both. Thank you, both. Thank you both, and thank you, everybody. And, would you like to take over? You want to go? Would some people like to speak first?
No, we want you.
Okay.
Okay.
We want everyone here is ready to hear from you.
Okay, good. That's good. Well, thank you very much. And I have to say, with Bob, we became good friends. I didn't know him before the White House, but I got to know him, and he represented Hispanics. He represented a lot of people having to do with manufacturing business. He's a great businessman, and he had a very interesting situation. The radical left in our country put tremendous pressure on him not to be involved with us, meaning Republicans or conservatives, whatever, people with common sense, I always say, because essentially we're the party of common sense, which becomes a better and better term as time goes by.
Yeah,
with
we keep it pushing.
Men playing in women's sports and open borders and people coming into our country totally unvetted and unchecked and all of the ridiculous things that you see today. But we are the party of common sense. So Bob has a lot of common sense, and he has a great company. It's a great company.
All right, and trust me, I can go ahead and show y'all guys proof from, what was it, the ex-chief of Southern Border Patrol. He came out and admitted what was going on. Like, yeah, we're just letting them in. Sure. So, like, sometimes we just drive them in there. Once one city gets a little bit too full, we just go to another state and just start packing them in there. It's like, it's wild what they're doing out here with this border, all under Biden. So look up the TPS program and then look up FEMA SSP program, and you'll see where we're at here. Shout out Paul Donnelly, man. Appreciate the support. We still have our guns, our pride. The Diddy's, the Epsteins of the world will not prevail. Hashtag protect our women and children. Praise to God. Praise to our God, Jesus. And amen, man, and God bless, because it is crazy what's going on down here. It's crazy because things are looking, well, authoritarian like come on now. They say that Trump's a dictator, but Biden's the only one who hand out mandates. They say that, well, Trump don't want what's best for families or anything like that, but Democrats are out here signing in bills that allow what? Late-term abortions, kids to be able to, I don't know, have gender affirming care with these medications that are permanent. So I really do gotta look at this and be like, yeah, it's kind of a spiritual battle, because what they trying over there on that side ain't godly. It ain't nothing that I would want to mess with. It sounds pretty damn satanic, but I'm not going to go ahead and put that on any person who's a Democrat. I'm not going to just say because you're a Democrat, you're satanic, but I am going to say that y'all allow some satanic actions on that side. And I'm talking about kids being, well, mutilated and babies being unalived. Well, in late-term abortions.
But they were putting a lot of pressure, and I felt very badly
Appreciate
for him because
that,
they were
man.
hitting him hard.
Appreciate you, Paul.
Pickets and everything. They were trying to extort him, essentially, and we found out he can't be extorted, and he fought very hard. And then a strange thing happened. A strange thing, his numbers went through the roof. He was selling much more food instead of less food. And they do that. They play that game. It's probably not even legal what they do, but they go after businesses. And not everybody's like Bob, where they're in a position to fight. But his company went absolutely through the roof because of it, because there's tremendous support. We have far more people, far more support than the other side. And the term "Make America Great Again," we are the party of wanting to make America great again. Right now we have a country that's it's a nation in decline. We're sadly a declining nation. And who would have thought we would have had to say that? But if you look at our borders, they're horrible. I probably won in 2016 because of the border. I fixed it very quickly, became very, very good, and turned over a great border. And they just,
like I said, hey, yo, if y'all got some disagreements, hey, look, just send it in $1 and up, and I'll engage with it. But hey, other than that, debate with the chat, no harm done. Like I said, hey, I ain't got no hate towards nobody.
Just destroyed it from the moment. I always say that my world's favorite chart, the chart I look to the right on, but that was basically a chart on immigration, and that was the lowest immigration we'd had in forever, I think, in recorded history. And then that was my last day in office, and then it became like a rocket ship, that chart, and it went up to the moon. It was very sad to see all the work that we did, but we'll do it again. The only difference is this is many, many times worse than it was in 2016, Bob. In 2016, we had something that was within reason. We didn't have people with no talent, no brain power, people with that maybe hate our country in a certain way, because you try and figure why would they want prisoners, gang members, drug dealers? Why would they want murderers, by the way, 13,099 murderers? Why would they want these people in our country? Is there any...
You know what's so crazy? I mean, imagine telling somebody that, oh, how can you say you love your country and love Trump? How can you say you love your country and love Kamala or Biden when none of them visited the soldiers that they got killed and maimed? How could you say that? I mean... Some of y'all sound crazy as hell. This is why I don't really interact with you. And there's reasons why, because one, like, hey, if you're going to come at me, at least you could do is show me that you're willing to stand on what you're saying. Like, come on, pay the $1 and let's interact. But if not, just debate the people in the chat. Don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me because I'm right. Like, you ain't disproving nothing. Like, come on now. Come on.
Reason for it.
You haven't disproved anything I said. Nothing at all.
Usually when Bob or I or some of the good business people around the table and in the audience, I know a couple of great ones. We have Wesley Hunt, a great congressman, by the way. Thank you, Wesley.
Man, shout out Seth Trotman. Hey, man, proud supporter, member. Appreciate you, Seth. And when Trump people could afford apartments to doctors and suicide rates was low, but not anymore. This coming from someone have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Let me make sure. Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Okay. Man, I appreciate you for sharing that, Chef. I'm Seth. I really do appreciate you for sharing that, because people do not understand that. Well, affordability is low. So this is why we laugh at Kamala Harris when she just says, "Oh, I'm gonna just build all these houses and all that good stuff." And I'm just like, all right, well, how does that help with affordability? Because people can't afford houses. That's the problem. The problem is there's not enough houses. The problem is that we can't afford these houses. How do you fix that problem, Kamala? She don't got an answer for you. She just tells you, I'm gonna build houses. Like, hey, guess what? China tried that. Look it up. They built a bunch of apartments that nobody could afford to move into, and their housing market crashed. Oh man, ain't that crazy? Pulling a communist strategy for some reason. How'd that work? But hey, it is what it is.
A great one. He was a great congressman. But
appreciate you, Seth.
We always say, we want to know what the other side is all about. Where are they coming from? This is one of the few times you really say, what are they doing? Where do we benefit? And I guess, you look at it and you say they're not smart, but they're smart. They're cunning, and a lot of them are evil. But you say that maybe they hate our country. I believe they could be some of that, because, when you allow drug lords to come into our country, when you allow the people that they're allowing, and by the way, they're emptying prisons out all over the world. This is no longer South America. This is the entire world. From Africa they come, from Asia they come, the Middle East, South America, yes. But it's not exclusive South America. This is all over the world. The Congo, we have a lot of people coming in from the Congo in Africa, and it's incredible. But you just say, why are they doing it? And it has to be evil intention. And then you realize that so many other things that they do, like transgender operations, where prisoners, people that are being held as prisoners, if they request a transgender operation, they get it. Bro. Now, who would even believe this is?
Bro, these immigrants can get hurt while crossing the border, and we'll stitch them up, help them out, make sure they're right, and then put them out into our country. I mean, come on now. And who do you think paying for those medical costs? Oh, taxpayer dollars.
It's possible. And she was one of the ones, Kamala. We have to talk
you're
about
right, man. You're right, Seth. You're
overthrown. He was overthrown as president of the United States. First time that's happened. We call it a coup. I just say he was just overthrown. It's simpler. People say, what's a coup? A coup is you were overthrown. And I believe he likes me more than Kamala, but what do I know? How would I know that? But I think he likes me actually a little bit, about this much more than her. But they're having a lot of fighting going on. And they asked her a question the other day on one of these ridiculous shows, and they said, well, what would you have done different? What would you have done differently? She complains what she's going to do. And I always say, why didn't she do it? It's so easy. You just sit back. Why didn't you do it? You had almost 4 years to do it. But she's worse than Biden, I'm telling you. He's more intelligent than her. Can you believe this? Can you believe? Okay. And it's not that I'm a fan, but I think...
Yeah, at least Biden kind of sounds like he know what he's talking about. He just get that old man brain fall. Kamala, I mean, I never heard somebody sound so confident with word salad. Like, the only time you can know Kamala ain't confident is not with her tone, but you got to look at her face. Like, she had that real worried look like, are you buying what I'm saying? It's hilarious.
What happened to him was terrible. He had 14 million votes. She came in last because she was the first one to drop out of the race. She dropped out. There were like 22 people, and she dropped out. And it's a terrible thing. I mean, you talk about a threat to democracy. That's a threat to democracy. But the biggest threat to democracy is incompetence. And we have incompetent people leading our country, and we have problems other than borders. We have the biggest problem is probably the possibility of World War III. And that would be a war like no other, with all of the weaponry that you have today. You have weapons the likes of which this world has never seen before. So we have people leading us that are
not the right people. And, you know, we had no wars. I finished off ISIS. We had the best economy ever. We did great. And for the Hispanic Americans, because that's why we're here, I want to just say household income for Hispanic Americans. I asked them.
Hey, you know what's so crazy? Hey, chat, bro, mods and my members. Notice how silent these people were, bro, when Kamala Harris was giving that terrible 60-minute interview. They were silent. Y'all was silent. Y'all wasn't saying nothing because y'all knew she was spitting straight word salad. Come on now. Recognize how they had nothing to say during Kamala's 60-minute interview and they had no defense for it. They couldn't even defend that 60-minute interview. Like, I almost want to play that back again and see if y'all going to still be here. Because it's kind of funny. Some of y'all in the chat, I seen y'all every time Trump plays. But I don't see y'all when we play Kamala, though. Ain't that funny? Ain't that funny? Because y'all hear the whole video when Trump plays. But as soon as I play that Kamala, though, where you at? Yeah, that's hilarious. Like true keyboard warriors, man.
Give me some of the just basics. Reached an all-time high. So your household
I don't see y'all faces when I play Kamala when she words salad. That's so crazy. That is so crazy. Trump, no word salad. But Kamala shows up and y'all don't even like listening to her.
The highest it ever was. The Hispanic American poverty hit the lowest rate ever. So the lowest rate of poverty, the highest rate of income. So far, we're doing good, right? That's not bad. After that, what else? You almost don't have to say anything more. The household wealth of the median Hispanic family grew by 65%. Think of that one. Home ownership among Hispanic Americans reached the highest level ever by far. And we cut taxes and regulations for Hispanic-owned small businesses and people. We did this for every.
Don't make me play that Kamala Harris interview now. I will play that Kamala Harris interview and have y'all silent again. Don't make me play that interview again, guys. I mean, I'll do it. I'll do it. Oh, shit.
And everybody did better, but Hispanic Americans did just right at the top. Now, let me tell you,
let Trump spit, though. Let me let Trump talk.
At the border, because it's affecting you probably more than anybody else. African Americans, Hispanic Americans, people are pouring in and taking your jobs. And your jobs are being taken, and that's all because of Kamala and Biden. And really, in this case, her, because he put her in charge of the border, and then it was 4 o'clock, and he went home and went to sleep. You know, that was it. He made her the border czar, right? Now she says she wasn't the border czar. And they come out with different excuses, and because there's no excuse for this. We have the worst border in the history of the world. There's never been a border in the history of the world like this. If it was a third world country, because they had no border like this, because they'd fight them off with sticks and stones if they had to. This is the worst ever in the history of the world, and we had the best ever in this country's history, and we had a strong border. We had great people. Tom Homan was one of my advisors, and Brandon Judd was unbelievable. And we have people today that are great. And, you know, the amazing thing, they want to do their job. They really want. It's easier for them not to do their job, I assume. But they want to do the job. They see what's coming in and what's happening. But you heard the numbers from think of that family income, median 65% increase. Who ever heard of a number like that? But it's being taken away from you by them because of the border, because people are going to come in and they're going to take your job, and that's what they're doing, and that's what's happening. And if you look at the numbers today, the numbers are way down from where they were. And for the African-American community, it's actually a step even worse. So I just want to let you know, and that's the way it is. She caused tremendous inflation, $29,000 per family. Kamala launched a massive IRS initiative to take more tip money away. You know, no tax, right, on tips. And that was a big deal. And then she goes out a few weeks later, maybe a few months later, and she said, I have a surprise.
Oh, man. Don't worry. Don't worry, chat. Man, remember, should I go play that Kamala video on them so they'll be silent again? I might as well have to do that.
So no tax on tips. We sent her a MAGA cap, but she won't. Remember, she won't be able to do it. Just like they were unable to fulfill. They were for 4 years. They said we're going to cut
the tuition, the debt on colleges and schools and all of this. We're going to cut the debt, student loans. We're going to cut them. We're going to give you. It failed. I mean, all that work, all that talk, it was all for nothing. It failed. And, you know, a lot of people had hopes, and it failed because they don't get done what they're supposed to get done. They get done nothing good for the country. The only thing they're successful at is wasting money on the Green New Scam.
But you know what, though? Before I play that, I do like to play something that's relevant to the border. Because the border crisis, absolutely terrible. I mean, bro, not only did you cause a rise in inflation with that BS, bro, how you make a reductionary inflation act and it rise inflation? Like, how you do that? Like, where'd that work at? Like, but then again, though, they also created a border bill that was filled with hella foreign aid, so... Man, it's crazy. Political pork, as they call it. Political pork. But let's listen to my man here, man. Bombshell claim. Ex-chief patrol agent claims he was told not to release info on the border crossers. Man. Shout out, man. Shout out my former Aaron Heike. Real American hero. Real American hero.
In multiple DEA offices in the United States.
This ain't setting key media. This ain't right wing. This is a hearing of this man pretty much being a whistleblower on what happened during the Biden/Harris administration when they was what they were doing with the border, or so-called, you know, Kamala's border czar title and how she completely failed at it.
States and in foreign countries,
or
where he occupied
lead
various
responder to the southern border
positions. His last assignment before retiring was as the head of the DEA office in Nogales. I thank all our witnesses for being here today, and I now recognize Mr. Heike for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members, thank you for this opportunity. The only true consequence we have to slow down and discourage people from coming into the United States illegally is sending them back to their country of origin. Throughout the first 3+ years of this administration, I saw a steady decrease in the countries we could send people back to. For the first time in my 25 years, and under 5 different administrations, whether through neglect or on purpose, I saw a large-scale lapse in our ability to return people to their country of origin. The inability to send people home meant that most people being arrested for illegal entry would either have to be detained or released. The current administration, however, from day one, made a point of decreasing the amount of detention space available nationwide. Immigration and Customs Enforcement's funding for detention has steadily been cut and private detention eliminated. The fact that so many illegal aliens are being released into the United States spread worldwide very quickly. As this happened, the numbers...
And Kamala supporters, stop typing. Sit on your fingers. Shut up. Sit on your fingers. Stop typing. No, stop. Shh, stop it. Sit on your fingers. Listen to what this man has to say that happened under the Biden-Harris administration, right? Since y'all say there's no problem at the border, Kamala didn't do nothing. Everything was perfect under Kamala, right? Okay, then.
The current administration, however, from day one, made a point of decreasing the amount of detention space available nationwide. Immigration and Customs Enforcement's funding for detention has steadily been cut and private detention eliminated. The fact that so many illegal aliens are being released into the United States spread worldwide very quickly. As this happened, the numbers the Border Patrol encountered illegally crossing the border increased exponentially. The impact to me and my agents were significant. Sectors were ordered to take in and process all the illegal aliens encountered on the border. The Border Patrol saw groups of hundreds and thousands coming into the United States and turning themselves in. These numbers pulled 80, 90, sometimes 100% of the agents on duty away from the border. Border Patrol zones across Texas, Arizona, and California had no agent presence for weeks and months at a time. Those who did not want to be caught could simply walk in. We have no idea who and what entered our country over this time. Throughout 2022 and 23, I sent agents to Texas.
So Kamala Harris, man, gave them overtime, but didn't want to fix the border. Didn't want to boost security, make sure that them fences actually kept them away. Nope, none of that. Actually, she rewarded them. The Biden administration specifically rewarded immigrants for making it over the border. Like, you know what? You made it through that fence pretty well. How about we let you in? Pretty much what they're doing. Take them there, process them, give them a court date, and tell them, all right, you can go into America. Just make sure you come on your court date.
Texas and Arizona to count gotaways. Those sectors could not even put enough agents in the field to see what they'd missed. Simultaneously, in San Diego, we had an exponential increase in significant interest aliens. These are aliens with significant ties to terrorism. Prior to this administration, the San Diego sector averaged 10 to 15 SIA arrests per year. Once word was out the border was far easier to cross, San Diego went to over 100 SIAs in 2022, well over that in 2023, and even more than that registered this year. These are only the ones we caught. At the time, I was told I could not release any information on this increase in SIAs or mention any of the arrests. The administration was trying to convince the public there was no threat at the border. Fentanyl is another issue.
The administration, the Biden-Harris administration, was pretty much lying to the public, saying, "Oh, the border's good. There's no threat going on." What you mean? Like, we have the lowest border crossings ever. Figure out it was all a lie. Yeah, okay.
The San Diego area sees between 8
talking about I don't play the truth, dog. My man, ever shoot? Forget about me, bro. Right here, the truth. This man is the truth.
80 and 90%
Forget about
methamphetamine
me.
and
This
fentanyl
man's the
seizures
truth.
annually for our entire country.
Right here.
With little enforcement at the border, these drugs were coming through in mass. During my last year in San Diego, the price for a single pill of fentanyl, for example, went from $10 to 25 cents. To make matters worse, during 2022 and 23, I had to shut down San Diego traffic checkpoints, which are critical for drug interdiction, because the resources had been diverted to the process and release mission. The large numbers also had and still have a negative impact on the San Diego community. I had to release illegal aliens by the hundreds each day into communities who could not support them. To quiet the problem, 2 flights a week were provided from San Diego to Texas. These flights simply brought aliens that would have been released in San Diego over to Texas. Each flight cost approximately $150,000.
Wild.
This was the administration's way to try to quiet the border-wide crisis.
$150K taxpayer money each flight to send immigrants to sanctuary cities. Yeah, Biden administration. There you go. I mean,
once these flights were
wait,
stopped,
I mean, can y'all accept this? I mean, Kamala Harris supporters, like, let's be real. Can you guys accept what he's saying? I just want, like, come on now. If you can't accept what a ex-chief border patrol agent is claiming, not even claiming, stating, you tell me, come on now, you can't believe this? Then nothing is, you can't believe nothing. There's nothing that can convince you. You might as well just hop off the stream. There's nothing I can show you that can convince you. Like, bro, I could show you him doing it red-handed on video. You still wouldn't believe it.
and the releases continued, California saw the true economic impact. I received calls from the governor's office, local mayors, and hospital administrators asking me if we can keep injured aliens in custody so the federal government would pay the medical bills.
Yep.
Through pressure from the administration, my headquarters became more interested in the fiction that being portrayed in the media and not at all concerned with reality. Each time we asked for help in dealing with a new issue, it fell on deaf ears. At times in San Diego, we had 2,000 or more aliens sitting in between the fences asking to turn themselves in. I was told to move them out of sight of the media. Meanwhile, Border Patrol agents are continually forgotten and neglected by the media and this administration. These agents deal with death, women and children that have been raped, abused, trafficked, bought and sold, families that have spent months in terrible conditions, sickness, and despair. If you look at the dramatic rise in the number of suicides within the Border Patrol, it is directly correlated with the migrant surge. The agents have been pushed beyond their limits.
Yeah, it's like, dog, they dedicate their life to their job to try to stop these people from coming in. Harris and Biden is letting these people in pretty much, telling them, making the same people that's supposed to be protecting these Americans are letting these people in to come hurt them. How do you think that weighs on them at the end of the day? Like, honestly, it's like, bro, look what Harris and Biden has like low-key done to those men, done to those agents. Like, this ain't even about Trump no more. Trump has nothing to do with this. He literally has nothing to do with this. This is everything that Biden and Harris did. No Trump involved.
Has greatly impacted their physical and mental health. While current numbers of aliens crossing our border are lower in comparison in recent months, there's a reason for this. After nearly 4 years, this administration finally started to ask Mexico for help in slowing down the traffic through their country. This and other actions make a difference, but why has it taken so long? All of these tactics were being used before this administration took office, but this administration stopped or greatly limited them. I'm also concerned this will not be maintained. The problems we are facing at the border have solutions. These solutions can be quite simple and cost far less than the mess currently occupying so much time and money.
And it's depressing to hear every time because it didn't have to be like that. It's like, wow, you effed up that hard. That hard? You effed up that hard. How do you do that with a border? And then, for some of y'all, Trump knocked out the border bill. Like I said, y'all don't, first off, how can y'all say Trump has no respect? He had no respect from nobody, but yet he had enough respect to call in and get a border bill knocked off. Like, bro, make it make sense. Like, was he respected or was he not? All right, well, if he wasn't, then what they're saying about him calling in about the border bill is a lie. And if you do admit that he was respected, then maybe, it could have some, it could be true. But you got to pick which one it is. Was Trump respected or was he not? You got to pick that. Like, you just can't sit there and say two things at once. Like, pick a side.
Or a foreign.
Like, pick a side and stick to it.
What happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why?
Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue.
Good Lord, is this disingenuous? Let's talk about what was in this supposed border bill. Out of $118 billion, $61.4 billion was for Ukraine. That's 52%. 12% was for Israel. 11% was for border security. So was this a border bill or a foreign aid bill with a border component to it? This is a classic politician move. Instead of actually addressing a targeted issue with specific solutions, load a bill with billions of dollars for unrelated stuff, make the bill hundreds of pages so no one can actually read it, and then blame the other side and say, well, we proposed a solution, but you shot it down. The Biden-Harris administration does deserve credit for finally signing an executive order in June that has substantively decreased illegal immigration across the border. But the Democrats held the executive branch and the House and the Senate.
And shout out Chris Hogan, man, not to mention the 20 billion Mexican extorted from us. Yeah, bro, through Biden, probably from Obama as well. It's kind of crazy. It's like, dog, we try to send these people back. We catch their own people. They're criminals. And this is how you know they're dumping criminals on us. Because why wouldn't you want to take them back? If they're just law-abiding citizens and they're just good citizens, why wouldn't you want to take them back and just be like, yo, why are you trying to run away to America? But I don't know if they're criminals. Shit, you dumping them in America. I wouldn't want to take them back either. I'll sit there and be like, man, you better turn that plane around, boy. I don't want that boy back here. Like, what?
For the first 2 years of the Biden administration, Biden has had the ability to unilaterally sign this executive order for 3.5 years. So why is it only now, interestingly enough, during election season, that they're proposing?
Weak as hell. Alrighty here. Man. Ain't that crazy? And he held the board for 2 years. So there really is no excuse. There really is no excuse. You can't even blame it on him. Can't even blame it. But actually, let's get into some more facts, though.
Arguments of the So the Trump fraud case went before the appellate court this week?
Yes, the Trump fraud case. Remember where he defrauded or he overvalued some property? And now he owes like 400 and something million. Yeah, that went to court. Let's see how it went down.
And by the time it was over, the closing arguments of the Democrat lawyers was just them begging to not get sanctioned. So look, many people aren't aware that the Trump fraud case went before the appeals court this week. And if you don't know how an appeals court works, there are 5 judges that sit in judgment for these cases. And they basically let the prosecution and the defense both lay out their cases. And their job is to consider whether or not the case was worth hearing in the first place. And it went so badly for the Democrat lawyers that by the end of it, their closing arguments was just them begging to not get sanctioned. So they argued a ton of different things throughout this case. But the biggest thing was the judges kept interrupting them. They kept saying, hold on. Can you find me one other time in history where the person who took the loan was able to call the bank that they took the loan from, and then that bank showed up and said, we weren't defrauded? And
yeah. Can you name one time where we convicted somebody of a felony and the victim of this felony called in and said, bro, what you mean we weren't defrauded? Actually, we served bro a loan again. We did, bro. We served bro a loan 21 times. It had nothing to do, bro. Even the bank came out and said it had nothing to do with his home value. It had everything to do with the fact that we done loaned this man 21 times and he done paid it back.
Lawyers spent like 2 hours trying to find one little instance where it happened. But then the judges said, okay, let's try something else. They said, hey, have you ever prosecuted someone for lying about the value of a property when it resulted in the entire loan being paid back with interest? And again, they gave them like 2 hours to try to explain their case, and they still couldn't produce a single case where that had happened. And then the judges said, hey, you know what? We'll give you another.
Hold on. So you tell me even the prosecutors, the ones who's making this case, couldn't find a single case like the one they were prosecuting? I mean, like, what? Like, basically, the judge sitting there like, bro, I'm gonna be real with you. This shit is brand new. When we start doing this, I'm a judge. When we start prosecuting people on a federal level for this, let me know. And then who's he paying this $400 million to? His defrauders that say he didn't defraud them? Like, where's that coming from?
Shot. They said, have you ever seen an attorney general prosecute a case where there was no damage to the public? There was no damage.
Go read the appeals. Go read it. I mean, dog, come on now. It's, bro, infotainment for a reason. I say it's infotainment for a reason. We get the facts, we read into them, and then we find videos on them that entertain y'all with. Because who want to sit here and watch me read through that long ass document? I'm like, make it make sense. Make it make sense, please. Please. Like, bro, nah, you tripping. Go read it yourself. Go read the appeals court yourself. It's a court, right? You can go read it, right? Yes, like you can read any court case once it's done, right? All right, then.
To try to explain their case, and they still couldn't produce a single case where that had happened. And then the judges said, hey, you know what? We'll give you another shot. They said, have you ever seen an attorney general prosecute a case where there was no damage to the public? There was no damage to the person you said was defrauded, and there was no actual malice committed by the person who took the loan. And then they took another...
And trust me, as soon as I seen this video, I had to go look into it myself. I was like, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean them lawyers stood there shaking in their boots like, please don't sanction us? It's like, what the hell are you talking about? I thought they had a strong case. I thought he was just such a bad guy, a felon. It should be a slam dunk. Nope, they're over there shaking in their boots like, yeah, not only not only is the case about to be dropped, but the prosecutors might get sanctioned? Wild. But let's start it over a little bit.
They said, have you ever seen an attorney general prosecute a case where there was no damage to the public? There was no damage to the person you said was defrauded, and there was no actual malice committed by the person who took the loan. And then they took another 6 hours on that one. And by the end of it, the judges were like, so you don't have any instance of that happening. And then by the time they were done, the judges were like, I don't even know if this is a case that should have been brought. And they said, look, y'all might need to be sanctioned for bringing this case in a malicious manner. One of the judges actually said, I have come to believe that since a case like this has never been brought in the history of the country, not only New York, that you have only brought this case because the person was running for president.
Pretty much.
Which would put you afoul of not only multiple regulations regarding the law, but would also run you afoul of electioneering interference. In fact, at the end of it, when they got to give their closing arguments, instead of arguing the value of their case, instead of arguing that we should have been able to bring this case because of X and Y and all this shit, they actually just said at the end, we hope that the court will take into account that lawyers need to be able to bring cases like this without the threat of sanction. Basically, they were saying, we hope that you decide that we're not going to get in trouble for bringing this bullshit case. That was what happened at the appellate court. So Trump being found guilty of fraud and having to pay 500 some odd million fucking dollars,
About
and the whole
487.
left celebrating about that, he's going to get all that money back because the appellate court was like, this is a bullshit case. The people he took the loan from literally came to court on his behalf and said, hey,
And if you feel some type of way about it, go look it up. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's as simple as that. You'll find what? Any news article. You can find actual court documents. Go look it up. If you feel some type of way, go jump for the facts. What would they say? If you're feeling froggy, jump. Well, cool. If you're feeling froggy about it, go jump for the facts.
we weren't defrauded. We knew he overvalued Mar-a-Lago. We took that into our calculations. And even if we had taken that into our calculations, and the value of Mar-a-Lago was part of 0.14. Like the president of Deutsche Bank said, you know why we gave him the loan? It had nothing to do with the value of Mar-a-Lago. It had to do with we given him 21 other loans. And he has paid back all 21 with interest. We were giving him the loan regardless of the value of anything. And that's where the appellate court was like, how do you have a case?
Yeah.
Deutsche Bank literally said we were giving him the loan regardless.
Regardless, off the history of it, just off history. Like his property value had nothing to do with it.
And that's when they start begging to not get sanctioned. So yeah, that's what happened with the Trump fraud case this week. Going really well for the Democrats.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because other charges were dropped as well. So it's kind of crazy how you keep believing he held Congress for 2 years during your administration. First 2 years, what's going on? And then you look at, legal migration, from Obama years all the way out to Biden years. And you can see during the Obama years that, Obama had it pretty well. He had it locked up, children in cages and all that good stuff. Then Trump comes into play, 2016, gets it to a record low, shout out, and then leaves on a record low. Now, yeah, he did have one bad year in 2019, but got it low. Man, ain't that great. And then here comes Biden skyrocketing it, breaking not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 records. 5 entry records of illegal immigrants. And no, this doesn't come from S.E.T media. No, this doesn't come from Trump. This comes from Custom and Borders. Yes. So, come on now. Come on. Be fair. Be fair. I know you don't like the truth, but it's in y'all face. We can get into the January 6th thing because, come on now. We can just break that down all the way through. How y'all want to talk about it? And shout out, man. Shout out Tony Helm. Appreciate the support, big dog. I just tried to super chat something negative about Kamala and told me to edit and try again. I changed Kamala to Trump and it let me. Yeah, you can't really. That's why people kind of like code name Kamala's name, or they misspell it a little bit, or they put it together and all that. Cause bro, yeah. Dog, I try to ask Google Gemini about Kamala's policies. I can't get nothing. Dead ass. You can ask him about Trump's policies and it'll give you his negative perspective. But you ask anything about Kamala, nothing. So Google, trust me, it's protecting Kamala on the highest level. On the highest level. It's actually amazing. I'm kind of impressed. A little bit impressed. It's like, oh, okay. But look at this, though. BLM riots first January 6th. Which one, man? 500 plus riots were going on. Man, ain't that crazy? In January 6th. So one was left wing, one was right wing. Man, let's see the comparisons. One lasted 7 months. One lasted a couple of hours. One had 20 unalivings. One had 0 unalivings on that day. But I guess there was others that died the day after. So I will give y'all that one. Hundreds of small businesses destroyed. No small businesses destroyed. Come on now. Can you really call it an insurrection when we line them up side by side? I don't know, 150 plus federal buildings damaged. 1 federal building damage, billions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars in damage, 1.5 mil. Hold on. Over 2,000 officers assaulted, 140. Can we really compare the two guys? Come on. We can't call one an insurrection, the other one not an insurrection. What's going on here? What's going on, guys? Are we being a little biased towards it? If we can't call BLM insurrection, the BLM insurrection, Then why are we calling January 6th one? Like, come on now, they're both riots here. Just one is protected and one's protected by the media, and the other one's demonized by the media. There's a difference going on. I hope you can see it. I hope you can see it.
And you know the number, Bob? The actual number is $93 trillion.
Appreciate you, Tony.
That's what they want. And this was done by AOC plus 3. I said, oh, did you study the environment? No. They never even studied. They just come up. They want to do things like no more cows and no windows in buildings. They have some wonderful plans for this country. Honestly, they're crazy, and they're really hurting our country badly. But I just want to say it's been an honor. I've had such great support from the Hispanic community and from the Black community. The highest level ever, and there are those that say we'll end up breaking the 50% mark, which is really an incredible. When you think that 10 years ago or 6 years ago, and even when I first ran, you didn't know me very well, and you got to know me well. And the second, we did great in 2020. We did better in 2020, frankly, than we did in 2016. Much better. We got millions more votes. But we did very well with the Hispanic, and now we're doing record numbers. And I think we're going to have a tremendous election. I think we're going to have an election like no other. I think this is going to be the biggest and most important election in the history of the country. And a big beneficiary will be the people in this room. They've been just so great. You know, Hispanic people have tremendous, they say you can't generalize, but I think you can. They have wonderful entrepreneurship, and they have, you have such energy. Just ease up a little bit, okay? Ease up. No, you have great ambition, you have great energy, very smart, and you really do. It's like natural entrepreneurs. That's why the small businesses in the country, I mean, they are largely the number of Hispanic Americans operating small businesses and big businesses too, very big businesses, running them for stockholders. So it's an incredible group of people. It's an honor to have you on my side. We are getting numbers of Hispanic Americans that nobody ever thought possible. And we're up in all of the polls. Well, it looks like we're leading just about everywhere now. We're leading I think all of the swing states that came out this morning. We're leading all of the swing states. And part of that is she can't answer questions. She doesn't know what the hell she's doing. We can't have that. We had that 4 years ago, and we had that for the last 4 years, and we can't do that anymore. We're not going to survive as a country. We're in very dangerous shape. We're in very bad shape as a country. You look at all of the things that are happening that are so bad, and it's just something we can't take. So we are going to be with you. You've been with me. Get out and vote. And again, November 5th, I believe, is going to go down as maybe the most important day, I hope, right, Mr. Congressman? But I hope it will, because it'll show what we do, but it'll be the most important day in the history of the country. And, I said that with 2016, and I meant it, but this blows it away, because 2016, we had problems, but we didn't have this kind of a problem. We have a problem of survival of our country, because we're run by very stupid and probably evil people, and we can't have it. So thank you very much, Bob. I hope that's a positive message. Is that a positive message? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's make it clear to the Hispanic community that the Biden and Harris administration have killed our economy, destroyed our border.
Preach, sis.
They have destroyed everything good that we have in our country, but they have not destroyed us. And we're going to give President Trump the biggest win in November. Hispanics are.
Reagan win.
Mr. President is going to have the biggest support any Republican president has ever had from us. I truly believe that. But what's most important for us is our values. And Kamala Harris is destroying our values of family, of faith, And if we want those values to live in our children and the second generation, it's important that we instill those values, but that we also elect those that represent our values. And that is President Donald Trump. I think it's important that we also give an opportunity to Captain Sam Brown to introduce himself. This race is very important for your state. So I want to give him an opportunity to say a few words. Thank you for being here. Thank you for making time out of your day to be here, but also thank you for running. I know it's a huge sacrifice, and thank you for everything you've done for our country. I would not be here if it wasn't because of men and women like you that served in our country. So thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Thank you, President Trump, for being here, for demonstrating to the world just how important Nevada is, how important the Hispanic voters are, how important this community is. We're so grateful that you're with us today.
Thank you. We have to bring back our car industry. We have other things.
There we go.
Thank you, Elias. And I agree with you. I believe that the Hispanic values are
Be right
what's
back,
going to
chat.
save this country. I want to talk about the tax, no tax on tips. I was a server for many years. I understand the struggle.
Hey, no tax on tips, man. So if you a stripper or any person who received tips, man, you should be all for Trump. I mean, strippers for Trump for real.
Of not wanting to report all the tips.
Go.
Because we knew that we're going to get taxed. Mr. President, are you going to get the no tax on tips signed into law?
Yeah, I think we will. We had tremendous enthusiasm in Congress for it, even on both sides. They said that was a good idea. Nobody ever thought of it. I have another one. I was in Detroit the other day, and I said we're going to have deductibility of interest on car purchases, and the place went crazy. And top people on Wall Street, two top people, like the top people, when did you ever come up with that idea? And it was something that I just felt we have to bring back our car industry. We have other things even beyond that to bring it back, actually, but that was something. So we have the ideas with the no tax on tips. I was at my building, and a waitress came up, and she was complaining about the way they're harassing her. I said, on what? She said, tips. I said, really? Well, really? I never heard of this. And they said, no, it's terrible. They're actually passing new legislation to go after people on tips. I mean, really deep stuff. So I said, what do you think of the idea of no tax on tips? Because it just seems like very hard money to get for the government. And, maybe you should be entitled. And also, I think a big thing could be for you, but it could be for a lot of the people. You work overtime, no tax on overtime. And I think that's going to be good for the country. More people are going to work overtime. So we have these things. We'll get them done, and we'll get them approved in Congress. I've gotten pretty much everything I've wanted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we want to hear from these three Hispanic Americans as well. We have a few minutes, but Ms. Linda Fornos would like to hear your story as well.
Thank you. It's a really honor for me to be here. And it's my third time sharing with you, Mr. Trump. And now I want to tell about my story. I'm an immigrant Latina who came from Nicaragua 16 years ago. I'm raised by two beautiful women, my mother and my grandma, who taught me values and taught me you have to fight for what you really want. You have to stand. You have to fight for your criteria and your opinion. And that's why I'm here. When I came to this beautiful country, I did things in the right way. And I have worked really hard raising my three kids. Actually, one of my kids, he was invited to be here, part of the panel, but he couldn't. Because he told me, Mom, it's my dream to meet Mr. President Trump, but if I go with him and I miss work, I'm going to be short in my paycheck, my paycheck. That is how sad it is, our economical situation, that we had to work really hard. In my house, we have three people working, three salaries, and having two jobs in order to support.
And it's crazy, though. People actually have to work. I think I was younger, bro, and it was crazy. I remember there was an old head telling me, like, yo, I got to work overtime just to afford the bills. I'm like, whoa. I'm like, hold on. You're like, overtime should be extra money. I thought the 40 hours or at least a half of your check should be all, like, the bills. And then, you know, when now I'm seeing today, it's like it's even worse than what bro was talking about, or the old head was talking about. It's like, bro, I'm working 50, 60 plus hours, straight bills, no extra money, and I'm like, what? And I'm talking about overtime, where their overtime is at least gonna be like you're working 30 plus an hour, all towards bills. I'm like, all right, bro, what type of economy are we in? Because man, I swear to God, during Trump, it was not like this. You worked overtime, man, that was extra money. Now you work overtime, boy, that's just to pay the bills. The bills. That done doubled on us somehow, some way.
Our economy in our house.
And the green energy deal, that green new energy deal, that was, I ain't gonna lie, if that got fully enacted, oh my God, we'd be looking at record high energy prices.
It's not just me, it's all the community, the Hispanic, that they are facing the same situation. What is frustrating is how Democrats who stands for Hispanic, that's what they say. We are here for Latino people. And I ask to everyone what they have done to us. Nothing. They have done nothing. And that's one of the reasons why the Latino community now stand for you, Mr. Trump. That's why they are supporting you and they want you back. It's not time to regret, because many people, they vote for Democrats, as I did. But now I'm standing here and I'm standing for all others who wants to be part of your team, who wants to be part of this American dream. And believe me, they are waiting for you to hold your hand, and they have the faith that you are going to bring America again, as we are dreaming to have it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda.
Go ahead, please.
Iris Ramos Jones, we would love to hear your story. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is an honor to be here with you today. I am a first-generation immigrant from Ecuador. I came to this country 11 years ago. I became a citizen when you were president 5 years ago. Came with nothing, without being able to speak the language, and without knowing anybody here. And today, I'm sitting here with Mr. President Trump.
And that's what I'm saying. That's why this whole immigration thing's insulting. Because she told you, she came in here with nothing. Like, bro, even my peoples, when they came here, the only benefit you got was being in America. Like, yeah, good job. You made it to America, and that's all you get. There is no EBT cards with thousands of dollars in it. You don't get a debit card. It didn't give you housing, nothing. You have to figure it out yourself. So for immigrants to come in here this day and get such a relief package, I don't know, such assistance, it's a smack in the face.
Cameron. That's my daughter.
I'm weak.
When you and mommy used to sleep on that mattress on the floor, I never thought this was going to be possible. This is only possible here in America.
Amen.
And that is why you got to defend this country until the end. And that's why you have to love this country unapologetically, as I do. There is only one America. Do not take it for granted.
Yeah.
The ones that have come from different countries know how bad it can be. How bad it can be if we do not defend our freedom. How bad it can be when they want to silence us. How bad it can be when we lose our rights. And when we do not defend our values. Values that were taught by our parents and our abuelitas. I'm proud to be part of a community that work hard every day. People of faith. People that in today's economy are suffering. They have to have 2 or 3 jobs to meet their needs. We immigrant Hispanics have already made the sacrifices by leaving our countries, leaving our families, leaving everything that we know.
And on the west side, I mean, they feel it the worst. Bro, you think prices, if you're on the east side, man, look, I know prices done rose for us. Well, look, if it doubled for us, then it tripled or quadrupled for them. And we all know the west side's way more expensive than the east side, given good weather, I believe. But it is effed up, though. So if you think it's bad here, oh my goodness. Over there, not only having their wages went up, but everything done tripled on them. Like, they're dealing with the same stuff we're dealing with, but with a higher price and like with a higher price accumulation. It's like, it's crazy.
Oh, behind. We have nothing to lose. And we do see this country with a lot of hope. Hope that you gave us and that we hope to restore it. We're willing to learn and embrace those opportunities. Opportunities because we are survivors. We take risk. We get things done when we do have the opportunities, but unfortunately, opportunities in today's America are lost. In the last 4 years, they have proved that they want to divide and bully those who don't think like them.
Facts. It's called repressive tolerance. Is where you can only tolerate ideas from the left, but you cannot tolerate any ideas from the right. And this like regressive tolerance, the people that have regressive tolerance have no middle ground. Like, you can't face it. You can't have a middle ground with them because anything conservative they reject. But as soon as you bring up a liberal point, they're like, oh, yeah. It's wild.
They know the power of Latinos, and they are only using us for political purposes.
Aggressive tolerance, my bad.
In the last 4 years, they have proved that they do not care about us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Edith. Mr. President, really quick, what do you say to those who immigrated here to this country the right way? What do you say to those people that are here in this country?
So you have a lot of people that came in and they went through 10, 12 years of work, and I think they're being very unfairly treated. They've worked so hard and they're so proud and they love the country. And we have people coming in, many people coming in and do a good job, and many people shouldn't be on that line because they're dangerous people. We have a lot of dangerous people. And we're going to take care. We want, just so we understand, we want to have strong borders, but we want people to come into our country legally, and it'll happen. We're going to have a lot of people come in, but they're going to come in legally, and that's the way it has to be done. We all know that. I think everybody knows that around the table.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, I think we just need to cut off immigration for a couple years. Give us enough time to send everybody out. And then, once we get that done about a couple years or so, we can go ahead and let them back in. But we need to lock it up and then, reopen it the legal way, of course. And probably make it a little bit more difficult for people to get in here. Border-wise, application-wise. We can't, you can't come in here if you have any terrorist ties, severe crimes. But for some reason, we're letting them in regardless. Like, who cares? Wild, huh?
Communities is that we have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running. Now, I also want to say that seems to be more pronounced with the brothers. So if you don't mind, just for a second, I'm going to speak to y'all directly.
Really?
And say that when you have a choice that is this clear, when on the one hand you have somebody who grew up like you, knows you, went to college with you, understands the struggles and pain and joy that comes from those experiences. Who's had to work harder and do more and overcome and achieves the second highest office in the land.
Political talking points like this are obviously condescending, insulting, frankly, in my view, racist and disgusting. And apparently, I'm not the only one. Apparently, that's not a partisan view. We've got Nina Turner here. I'm sure you guys know who Nina Turner is. She used to work for the Bernie Sanders campaign.
It is downright offensive. It feels like, you know, come on now. It's such a clear answer, black men. I'm like, bro, if you don't shut your, you know, I'm not even going to go in on that. It's just downright condescending. It's like, oh, it's such a clear answer who it is. I'm like, yeah, you're right. It's Trump, Obama. And now who you repping right now? I'll tell you that right. I could tell him into his face. I'm like, and you know what? F you. Like, who the hell you trying to tell? Oh, it's such a clear, obvious option. I'm like, bro, kiss my ass. I could give a damn what you think. Could give a damn. And man, shout out Fox Chase. They already saying they're not clarifying the election if he wins, and there's proof of election fraud. I feel they might stuff ballots of his name or frame him in swinging states. Yo, that would be crazy. If they stole the election from Trump, stole the election for Trump just to run him up on the charges of stealing the election. Damn it, that would be. I ain't gonna lie, that would be a twist. That'd be quite the twist. I mean, that's so crazy. This condescending bastard Obama, though. Really, a clear choice. Man, I wonder if it was a clear choice when you bombed those children. Was that a clear choice? Like, I just answer that. Like, riddle me that. Riddle me this. Man. All right. Shout out Fox Chase again. Obama is half white man. A half white man lecturing black men who to vote for is crazy. I'm telling you, it's like, bro. You're half white and half black, and it won't even ding you on that. It's the fact that you feel like, well, you're trying to divide us black men. Well, you black men who's gonna vote Democrat, y'all are obviously better because you know the clearer choice. Yeah, y'all are better than the black men who are voting for Trump because y'all know the clear choice, bro. You bitch ass nigga, kiss my ass. Like, bro, what?
She's an avid leftist. I even describe her more as a socialist. Take a look.
Why are black men being lectured to? Why are black men being belittled in ways that no other voting group?
A tour of media to appeal to men.
They need to appeal to the needs of the voters. And so when I was a delegate for President Obama in both of his elections in Ohio, right now the vice president is down 11 points in Ohio, even though I fully expect President Trump to take Ohio as he did twice, but to be down 11 points compared to President Biden, that is a problem. But this other issue I want to bring up is a problem too. Why are black men being lectured to? Why are black men being belittled in ways that no other voting group? Now, a lot of love for former president.
Bro, it's true. It's like, bro, why are we being belittled just because we don't agree with you? Just because we don't feel like you're the right person for the job. We're being belittled for that. A group of black men being belittled, being talked down to because we don't agree with what y'all got going on. The disrespect is crazy. That's all I'm saying. It's the regressive tolerance. They get you to like, bro, anything conservative, anything right leaning, they get you to hate it. And all you can accept is anything that's left leaning. It's downright disrespectful.
I want to bring up is a problem too. Why are black men being lectured to? Why are black men being belittled in ways that no other voting group? Now, a lot of love for former President Obama, but for him to single out black men is wrong. And some of the black men that I have talked to have their reasons why they want to vote a different way. And even if some of us may not like that, we have to respect it. So unless President Barack Obama is going to go out and lecture every other group of men from other identity groups, my message for Democrats is don't bring it here to black men who by and large don't vote much differently from black women. And why, as a politician, we should be trying to get all voters.
Which is a damn shame, but it is what it is.
To vote. And hopefully there are a few good men out there who do care about the stripping away of some of women's bodily autonomy. But this is wrong for President Obama. It is a wrong course for the Harris-Waltz campaign to lay at the feet of black men when they have their reasons. In 2020, the vice president was labeled a cop, as we know.
But do you think, sorry to interrupt you, Nina, but do you think he's right? that one of the reasons is because they don't like the idea of a
It might be some listen, black men are socialized in the same society as any other man. So yes, is misogyny maybe a part of it? But again, is President Obama and is the Harris Waltz campaign
I hate that. Oh, is misogyny a part of it? No, it ain't misogyny. What the hell does, bro, a hatred of women have to do with me voting for Kamala? I just don't think she's the woman for the job. She's a person for the job. You tell me I'm misogynist. I hate women all of a sudden. I just hate women because I don't want to vote for one. I'll be, bro, the gaslighting, the condescendingness, bro, what do you think, we're dumb? It's like, what, you think we're going to fall for that? Well, I'm not. I don't know. You can't tug on my emotional strings like that. I'm just going to hit you with I don't care. Like, cool. I guess I'm misogynist. I guess I'll be a misogynist this election. It's like, but when Trump's in office, I'll go back to being a woman lover, I guess.
That one of the reasons is because they don't like the idea of a
It might be some listen, black men are socialized in the same society as any other man. So yes, is misogyny maybe a part of it? But again, is President Obama and is the Harris Waltz campaign going to lecture other male groups in the same way that they're lecturing black?
She had that panel speechless, and she's totally right on the frickin' money. She asked the question, why are black men being lectured to? Black men being belittled? And that's exactly what it is. I don't even need to really explain it. Vote for Kamala Harris because you and her share a common skin complexion. That is essentially, in essence, what Barack Obama said. It's an insult to your intelligence. And frankly, I think a lot of people are just sick of it. You know, the way black men feel, I think can be described by a clip that popped up on my timeline here of Charles Barkley.
I voted Democratic my entire life. And I'm starting to think like, man, everybody in my hometown is still poor. Man, all the black neighborhoods are still poor. They all go to schools, and we've been voted Democratic for 59 years. I've been on the earth.
Voting for the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, is the definition of insanity. And people...
Yeah, it's like the black community. We have like political insanity. Like we keep voting for the party that just don't work. And bro, that's when Trump said, try something new. I was like, you know what? Hey, that's actually something good to say. Like, why not try something new? Like, bro, you've been voting for these people for 60 plus years and nothing has happened for y'all. So what's going on here? Like I said, it was like we got the black community. Damn near like we got political insanity.
People have had enough. They've been told their entire life, vote for the Democrat. It's going to make your life better. It's going to solve all the problems in the inner city. But the Democrat track record is horrible. In many cases, in many neighborhoods, things are worse now than they were before. People have serious issues, and they're starting to research a lot of the top issues of the election. They have legitimate grievances, and now they're being told, put that all aside, stop being a sexist, and vote for Kamala Harris because she's just like you. Nope. Give me a freaking break, and it's even worse. I mean, way worse, with Kamala Harris as the subject, because only recently now is she claiming this deep connection to black American roots. Throughout her entire career, she was an Indian woman. The headlines were always the first Indian woman elected. And now all of a sudden, Kamala Harris is talking about Tupac and Biggie, washing her collard greens in the bathtub, and faking an accent at these events. It's a slap in the frickin' face. And people are frustrated with it. They're frustrated with the whole process. But most importantly, I think people are done with...
Yeah, and I agree with you, Fox Chase. And they do that through rich man bad logic. It's like, oh, the Republicans only care for the rich. They don't care about you. They don't care about your mama, your grandmother because we're poor. It's like, yeah, they feed us that lie as we're children. And it's like we don't grow up to learn the truth until, well, later on in our years when we want to earn some money, when we want to do something with our lives and realize now, oh, hold on. I might need to pick up some conservative values here. I think it's better to pick myself up by the bootstraps instead of cry and complain about the white man and ask for handouts from the government. I think, putting my destiny in my hand instead of the government's hands would probably be a better option for myself and my family. Yeah, I think that'd be better. I don't know. Maybe that's just my thinking. Who knows?
Stuff, but at the same time, we're told that that he has no social media and they can't hack his phones.
5 words, 2 years before the brain starts.
Well, anyway, though, we're about to get into this.
It's common to pronounce these 5 words incorrectly.
Ian or Ian
Dementia
Carroll
is now known as type 3
like literally the best
and so, like,
TikTok
that's the kind
investigator.
Like, maybe they're covering up incompetence.
We're talking about the best TikTok investigator sitting down with this man Myron Gaines. It's about to be a banger. Right, getting into all the conspiracies. Welcome to the conspiracy hour, man. My man Carol TikTok's biggest investigator is going to talk on the Diddy trafficking ring, Trump assassination attempts, and more. So let's get right into it. Welcome to the Conspiracy Hour. Let's go.
And it's been a wild ride. It's a lot of fun. And so I kind of, I'm just a dude that looks shit up and thinks about it, and everything's kind of on the table. It's whatever's interesting to me.
Yeah, no. And you've done a great deep dive on the Diddy situation. I've covered that case more from the the federal criminal case. But you kind of have talked more about like the how it even got there. How he was able to do this for damn near 20 to 30 years, right? But we'll cover Trump first because this is what we were going to originally talk about before, because you actually have kind of like an alternate theory on what went down back in the July assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. Can you kind of take us through that?
Totally. Yeah, we sort of have we kind of have some interesting new data on it too, now that Trump has gone back to the same exact rally location again. Mm-hmm. There was a second assassination attempt on him. And it's just, as time has kind of progressed and the answers that we have and have not gotten have sort of shed a little bit of light on it. But I think the most obvious thing is that we don't have answers and we don't have adequate investigations. Because when that first Trump shooting happened, obviously the internet was speculating all over the place. And there was a million theories about multiple shooters and operations and inside jobs. And I mean, I don't feel like I have any clarity or certainty about I know what happened. I just have some suspicions. And based upon what I see, it sort of adds up to, I see a lot of patterns in the first Trump assassination attempt with Thomas Matthew Crooks that looks to me an awful lot like a patsy who had no business taking a shot at the president, no business getting that close to the president, no business kind of understanding what was involved in that attempt. And somehow he wound up there with a rifle and apparently got some shots off. But there were a lot of sort of just little data points that seemed to suggest that there is at least some sort of complicity in the Secret Service or members of the Secret Service, although a lot of it was actually not the normal Secret Service detail, because a lot of Trump's Secret Service that day got directed to Jill Biden and to other people, and he wound up with a bunch of contractors that were sort of one day guys or brought in.
Some of them were HSI
rally.
agents, because HSI heavily augments Secret Service, but they're not trained to the same level. And I'll be honest, when I've done Secret Service details when I was an agent, you're bro, get me the fuck out of here. I don't want to do this. It's kind of almost a punishment. You don't want to be there because the Secret Service job sucks. I've told people this all the time. It's one of the worst agencies to work for if you want to be a federal investigator. But sorry, continue on. So yeah,
and it's hard as fuck too.
Yeah,
and there's a point and this is the thing, is that there's always kind of multiple angles to consider, and you don't know which one is which, because on the one hand, sort of the more skeptical side is you're right that it's they're not trained. You bring in these contractors and they're not trained for the type of protective detail that Secret Service entails, and so they're not really ready for defending the president against a shooter. But on the other hand, that's also the exact same kind of thing that you would do if you were trying to plan an assassination and you had inside control over it and you could switch out all the regular Secret Service guys. That would be really useful, to put in a bunch of your own compromised people that are going to scramble the investigation and maybe obscure some evidence, maybe delay a call that was supposed to be made, whatever it is. Mm-hmm. And so the fact that we start out having new guys on the block, so to speak, that it's not sort of the core Secret Service detail, that's kind of suspicious in the first place. And when you couple that with all the incompetence in the investigation and in the placement of people and who was in what positions, there's a lot on the sort of Secret Service side of things that implies to me at least a malicious level of incompetence. But to me, it looks a lot more like some level, at least a portion of that cell was trying to let something happen, or maybe acting to help it happen. Mm-hmm. And then Thomas Matthew Crooks has all this weird shit around him where he's training at this rifle range where the FBI also trains, where there's also these connections to Urich was also training at that range. There's been a lot of people speculating about this guy named Maxwell Urich being involved potentially. I don't know what I'd buy on that. Mm-hmm. But he's got Thomas Matthew Crooks has multiple cell phones that are apparently encrypted. He's got encrypted bank accounts apparently that have links to allegedly Iran and stuff. But at the same time, we're told that he has no social media and they can't hack his phones. And so that's the kind of stuff where maybe they're covering up incompetence, but if he was a patsy that's the kind of thing we would see also of like, oh, sorry, there's no evidence and he has no social media and he just came out of nowhere and he's this lone crazy guy. So it's kind of this like dueling perspective where it could all be incompetence, but that's what you would try to make it look like if you were intentionally trying to assassinate Trump.
Yeah.
And
that's true.
I think the key to like the crux of the multiple shooter theories comes down to the sound evidence and sort of the video evidence, as in a lot of the videos, a lot of people did a lot of audio analysis about like the echo, the timing of the echoes, the sounds of the shots. And I don't know as I'm necessarily 100% convinced that the audio indicates that there's multiple weapons being fired. It sure sounds like there's 3 different weapons being fired. Like there's 2 different primary sort of unsuppressed rifles, and then a suppressed rifle round or 2 that get fired in there as well.
Okay.
But it's, you can't be certain off of that. And the video evidence, no one's really become super clear about finding anything that really indicated a second shooter in any of the video evidence. Like all of the stuff that was on the water tower is not convincing enough. It's like could just be kind of lens blur because it's so zoomed in.
Can you tell the people the water tower theory real quick, because this is something that actually came up when I was doing when I was breaking down the case from my end. And to me at this point I was like, to me it does look like there's a sole shooter, but obviously I'm always open to other views. And this is actually one of the things I was excited to talk to you about, because I know that this whole water tower thing came out and I know that you had made a video about it, whatever. Can you explain to our audience real quick?
When I made the video about the water tower, it was pretty early on, and it was sort of like, oh, this looks suspicious. We should look into this. Because what happened early on is a video surfaced that was, I think, from a steady cam, from like one of the live stream steady cams that's just in one location pointed in a direction. And when you crop in really, really far onto the top of the water tower in that video footage, the like dome on the top of the water tower, the little like top piece, it seems to like blur in a way that makes it look like there's kind of like a dark figure kind of coming out from one side and then going back behind.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Fox Chase.
But it's really not clear that you can't be certain that you're actually seeing that. It could just be kind of like the camera lens sort of like figuring out the pixels, and like it's hard to say. But then as more video footage came out, I started sifting through all of it, checking the water tower, checking the base of the water tower, and I didn't find any evidence that showed like a zip line coming down from it or anyone up on top of it. One of the things that supported that theory was that people did note that there was the van, I think it was, parked.
Hey, he could have paraglided down. Shoot, he said, no, less evidence. I can just paraglide off this water tower. And they're talking about the second shooter. That's the theory. That not only there was Thomas Crooks, but there was a second shooter on the water tower over there in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Right. It might have been the car. There was a vehicle parked right underneath the water tower that we saw in a couple of the different video shots that had been there for some of the like quite some time before the shooting actually started. And so people were maybe speculating that someone had gotten there, and like you can go look at like Google Earth, and the ladder does lead up to the water tower. The ladder on that water tower does lead up on like the back side of it, so you would be obscured. I can pull it up for the audience real quick. Is there a link you maybe have that I could, or do you want me to link them to your? No, it'd just be like a Google Earth view of it. I was just kind of zooming around in Google Earth, and it's clear enough on Google Earth that you can see that the ladder is on the back side of the tower, and it leads up one of the legs, and it leads up the dome on the backside in a way that if you were to go up and down that ladder, you would be pretty much obscured from view. So it's hard to say. Like, it would be a pretty fucking huge risk to go up and down that ladder in this kind of a setting. And I feel like it's not possible that someone did go up and down the ladder, because there was like the video that people were looking at maybe there were trees in front of it. I don't know. It's hard to say. I am not convinced that anyone was on the water tower.
Okay. Even though those shadow things came out.
Yeah. It's just like it was this one initial video and it went really viral because it sure looked like there was something up there. But it's like once you started to look at all the other evidence that came out, it didn't really corroborate the water tower. There was some stuff about the bullet trajectories that some other people went way deeper into.
Yeah.
About how it seemed like some of the trajectories of where you saw the bullets kind of impact the crowd in a couple of the videos didn't really line up with Crooks's angle of fire necessarily. It seemed like there was like 2 different angles of fire. But again, that's kind of circumstantial because the videos are not.
We're going to go into subscriber mode for a little bit. So make sure to like and subscribe, man. 20-minute subscriber mode. Appreciate y'all for subscribers for tuning in and supporting the channel, man. Let's go.
High quality, and they're like very low frame rate relative to bullet, the speed of a bullet.
Yeah.
And so all of that is like circumstantial and kind of like vague. But for me, the thing that, so where I stand now is that I think it's more likely that there was multiple shooters than that there was just the one. But that's not really based on the actual hard evidence from the scene, as much as the hard evidence from the scene is sort of like fucked enough for me to have a lot of questions. And then I just am looking at the patterns of how presidential level assassinations play and how any high level assassination plays throughout history, especially when intelligence agencies are involved. And that's what starts to sort of just suggest to me that they wouldn't do it with a single guy, especially a dude that's like not a good shot. Like, it starts to get to the point where when you really examine sort of the historical context of an assassination of this caliber and the evidence we have, it either seems to me that it has to be either Thomas Crooks acted alone and he was just a fucking, lone loser with a gun with no help. Or like if the Secret Service is going to get involved and help this happen, they're not going to risk that compromise, like risk that operation getting exposed if they're not going to succeed, I would assume, right? Like if you're a compromised cell within the Secret Service, within the U.S. government, and you're perpetrating a plot to assassinate Donald Trump, and your only plan is to have a lone gunman come up and like this kid, Matthew Thomas, who has like not a great shot. He's a fucking 20-year-old leftist that is poorly equipped, that is clearly not trained for this kind of a job in any serious way. If you're going to be a compromised cell within the government assassinating Trump, you're not going to put all your eggs in that kid's basket. Like, that would be retarded, right? You would want an operation that you'd be sure would succeed, at least the way I would see it. Like, I wouldn't fucking plan it that way.
Absolutely. And another thing, too, is that, the other thing too is that like he missed those shots, like the cop like tried to get up on the top of the roof, and they kind of scared him. I think those cops that like scared him bought Trump the time to turn his head and make Matt whiff some of those shots because he was obviously nervous. Imagine you're trying to assassinate the president of the United States, and the cops see you. And you point the rifle at them, and they're like, "Oh
Heart
shit!"
starts racing.
Falls off. Yeah, you're like, "Oh, dude, I only got a few seconds now to make this happen."
You doing something big?
You just lost your train. You lost your train of sight. You have to turn back and reset.
You doing something big, and so it's like, "Oh crap! Hold on, man. I got to make sure I do this right." It's like, hell no, you trying to take out the president, boy? His heart probably sunk into his stomach when he seen that officer.
Sight and freaking out.
So,
but like that being said, like the number of Secret Service agents that had to leave their posts and not be looking around, there's multiple angles on this, and we could dissect each one. One good example is once you start to examine all the various video footage from around the building taken by cell phones, there was the first one that came out really early on where the guy was like behind the building and they were filming Thomas on the roof, crawling up the roof.
Yeah.
And everyone there like shouting and pointing like, look, he's on the roof.
Yep.
And that goes on for like 2 minutes before the guy shoots, right?
Yeah.
And later, the dude that put out a lot of good video footage that was a lot clearer later on, Stu Beef, I forget his name. He had a weird username. His video was from around the other side, like kind of around the front of that building where you like facing the shooter a little more so. And then he later was in the parking lot in the back once the cops kind of brought him in and put him behind their car. And in his video footage, you can clearly see two plainclothes police officers with weapons drawn come from around the building where the original video was shot, where the whole crowd was pointing and looking at Thomas Crooks on the roof with his gun for like 2 minutes. So it like clearly shows that there were plainclothes police officers right where that video was being filmed, right where this whole crowd had formed, pointing at Thomas Crooks on the roof holding a gun for several minutes. And so then it's and these are all guys that are working in this building where all of these
Wait, it's gonna do it to me.
These other Secret Service agents left their posts and then the second guy left his post to go down and open the door for the guy that like got
They
locked
claimed
out.
they weren't on the roof because they were hot.
Exactly. Like there's all these weird anomalies of like failure
was
to
a
be where you're supposed
excuse.
to be and just like most basic protection. And in the same region, the same sort of team of guys has plainclothes officers over by this crowd that have seen Crooks, and somehow no one has called this in. And so that's where it starts to get to like, I find it hard to believe that all that amalgamation of evidence, and there's more than just that. That's just kind of like some obvious ones that we remember. But that whole like body of evidence, that to me indicates at least some level of like a cover up or complicity or like intentional negligence on behalf of at least one or two of them, if not a lot of them. And and I guess what I'm saying is that the more I've thought about it and kind of just like let it settle for a while, the more I think that if any of them are intentionally complicit at all, then that's a full-on assassination plot, right? Like, even if all you're doing is leaving a door open or turning the other way, leaving your post at the right time, that's an assassination plot. And the moment that you have Secret Service members in on an assassination plot to kill Trump, I don't believe that they would do it in any sort of shitty, half-assed way. I don't think they're going to leave it up. Like, you were never going to leave the JFK assassination up to Lee Harvey Oswald. Yeah. He was just there to fucking get caught and fire a shot. And so to me, that implies that there probably was another shooter. But at the same time, it's like, we don't have any evidence, and it's probably been too long to actually locate or identify any other shooters. Yeah. There were people that were going into, like, maybe there's a remote-fired rifle hiding somewhere. Like, Lord knows what kind of technology these guys could have. Yeah. Maybe there's a dude in the trees with a tree stand. And it's like, I don't know how to parse all that out. To me, that all just sounds like endless speculation. But we got a lot of questions, and all we saw was Kimberly Cheadle just fucking, like, obfuscating the truth, lying to Congress, fucking covering her own ass, being an idiot. And then, like, Chris Wray, the FBI director, same story, just, like, blatantly.
And the thing about Cheeto was, like, you know, the former what was the Secret Services director was, how the hell she get Secret Service director? That was DEI as hell. I'm looking at this lady's resume and I'm going, okay, hold on. So you was like a head of security at Coca-Cola, which means that you were guarding, well, chips, sodas, whatever Coca-Cola sells. They sell a lot, okay? And here what confused me. How'd you go from protecting inanimate objects or being the leader of protecting inanimate objects to being the leader of protecting the president? I mean, you know, inanimate objects, chips and sodas to president is a pretty big jump. Like, am I wrong?
Not trying to do their job. And then you add in that they failed, like, whoever tried to do this, whether it was a solo guy or not, that fails. And then what, like a month later, we get a second attempt. And the second attempt is even more tied in to sort of like the types of networks that you would see if our intelligence agencies were sort of trying to contract a patsy or a shooter. Because, you know,
before we get into the second one real quick, because the second one, that's a whole other thing. Because so knowing what you know now, obviously you've done a deep dive on this. You've looked at this from different angles. You've seen other people kind of come to it. What do you think, like, and obviously when this first broke out in July, people were thinking there's two shooters, some people weren't sure, etc. We've seen the testimony from the FBI. We've seen them, reveal some stuff on the investigation. It's still going. They're still, trying to get more information, figure out if there was another shooter or whatever happened. What do you think at this point? What do you think transpired on that day, and who do you think was involved or culpable for this? Now that this dust has kind of settled a bit.
What I think is most likely, okay. I don't feel certain or confident in like saying I know for sure, but what I think is most likely is that Crooks was probably surveilled for a long time and probably groomed for this role and probably approached in some format, probably provided with these phones by, some sort of handler and kind of given this equipment and this assignment by a handler.
So you think he was put up to this? Like, this wasn't a crazy kid that decided, I don't like Trump, I'm going to just go to
this on his own.
Okay.
Oh, wow. I doubt it. Okay. That's, and maybe, but I don't think so. I think the most likely is that he was given those encrypted phones. He was given those, encrypted, those like bank accounts and given this assignment and given a little bit of training probably. And I bet that he was told that the way would be cleared for him, because it takes a whole different level of balls for a 20-year-old liberal to actually take a gun in there, fly a drone around there, like go, like do this whole operation, get up on the roof with a gun.
It's kind of reckless.
Yeah, like I know a lot of liberals, and I mean, a lot of them talk a big game, but like find anyone that's 21 years old that'll actually get up there on that roof with a gun. Oh, wow. And so I wouldn't be surprised if there were handlers, and if those handlers provided him with the shit and kind of told him like, this is your route, this is how you're going to get in, get up there at this time, and we'll make sure that you're cleared and no one will be watching you. because you would need to kind of like set those nerves at ease so this inexperienced kid feels like he can actually pull this off. Because if you were just a lone gunman trying to do this, you'd have to be fucking retarded to think that you would pull this off. Like, that's the stupidest fucking idea I've ever heard. And the actual like route that he took, the location he took the shot from and everything, that's not a great, like, that's obviously a place where if you didn't know where Secret Service was and you were expecting them to run a real detail, that would not be a good place to be. They would fucking see you. You would get shot right away. Like, that's not...
Yep.
That's not...
I remember when they asked an expert sniper. The expert sniper said, "What you mean? I'd been over there in the parking lot in a car with the sniper rifle in the back, in the front seat, ready to take the shot." I'm like, "Damn." He said, "Yeah, they wouldn't be able to stop me." I'm like, "Whoa." So yeah, for him to do such an amateur job, more than amateur, it's just like there's just no way a regular kid was able just to get through the cops, Secret Service, and all and get that close to taking a shot to the president without some type of help, some type of guidance.
Not a good plan, right? A better plan would be to have a longer gun and more training and go somewhere like the water tower or go somewhere like up in the trees or like there's a whole fucking like stadium in the other direction across the street. Kind of, it's a little further away, so you'd have to be a good shot, but there's all kinds of like enclosed seating and stuff in that stadium that I'm pretty sure you can get a line of fire from. So like if you were trying to do this as a lone gunman, I feel like there'd be way smarter ways to do it. And the way he did it, to me, just sort of implies that he was told it would be okay to be there and that that's where he should shoot from. And I would assume that they had sort of given him a scenario of like, here's your plan. You take that shot. This is how you're going to get out. We'll run cover. We'll obfuscate the thing. You'll get away. You'll get paid, whatever it is. Or maybe you'll get arrested and then we'll kind of like, we'll get you out on insane, whatever it is. Like, I bet that he was told a story that made him feel like he was.
All right. And everybody was allowed back in the chat, man. Let's go.
Going to be taken care of and like he was doing a good thing in some form.
Yeah.
And I would assume that if you're running like, because the way I see it again is like,
do you think he knew he was going to live?
It's a real operation.
So you think like this wasn't like a self-deletion mission? Like you think that he went in thinking I'll probably make it out of this thing alive?
Point. That's the only way that I could imagine it being.
But how could he have? I don't know. I don't think he knew. I think as soon as he was positioned, like there had to been some type of mind control involved. Because you tell me there's no way the other Secret Service who took him out instantly, you tell me he didn't see that guy. He didn't see how that guy could, okay, he's going to see my shot and he's going to take me out. Like there's no, I don't know. There's no way he was like put on there and thought he was going to go home without being brainwashed to do so. Because, bro, I'd have definitely, anybody would have seen that, well, the Secret Service guy right there and would have probably thought like, yeah, if I take this shot, I expose my position and it's a wrap.
Truly a lone gunman. And that's not out of the question because like the dude had mental health issues. He looked the part for being ready to delete himself. Like, I would believe that if we got more evidence to kind of like confirm that all the Secret Service bungling of the operation and all the weird cover up that happened ever since was truly incompetence, I would totally believe it. And if we got some sort of confirmation that is what happened, I would be like, totally fair play.
Okay.
But when I weigh in like all of the Secret Service weird shit that happened,
big blunders
with the guys leaving and just kind of like just leaving the most obvious place to take a shot from just wide open for minutes. And
crazy dude.
And places that they were like literally like the window that Greg and his buddy were supposed to be at is like literally overlooking that entire roof. That's like their one job is to look at the roof where Thomas Crooks was crawling around on for multiple minutes. And there's like people shouting. There's a guy on the roof, like outside these open windows that you could, probably hear them all shout. So anyways, like if it is an operation and Crooks has any sort of help, I assume it's a real operation because you're not going to get your hands dirty just to get caught. You're going to get your hands dirty so you can fucking succeed at your mission. And if you're running a real operation, then you'd have a real shooter somewhere hidden farther back or like up and somewhere far smarter with a similar line of fire would be my assumption. I mean, obviously, I don't know how these things work, but that's what I would think. Because you'd get a guy up in the trees in the back or like up on the water tower with a zip line or something.
God
although
damn.
I don't think we have evidence that I think we have evidence that didn't happen.
Paraglide.
People were speculating even about maybe like in the space between the ceiling and the roof inside of the building, there's like all these little vents, and people were speculating that maybe someone could have been lying in there, and it's like maybe, but like I don't know.
What do you think about? So you think that he definitely had people that put him up to it, and he had some sort of assistance, which makes sense because obviously this was a crazy thing to pull off. Do you? But we don't know who it is, right? You don't think? Do you think they've been trying to say Iran, which I think is kind of ridiculous?
Yeah. Well, they looked like they
thoughts
had
on
that
that?
line all ready to go.
Yeah.
And that adds to my suspicion. Like multiple parts of that is they were ready to throw, like, imagine if we didn't have X and we didn't have all this media that was like us reporting on it and
Yeah.
they were allowed to give us the narrative.
Yeah.
They were
Boy.
ready to feed us like his bank accounts are tied to Iran.
Yeah.
And Bibi Netanyahu had a fucking speech in front of Congress already
We're going to get with the commercial. No, it's interesting. I like it.
scheduled for the next week. And his speech was all about blaming Iran. And even though we'd already debunked it, he still went and gave basically the same speech. And he tried to pin that assassination attempt on Iran.
And that's why I don't like the fact that Iran is like low-key push. Well, not Iran, but Trump is pushing this message of, oh, you know, the leader was Iran was here. They gave him security more than me. And these are the people that are after me. I'm like, no, don't believe that narrative, dog, because that's how Israel is going to get us in that conflict in the Middle East. Like, do not believe that narrative. Like, I don't know, because trust me, the guy who the second guy who second guy who tried to take a shot at Trump, dog, he was pro-Ukrainian. If anything, he even written in his book that he was trying to take out Trump because he didn't provide a solution to Ukraine. He wasn't pro-Ukraine.
And it just, I mean, it kind of, we all glossed over it on the internet because we were busy counting like 57 standing ovations or some stupid trash.
Yeah.
But Bibi blamed it on Iran. And that's like, just think about the timing of all of that just coincidentally. That's pretty fucking weird.
No, you're right. You're right. It is. It like because he went right after all this happened. He was at Congress delivering his speech saying, "I need more money."
Make sure to like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation. This is gonna be a fun conspiracy hour.
And then
Let's
the
talk
FBI
about it.
arrested this guy, which I did a whole case on that, saying that he was plotting to kill an American government official. This fucking guy, this murder for hire case out of where was it? Was it New York? I forget where exactly it was out of. But regardless, I mean, this is all wild to me that that all this transpired and they're trying to blame it on Iran, right? And then now, right, we see what's going on in Lebanon. We see the ground assault. And after Hezbollah, who are they going to go after next? They're going to go after Iran. And then you talk about October 7th and how, you got one of the most sophisticated borders in the world, and they were able to somehow get invaded by these dudes with RPGs and fucking paragliders. What the hell's going on?
Dome and all.
Right? It's all very clean break report to me. I mean, it's got 100 shades of sort of like 9/11 taking us into Iraq, which is like, what's the link there, you know? And now it's like they're reporting that they have intelligence sources saying there's credible threats on Trump's life from Iran. But it's like, yeah, Israel's the one that told us that Saddam had weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
Where are these intelligence sources and why are they credible? And so like, I don't know. It just adds up to being very suspicious to me. So I have questions. And the way I see it is if it was a lone gunman and I'm wrong, then it's like, who's hurt by that? Like my reputation a little bit maybe. But if it was our own government plotting to pin it on Iran and kill Trump and get us into World War III, if that's what actually happened, like I would way rather be expecting that and looking for that and maybe be wrong and it's a lone gunman.
And that's what they were going to do with the Trump assassination. I ain't going to lie. They was going to assassinate Trump, spin it to be, oh, no, it was Iran. It was an Iranian spy. He did it. And boom, here we go. Everybody's gun-ho, just like we were for 9/11, to go into Iran.
Than to be like, it's for sure a lone gunman.
Allegedly,
totally
reportedly.
blindsided by them pinning it on Iran and taking us to war in Iran. So
and this dude was
I sort of like
Pakistani,
skew
too.
towards that.
The guy that
view
they
as well.
arrested, this guy for murder for hire, he's a fucking Pakistani. So, I mean, again, all of this just...
When was that? Was that like a week, like shortly after Crooks?
Yeah, not too long after Crooks, they fucking picked this guy up. And the hit allegedly was supposed to happen like a day or two before Crooks was arrested, or shot.
Damn.
So, it's just... Everything is just so weird in this situation. How
Boy,
I
they trying
agree
to
with you.
body
Like,
my
if we didn't
man.
have independent media, they totally
Boy.
could have spun this as an
I'm
Iranian
praying for
hit,
this man,
etc.
Trump.
I mean, if you look at, imagine, I was thinking about this literally when you
Praying for
mentioned
this
that,
man.
like, we have independent media, so people are able to get an alternative side. Imagine if we had independent media during 9/11.
Bingo, dude. For real.
Imagine.
Everything would have been different.
Do you think we would have
Imagine the dancing Israelis happening on X.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
during
goodness.
during 9. Yeah.
It'd been over.
Crazy. Because
and so that's why it's like I think that there's almost like I don't think that they're advanced enough to evolve and adapt to this digital age. I don't think that they can pull off this kind of shit anymore because honestly, the guys that like were in charge.
Cause you know what's so funny, bro? These agencies created these social media platforms to spy on us, you know, and all that good stuff. And it's funny because their greatest tool honestly became our greatest weapon against them. And it's a beautiful thing, low key. It's like, yes, the media was used against us, but we're using the media now against them. And oh man, ain't that crazy? And this is why you gotta love people, bro. That's why I believe in the people. At the end of the day, I truly do, because of stuff like this. Like, we'll literally take what they're using to poison us and feed them their own poison. Like, oh, okay, got you. Let me use it back on y'all.
Charge of all this back in like Vietnam, 9/11 era. A lot of those eras were like, a lot of them were really fucking good at their job. Like the George H.W. Bush Vietnam CIA operations, a lot of them have never been exposed in a mainstream way to this day because they were so good at running these covert operations and keeping them all tight and not letting the media get them. And today it's like, not only do we have all this decentralized media, but a lot of them also suck ass at their fucking jobs. It's like Judith Miller, kind of a fucking trash. Like Christopher Wray, Kimberly Cheadle, whoever the fuck is in on these things, like they don't seem to be super great at it. Yeah. Just based upon like how, I mean, I guess I might caveat that as in like, it looks like there's different intelligence agency operations going on, like J6. There's a certain level of intelligence operation that happened during J6, a certain one that happened during Antifa. I don't know if it was necessarily the CIA directly, but some sort of covert groups that were co-opting these movements.
It's crazy. It's like they put incompetent people in there on purpose. So when, well, I guess the establishment do their grime, they can always put it back on, oh, it was incompetence. It was incompetence. We'll just fire this incompetent person that we put in place. You know, we'll just replace them with another. But then how much incompetent people can they honestly fire until we just realize that it's them?
And they did a pretty fucking good job of that, of like co-opting and spinning a narrative and sort of like turning that on itself. But then you look at like the Trump assassination and like, dude, that shit got botched.
And his parents are radio silent.
They kind of got lucky.
His parents didn't say anything, which is kind of weird.
You see the videos of his dad walking around with the person in the hood and the mask?
No, what the hell?
Oh, it's super weird, dude. So yeah, like literally the next, like 2 days later after the shooting, Crooks's dad is going to the grocery store with like a dude the same height as Crooks, a person, because we don't know their gender, and they're all hooded up and they've got sweatpants on and a hoodie, and the hoodie is cinched up tight around their head, and they have sunglasses and a mask, and they're like just like not answering any questions, just going to the grocery store and coming back. And it's like, who the fuck is that?
What?
Who the fuck is that? It was so weird. There was like 2 or 3 different videos that came out of him at the grocery store, and I think going into their house for a little bit there.
Wow.
And for a minute there, then it's like, okay, maybe it was Maxwell Urich on the roof, and Thomas Crooks was actually not even there at all. And like, what the fuck is going on? So that's where like I don't know what happened, but I know it's suspicious.
And both his parents are behavioral psychologists. That was also crazy to me. I'm like, hold on, your son acting pretty irrational for 2 people that are supposed to know, you know, the concepts of rationality.
And then obviously he had that very weird Google search right before. How far was Oswald from JFK?
Like, I didn't actually know about that. He Googled that shit?
Yeah, he Googled it. Yeah, he literally Googled it on his phone. Director Ray,
Whoa.
FBI Director
Amateur
Ray,
hour.
actually talked about that because I reacted to the testimony. It was him and the director of the Secret Service after Cheadle resigned. Yeah. They were there, both of them talking. And which makes sense. And I actually said, like, yo, this is what needs to happen because the FBI is running a criminal investigation. Secret Service is running, like, their own, you know, internal investigations.
Investigation.
Yeah. So, and he said, like, yeah, the guy literally Googled how far was Oswald when he shot Kennedy. So clearly that kid wasn't based because he doesn't realize that Oswald wasn't really the shooter. But that's a whole other
conversation. Exactly. If only he'd known more about Oswald, maybe he would have, like,
Yeah.
known there was some red flags about his job that day.
Yeah, seriously, right? You should have known, like, you're going to be the patsy too, stupid. But
that's fucking weird.
But okay, cool. So we can. I'm trying to think here. Anything else on this Crooks thing?
On the first shooter, that's a solid summary. I mean, we don't really have answers. The second shooter did kind of shine a new light on it.
Take it away.
Just in the sense that, like, maybe it's two totally different attempts, two totally different lone gunmen, two totally different like cells or threats against Trump that just happened to align at the same. That could be, who knows? Because Crooks definitely came from a different background and a different like pool than the second shooter did. And Ryan Routh is fascinating because we were all like Twitter journalists were all super on edge by the time Ryan Routh happened. And the moment that news broke, everyone just exploded into social media and just started downloading everything they could find about him.
Yeah.
And so there was a way
He
more
got banned
like,
same day. He got banned immediately off of X.
yeah. Right?
Man.
Yeah.
That sucks.
And so we like learned a lot more about Ryan Routh than we did about Thomas Matthew Crooks. And Routh had all kinds of ties to the Ukrainian paramilitary American operations over there. And that, like, if you don't understand sort of like the covert operations world, it would be easy to look at it and just be like, this is just a super weird solo dude that is like very Slava Ukraine.
Yeah, trying to
like
get
when
money.
you really know about how intelligence agencies work, it looks a lot more like he was sort of like an adjacent asset that was intentionally sort of like a para-governmental asset that was intentionally running some sort of like paramilitary recruitment programs, but like based on the money that he allegedly had before he started doing this, and then he's flying to Ukraine multiple times, he's meeting with senators and meeting with people in our government and like recruiting Afghani special forces apparently on his fucking Facebook account, like super weird shit.
Yeah.
That just all aligns with, and of course, like then one of the videos that I made at the time was that his second follow and his first follower,
CIA agent.
when he started his X account, was this woman named Kim.
Again, that commercial.
Kim
Nope.
Soon.
Hey.
Oh yeah, I saw you talk about this. Let me
Kim
pull her up real
Kuhn,
quick.
I forget her name exactly. And she has CIA handler written all over her. She actually is ex-CIA in her bio, but she's also got this resume of like 3 other jobs that are all these like military industrial complex think
Sue
tank
Kim,
kind of
right?
things.
Sue Kim?
Yeah, Sue Kim. And we found her shit before she deleted it all, before
Sue
Ralph
Kim.
got deleted off of everything, and before she made all of her shit private and scrubbed and everything. And it just kind of,
it's funny. It's crazy. It wouldn't be the first time the CIA has been trying to, start a conflict. Operation Galileo. Yeah, trust me, it ain't the first time the CIA just started conflicts around the world or in certain places.
it all added up to like, it looked to me like Ryan Routh, whether he was acting alone that day or not, he was tied into.
This is her right here, right? Let me see.
Yeah, Sue Kim.
Yeah.
Yep. Former CIA. I wonder if it says what her other.
Over here, so they
can you
can
scroll back to the top there?
Yeah, let me see.
Because
Okay,
she was
so the
also
chat
like
can
an
see.
analyst at several sort of like intelligence think tanks and such. And her being his, like, as soon as he makes his X account, he follows her and she follows him. And her account is private.
Wild.
So there's no reason to follow her if you don't know her and she's not going to follow you back.
This her,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, try that out. I bet that's her. No, not
no,
her.
this isn't her. My bad.
No.
Let's see. No, you can't even.
No, they took
you
her off.
can't- You can't find it, man.
Yeah, we obviously we don't know for sure.
What you mean? The information was made public. Now it's gone. Like, once you make that information public, you think the CIA ain't going to clean, like, scrub the internet now? Like, come on now.
Sure.
Yeah.
But to me, it looks an awful lot like
Come on,
she's not
who we
necessarily
talking
a
about
handler,
now?
but maybe a recruiter, maybe like a contact, whatever it is. Because there's all different levels of compartmentalization of these kind of paramilitary, operations. It could have just been like, then there's also, of course, there's the part where he's got this fucking rap sheet where he's getting arrested for all kinds of things, including possession of weapons of mass destruction. Mm-hmm. And the weapon of mass destruction that he had was like a fully automatic machine gun or something at some point. But it's like, when you look at his like public life, running like a tiny house company and shit like that, it's like, why the fuck does that guy have an automatic machine gun? And he got into like a full on like armed standoff with police at one point where he was like exchanging gunfire with police.
Oh, I didn't know that. Was this back when he was in the Carolinas?
His criminal record. Yeah, I don't remember if that was when he was in the Carolinas. I just had my notes up earlier on it, and then I put them away.
Yeah, this guy, you know, he had a scratched off serial number on his gun as well, and he's a felon. And so the FBI got him basically. If I could speak to the criminal side, basically what they did,
Yeah, bring it.
was they hit him with a felon in possession charge, which is like kind of like a standard boilerplate charge where if you're a convicted felon, they catch you with a gun, you're not supposed to have that gun. It's a typical federal charge that, you know, the ATF charges all the time. But in this case, the FBI took it because of who this individual was. They're probably going to try to figure out if he's intelligence or anything else like that. Because obviously you had mentioned some, you know, just some intel links off of just the social media alone. So,
yeah,
you know, they're probably first thing they want to make sure is figure out, hey, what the hell are you doing here and everything else. And then this fucking note comes out that he wanted to give like $100,000 for anyone that could get the job done. Something like that. See that?
Yeah. Yeah. It's just like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
But so, like, to me, that just indicates that, like, Ralph had some intelligence. He had some information, right?
Make sure to like and subscribe, man. We appreciate y'all, man, on the
And also,
conspiracy
like,
hour, bro. Let's get into
because,
it.
like, you tell me that he was sitting.
Any questions or comments will be read out loud. Just go ahead and send a super chat in, $1 and up. Appreciate the support.
Outside of the fucking golf course with a rifle and a bunch of bulletproof plates, like ceramic plates and shit, kind of ready to go. And Secret Service never walked the perimeter. They never did a perimeter check on the golf course during like the whole morning. And like while Trump was there, it's like
they got lucky because they went beforehand to like the next hole he was gonna play at, and they were able to catch him there. But,
exactly right.
Yeah, that's how they got him. But like, but you're right. He did. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how the fuck did he know Trump was gonna be there a day before, especially since you said this was an impromptu golf.
Yeah, I don't think he.
And that is a good question to ask. Like I always ask the same question. Like, how did he know though? Like, how do you know that type of stuff? You're telling me he just ended up there, Mar-a-Lago, somewhere in the bushes, and just in position again as Trump drives into range, of course. Wild as hell. They gonna hit me with it. Or they faking me out?
Weird chemical burn like symptoms after the rally or something. That was a weird one too. So it's like to me it adds up.
So I got his thing right now. Sorry, keep going and then I'll show you.
Pull it up.
Okay, so interesting stuff. So it looks like they hit him with some new charges. I'm looking here. Dude, this is weird. So you might have to look at it on your Rumble screen or YouTube screen. I'm going to make it big.
Yeah, what are you looking up?
I'm looking. I have it up right now. If you look at the stream, Ian, because I don't know why. Like I can't share a screen with you and then also have the audience.
Oh, it's easy. No worries.
So it says here, right to silence and counsel. Defendant's invocation of right to silence and counsel. The defendant named above does hereby invoke his right to remain silent and to counsel with respect to any and all questioning or interrogation, regardless of the subject matter, including but not limited to matters that may bear on or relate to arrests, searches, and seizures, bail, pretrial release, or detention evidence at trial. The defendant requests the U.S. Attorney ensure that this invocation of rights is honored by forwarding a copy of it to all law enforcement agencies, government officials, or employees associated with the investigation of any matters related to the defendant. Okay.
Diddy files.
This is fucking weird because I'll tell you this.
Allegedly, he was, like transporting women for nefarious purposes all around the.
All right, let's get into the Diddy stuff. I think we heard enough of the Thomas Crooks.
Some of them were underage at these parties. There was drugs being given to people without their knowledge. There was all kinds of SA in every direction. It's just like all kinds of crazy stuff. Like he has direct testimony about witnessing unalivings and stuff like that. So it's just like a wild lawsuit. It's worth just reading because it's so jam-packed with like action and evidence, and there's photos in it. He's like, there are sex tapes in it. There's all kinds of gay stuff in it.
Wow.
And basically it alleges that Diddy's running like a gay blackmail ring where he's like getting people to do gay stuff on camera, whether they know it or not. And then he's using that as blackmail and kind of creating this whole culture of like promiscuous gay debauchery with a lot of drugs involved and often minors involved. And that lawsuit really broke it open. Since then, there's been a lot of developments. And at first, people were kind of skeptical. It's like, we don't want to speculate. We don't know. But like, let's be real. When we look at it, it's pretty freaking clear that Diddy was put in this position by the Jewish record executives above him that are all tied into the mob. And
Allegedly.
The mob has long-standing ties to the blackmail industries, as well as Israel and their blackmail industries.
Allegedly.
And then B,
the mob has had ties in the music and the music and movie industry for, trust me, since the inception of it. since the inception of the music and, well, entertainment industry or Hollywood, yeah, the Jewish mafia and the Italian mafia has always had their, grip on it. Foot on the people's necks of those who work in it.
Diddy clearly is involved in the trafficking networks because he's getting all of these, women and underage women, the prostitutes and stuff like that. He's tied into drug networks. There's lots of allegations of hip hop stars moving drugs. And he's clearly got blackmail on people, and he's protected by something federal at the federal level because it talks about in the lawsuit how his security guy could make federal and local law enforcement bugger off.
Fahim Muhammad, right?
Yeah, he controlled that
yes,
L.A.
Fahim Muhammad, who was also...
So it's obviously that he can control LAPD because, what was it? I think it was his, what was his ex-wife's name? Kim Porter? Yes, Kim Porter. Yeah. It's funny how he's able to shoot somebody and get off because of LAPD and also allegedly, supposedly unalive his ex-wife and get off with LAPD.
So the security guard for Michael Jackson. And Fahim Muhammad has a real estate degree, and he's got a whole hundreds of acres of land right on the border of Tijuana and San Diego with the border wall on his property. So there's just all these different directions of what the hell is going on. And lots of stuff has come out since that lawsuit. In particular, this lawyer in Texas has alleged that he now represents 120 victims and counting. He says that there's kids that were as young as 9 years old when the abuse happened in that lawsuit. He alleges that lots of people are going to get named. Lots of people are going to go down is what he's saying. Corporations are going to go down. He's like, this dude, this lawyer, Bigby, is not shy about making big claims. And he's got a pretty high power.
Hey, shout out Germany.
He's definitely a more credible lawyer than some of the other lawyers we've seen so far.
Yeah.
And then this book drops. And this is really interesting. It's called Kim's Last Words. And it was published.
Man. Yeah, a lot going on with that Diddy case.
By Jamal T. Millwood, which is like a whole Tupac kind of homage rabbit hole there, if you don't know. And then for Kimberly A. Porter. And what the allegation is, this got put on Amazon 2 weeks ago or something. And then after 4 or 5 days, it got pulled.
Wow.
And yeah, I'm glad I got it in time because what it says it is this is a diary, like a journal, a book that was being written by Kim Porter, who is Diddy's ex-wife, who died mysteriously of pneumonia, right at a time when all sorts of other people were dying of pneumonia all around Diddy. And she allegedly wrote these words herself and were compiling them on a drive. And it tells the story of how she met Diddy and her whole life around Diddy and lots of the scandals that Diddy was involved in. And then of Diddy kind of of her wanting to get out and then her stealing some of Diddy's blackmail tapes from his vault in order to create a
we appreciate that, Gelato.
Blanket, so to speak, a vault so that if he ever came for her, she could release it. And then the very last page of this book is her writing that she's getting sick, she's getting pneumonia, and she's writing the last pages here while she's waiting for the ambulance to come and get her. And she writes, "Diddy got me, I'm dead," basically. And it's like, what is this and how could we ever trust it? And at first it's like, you can't trust it. At first this is just total hearsay on the internet. Someone's just doing a cash grab, right? But then when you read it, it's pretty detailed, and it's detailed in the way that implies that it feels like someone was there for these conversations, and it feels like she's actually remembering real conversations between Diddy and Jay-Z, and Diddy and Pac, and Diddy and Al B. Sure, and all these things. And it makes all kinds of crazy allegations, like wild gay allegations, wild conspiracy allegations about what
knew
Diddy
Tupac
did
is gay,
to
but
other
we know
people
that
in the industry, that he ordered the hit on Pac and then sort of halfway ordered.
I know. If you don't know that Tupac was messing with men as well, man, I got a video to show you if you want me to show you.
Allowed the hit on Biggie to happen. It actually kind of alleges that the entire beef between Diddy and Pac that led to Tupac getting shot actually started because Diddy wanted to have a threesome with Tupac and Kim Porter, and Tupac was like, "No, dude, get out of here. I don't want
And that's all in this book. That's on this book.
That's what it says. Yeah, it says that Diddy, because Diddy was
That's
really
her
fond of
words.
that. Yeah. Let me read you one of the most effed up quotes in here.
Sure, go ahead.
Bet, let's go.
This is about the first time that Kim played with Diddy's booty hole, because he begged her to. Clive had already been grooming Diddy's booty hole real good, so Clive had taught Diddy all about the booty hole.
Really? So
yeah.
Okay.
And then he asked Kim, like, he wanted Kim to start playing with it.
Wow. So let me get this straight. So Diddy and Clive Davis were lovers?
Oh yeah. Clive groomed Diddy into the gay world. Yeah, so Clive was like 40 or 50.
That boy was right. His security guard was right. He said, "Nah, Diddy ain't learned this." He's like, "Nah, this ain't just something you just become." He said Diddy was groomed for this. He said he learned it. I was like, dang, I guess he's right.
And Diddy's like this young 20-something-year-old black thug. And Clive picked him up and I'm sure that Diddy was already like,
allegedly,
fucking doing whatever he wanted to do.
Pac was gay, allegedly.
The strong rumors in this book and in the industry, all over the place, people are alleging that Clive Davis and Diddy were lovers.
Because I was going to ask you this, and before you read that thing, because I was like, okay, because when I heard all this stuff come out, I was like, okay, is Diddy actually a homosexual, or does he do it to have power over people and blackmail them, right?
Oh, it sounds like he's more gay than straight. Okay. Based upon what most of the people in the industry are saying, not just this book at all, although this book is totally on the same page as that.
Okay.
But basically everyone in the industry I'm hearing talk about it says that Diddy is more interested in men than women.
Really?
Obviously.
Okay. All right. Well, sorry.
And you can kind of extract that from the lawsuits too, based upon the types of things he likes to watch. Like when you read Cassie's lawsuit, it's like, kind of sounds like he's more interested in what type of dude and dong is in the picture than his own girl. I mean,
wild.
First off, he likes watching other dudes rail his girl. So, but quote, the first time he said he just wanted to experiment, try something new. I was grossed out, but he kept begging. He said it would only be this one time, and he was just curious. I was only 20 at the time. I said, what the hell? I hated it. He bled from it, and there was shit on it. I left him alone after that. And that's just like the first chapter. That's just the last sentence of the first chapter.
Huh?
That's it just warming up.
Whoa,
this book,
whoa.
like, it only be this one time, and he was just curious. I was only 20 at the time. I said, what the hell? I hated it. He bled from it, and there was shit on it. I left him alone after that. And that's just like the first chapter. That's just the last sentence of the first chapter. That's it just warming up. This book, like, gets wild.
What the hell?
And it got pulled off Amazon.
Say again?
And you said it literally was on Amazon for a few days. It got pulled, right?
Yeah, it got pulled. Yeah.
Do we know who pulled it? Was it Diddy's like legal team or?
The guy that is in charge of publishing it, the guy that's publishing it under this pseudonym, he recently did a interview on The Art of Dialogue, which is super enlightening as to what this is. And to me, it lent a lot of credibility to this book.
R.I.P. Kim Porter.
Because the guy has broken other whistleblower testimony before. He's been involved in other legal cases before. He alleges that he was approached. He's a white guy. And he alleges that he was approached by sources close to Kim, which you assume are the people that Kim sent this flash drive of all this stuff to when she died. They apparently approached him and said, it's time and we want you to release this. Here's the flash drive with what's on it. And he vetted what was on the flash drive, and it was all of these like pages of documents that she had written, along with a whole bunch of video files from the vault, the ones that Kim had stolen from the vault. And he says that he has seen the videos and he intends to release the videos. And he also says that he intends to allow people to forensically examine the sort of like metadata of the flash drive in order to kind of corroborate it and all that.
Okay.
And you know, everyone should make their own judgment call about it. You know, you should watch it for yourself and kind of judge whether you think it's real or not. To me, it lent some credibility to it. It's still kind of a trust me, bro. But all combined, it adds to the picture in a way that
kind
fits
of a
right
trust
in.
me, bro. I like it.
And if it is real, this book is pretty enlightening in terms of what it's talking about. It talks about why Jay-Z is on the scene and how Jay-Z basically like ratted Biggie and Tupac out so that he could climb the ladder because he was sick of being in Biggie's shadow. It names a lot of names about who was sleeping with who in terms of like male rappers with male rappers. Talked about what was happening at the parties. So it's
I knew it, man. I told you, bro. It's like hood niggas is the new gay niggas now. It's like now hood equals gay, and maybe we can stop black men from being want to be hood if we related to being gay. Like, you know what? That might just work. Fuck it. We need to do it. We need
people
to do
can get
it.
their hands on this book. It's worth getting your hands on. It's only like 40 pages. It's a 1 hour read.
Wow, is that
couple
short?
bucks on the internet. I'm sure it'll go back up somewhere at some point, but that adds a whole new layer to the story in terms of like where Diddy came from and what his life story actually was and the kinds of things that he's been doing all along. And it kind of basically it just fills in and cements all the rumors that we've all already heard. It's like we've all heard the rumor that Diddy killed Pac. We've all heard the rumor that Diddy has gay freak-offs. We've heard the rumor that Jay-Z is fucked up. But like that kind of puts texture to it all if it's true. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is this Big B guy that just came out. And then the other aspect that I don't think we've talked about together, but is super fun tinfoil, dude. Do you remember the Trump Doral hotel shooter? It was from 2018.
Yeah.
Oh, God, at this point,
searching this on YouTube and pulling up a tab on YouTube just so we can show people the visual. Because a lot of people saw parts of this video at one point, but they haven't thought about it.
Bro, at this point, anytime somebody say something hood, you might as well say no Diddy after it, man. You might as well say no Diddy after it. Like, even if you say on gang, like, Diddy gang? Freak off gang? Like, what you talking about here, bro? Nah, bro, no Diddy. It's like, it's about to get that serious. Like, bro, niggas can't even look at baby lotion the same anymore now. Like, bro, we're literally looking at baby lotion like, damn, that's wild. That's wild. That's wild. He had that baby lotion.
3 or 4 years.
Mama said baby oil. We can't even look at baby oil the same. I'm sorry. We cannot look at baby oil the same.
And if they just see a clip of it, they'll remember the guy a little bit. Because so what happened is back in 2018, this white dude walks into Trump Hotel in Doral, Florida, I think it is. It's like the Doral Hotel in Miami, Florida. And he's got a gun and he just starts shooting the gun into the air. And he like just kind of walks around. He drapes an enormous flag over the front desk, pulls the chandelier off the ceiling, shoots a gun a little bit, and then just stands around, smashes some shit, and waits for the cops to show up. And then the cops show up and he kind of has like a half-assed firefight with them.
And
then he just kind of like runs off and then gets arrested.
Yeah, I'm showing this right now on the screen for them. This guy, he drapes like an American flag kind of on the front, and he's like throwing shit around. He's trying to attack the camera. Yeah, this dude's a fucking weirdo.
Can you scroll way forwards into the middle of the video where he's sitting in the room getting interrogated?
Yeah, let me do that right now.
Because that sort of is the iconic shot of it, is when he's in that like in the hospital later getting interviewed by the police.
Okay.
And in that interview, he says some crazy stuff.
Okay, so
and at the time, it was like,
yo, that man wild. Shot at the police is crazy.
Like, what is he even talking about? Hotel.
And for those of you that are wondering, guys, Doral is maybe like 15, 20 minutes from here, from Miami. It's a little town outside the city.
Closing in on the suspect.
No, it looks like this video does not include.
Yeah, this video doesn't show it. Let me see if I can find it here somewhere.
Yeah,
them boys is evil.
Because at the time, the interview was gibberish. It was like basically like just cue conspiracy theories and like all this other stuff. But he alleged that he was a Diddy sex slave.
I got it right here.
And
here he is sitting here.
Yeah, and this is before anyone knew about P. Diddy in the public at all.
Gotcha. Yeah, here he is with like a gown. Is there a certain part you want me to play? It's like 35 minutes.
That's it. Doesn't matter. Like we don't actually need them to hear anything from it really necessarily.
But
it's like
he won
30
the
minutes long.
electoral college vote. Right. Which is the Republican vote, basically.
Sounds crazy.
Okay. Mm-hmm. He didn't get the popular vote. Right. I hear you.
So I went through the whole interview. It's like 30 minutes long. I transcribed the whole thing with AI and then went back, and his voice is so fucking weird that I had to like edit it all to make sure to like get it all right. And analyze everything he's saying. And like basically he alleges, before anyone knew about Diddy, that he was a male Diddy sex slave that Diddy would have at his house in order to bang Cassie for him. And he alleges that he had a bunch of sex with Diddy and Cassie, and that he overheard a whole bunch of stuff when he was doing it, and that he knows all of these things about the industry based upon like what he saw and what he heard. And then he says that he also went and did a bunch of his own research online, and that's how. And so then it's like you don't know what that he's saying is like actually because he witnessed it, and what is because he researched it online with like his mid-low IQ and kind of was like, so it's like it's impossible to know what about it is complete made up bullshit tinfoil, and what about it is like
But he said
actually
in
an
2018,
eyewitness
way
testimony.
before anybody even know about any of this stuff. This is 6 years ago.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
And so that's why, like, that was the first thing that went off in my mind of like, oh shit, that's like puts a whole new light on this dude. And I went back and looked at it, and it's like, you got to give it a little credibility because like that's not the kind of claim you make up. That's not the kind of claim you can just pull out of nowhere. Years before anyone knows it's real. And a lot of the stuff he says about the hip hop industry, the stuff that is like closer to Diddy, like he says a lot about Trump and about the Illuminati and all these other things. And that's maybe far removed from Diddy. So I'm assuming that's from internet research and extrapolation. But the stuff that's like closer to Diddy seems more and more like maybe he knew something, maybe he heard something. And one of the interesting things he alleges that rappers are flying drugs around on all their private jets. He alleges that the whole hip hop
Juice World. What happened to Juice World? If you don't remember, Juice WRLD hopped off the plane, and then, well, one, he died because he, took in a bunch of Percocets. But the police also found what? Remember? 70 pounds of marijuana on his private jet. Juice WRLD.
Pop industry is using the private jets to transport large volumes of drugs for the black markets because private jets don't get screened by the DEA or by customs.
Well, that's what got Rollo banged up. Rollo was like smuggling like thousands of pounds of this shit on the private jets. So, the Juice WRLD killed himself because he was about to get caught with drugs on a private jet. So
bingo.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, it was Juice WRLD I was just thinking about, right? He had
overdosed.
Well, didn't he have like a heart attack while he was getting raided or something?
What happened was he had like a bunch of drugs and he just like swallowed them.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
So
in the mainstream reporting, when I found that reporting on it, they claim it was like he had a heart attack. They didn't mention that he'd taken the drugs, but it's like clearly,
Yeah, I think he took a bunch of drugs.
Heart attack for a 21-year-old kid.
I think just got out of prison, but yeah, I covered the Rollo case. He was moving like thousands of pounds of weed from California back to Georgia.
Yeah.
Bingo. And when you look into what rappers have private jets, Diddy is famous for having one of the most, like, his jet is known for being intercontinental in its range, meaning it can fly outside of North America. That's not every private jet can do that. Jay-Z has a really big private jet. It's one of the biggest ones. Drake has a really big private jet. Lil Wayne, Rick Ross, 50 Cent, Travis Scott. And so you start to just kind of like think it through, and you're like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. And Diddy's all talking about liquid cocaine, or like, the cocaine in the baby oil, the GHB in the baby. And this Doral Shooter guy in this interview, he's talking about liquid cocaine in the bottles of liquor. So he's just saying a lot of things that like line up with what we know about Diddy today.
Yeah.
And he's also making these other allegations about the hip hop industry and what's going on there. And he talks about like the Black Boule and the Illuminati and stuff like that, which is like just fun conspiracy theory shit to just kind of ponder because of how bizarre it all was.
I'm sure the detective that was interviewing him was like, this guy's off his rocker, but now fast forward.
And you'll
6
know,
years forward.
you know how these interviews go, so you can hear while he's doing it, you can hear that the detective is like entertaining him enough so that the guy trusts the detective.
Of course.
But then it'll get off topic enough, the detective will kind of be like, yeah, so like, tell me, I want to hear about your family. Like, let's fucking stop talking
about Diddy.
Trump is like, whatever.
Yeah, because like you're gonna write it off like this guy's just a fucking crazy fuck, but like he's saying it with a bunch of this stuff with like a crazy amount of accuracy,
Yeah. And basically, the funny irony of what it is what it sounds like. What the guy's basically alleging is he's saying, I went to the Trump hotel and shot the place up just to send a message, like knowing I was going to get arrested, obviously. Like I went and got myself arrested, got in a firefight, could have gotten killed, just to send Trump the message that you're not safe. They're going to try to kill you. You got to heighten your security and like you're the savior and we got to look out for you and you're doing great, but just like take your shit seriously. And this is kind of coming back around now in 2024 as Diddy's coming up and I'm watching this tape and it's like they just tried to kill Trump twice. And I'm like, shit,
wow.
Crazy guys, honestly.
Yo, so the crazy dude who admitted to being a sex slave, white boy sex slave for Diddy, pretty much admitted that, Trump needed, before the assassinations, before all this popped off, pretty much told us exactly what was going to happen. He said they're going to try to take out Trump. Bro, the music industry is full of drug traffickers. Diddy's gay. Like all it came to fruition. Well.
Wow.
Whoa.
This crazy guy knew what the fuck was gonna happen. Holy shit, man.
Everyone should maybe have one schizophrenic friend. Is all I'm saying.
Where's this guy now? Is he in jail still, or what? Like,
yeah, my understanding
Maybe
is
we all
that he's
need more
still in
schizophrenic
jail.
friends.
His name is Jonathan Odi, O-D-I, and I think he's in jail in Miami, serving several years. The court proceedings took forever. They didn't. I don't think he actually really finished his trial until maybe like 2020 or something like that. There was a rumor that went around that he was missing, and I'd looked into it, and as far as I can tell, that's just bullshit internet gossip that got run with.
interesting. I'm gonna see if I can. So here he is. I'll have put it here on screen. This was okay. Odie Jonathan, date file 5/21/2018. They got the state case number, charges, murder 2, weapon, aggravated battery. Got hit with a bunch of those.
Yep.
Let's see here. Let's fast forward all the way to 2024. What's the latest thing? What the fuck? Oh no, hold on. It's at the top. Let's see. I got it up on screen right now. Okay, report. Please set for 10/10/2024. What? The case is still going?
Yeah, right.
What the fuck, bro? The Florida's criminal
That's
justice
kind of
system
weird,
is
right?
trash, bro.
That's a 6-year-long case.
God damn.
And all he did was walk into a hotel and shoot the ceiling.
Yeah.
I guess he fired rounds at the police, but he didn't hit any of them, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah. He's
So it's like,
yeah. Holy shit. Let me see.
I don't know.
here,
I've got
Florida.
questions about why it's taking so long. It's like, is there more going on here? Like, is there more to the story? I don't know. I mean,
I'm looking at
I put the tinfoil on and just start cooking with something like that because that's a crazy story and it's tons of fun. And he says all kinds of other things too. Like the private jets thing is just one of the more concrete ones that sounds pretty believable. But a lot of the other stuff he talks about is like pretty fun to dig into also, like the Black Boule and like all these other Illuminati things he's talking about. He starts talking about like the Illuminati playing cards and Lord knows what.
Oh man, it was crazy.
So
What else he knows?
So you were describing to me how can you talk to us about like how Diddy like ran his organization, what he would do here? Because we talked about the lawsuit that
Totally. So now we've got all these data points. Let's like zoom out and sort of talk about like and not really mince words. Like everything I'm about to say is kind of speculation, right?
Okay.
Based upon the evidence that we have.
Okay.
So just treat everything I'm about to say like speculation. And I'm just going to not mince words about what I kind of think.
gathered.
This is just my opinion.
Yeah, the facts you've gathered. This is kind of the conclusion that you've come to, right?
Yeah. From what we know right now, it looks to me like Diddy was running a sexual blackmail ring in the music industry.
That's crazy.
On behalf of his mob handlers, his Jewish mob handlers, that is like the background of the music industry and has been for a long time. And that is probably tied to Israel and Mossad. Not necessarily like Mossad is telling them everything to do, but just in the sense that like those tapes are probably making their way back to Israel because they're very, very valuable. And they're, blackmail on all these powerful American celebrities and politicians and sports stars. And so if those are in the hands of Jewish mobsters in the music industry, you better be sure that Israeli intelligence is in communication with them and has some access to them as well. And so he's running this sexual blackmail ring
Allegedly.
by basically being in the middle of Hollywood. He's famous. He throws all these crazy parties, and those parties sort of have tiers where like lots of people get invited, and then the after party is sort of like, if you know, and you can stay. And they're definitely like all fucking each other, but they're also pretty clearly also fucking young child stars like Justin Bieber, like Usher when he was younger, lots of those guys, lots of boys, lots of girls. But it also sounds like they are trafficking children in from the trafficking industry, like not kids of fame, not kids from Hollywood, but actually just like disposable children. And I'm starting to suspect that lots of kids are being killed or just dying from this abuse or from some of the like more sick, dark kind of rooms that are happening at some of the parties probably. Because that's kind of coming out of the whistleblower space and people are still afraid to talk about that more like, the unalive kind of stuff. He's definitely, there's drugs everywhere in every direction. Everyone's doing all kinds of drugs willingly and unwillingly. And we know that from lots of lawsuits. Yeah. And it all adds up to sort of like the guy was put in place in order to manage our culture, in order to manage the music industry, in order to create blackmail and create debauchery, to fill the prisons, to sort of like debase the culture, to undermine the family, to undermine black culture. Like that is, it just looks like that's what's been going on for decades here. And then he starts to get high on his own supply of power and just like gets more and more reckless and more more reckless. And they are protecting him all through this time. But it seems like eventually it got hard enough to protect him, or enough came out, or like maybe like it kind of looks like Cassie just was brave enough to file a lawsuit at the right time when it was like the climate was such that it was hard to kind of put a lid on it, and her lawsuit was salacious enough, and then it spurred enough other people to want to file lawsuits that they were kind of like did the math and realized like, we got to cut ties with Diddy. We can't protect him from this. And he's already a liability. And I assume they've already got Jay-Z ready to step in and fill his shoes, because everyone in the industry is talking about how Jay-Z is just as bad as Diddy. Jay-Z's at all these parties. DJ Khaled is at these parties. Drake is at these parties. All these guys are fucking each other. They're all swapping wives, and they're all swapping booty holes. They're all...
Oh, I knew they all gay. All of them are gay. Rapper, gay. Maybe not the new generation. Hopefully not the new generation. But the ones who are popping, your favorite artists, he might be gay. He just might be gay.
Throwing baby oil around like crazy.
Throwing baby oil around.
Basically, every male rapper that runs in those circles, it sounds like, and I mean, obviously it's not all of them, but at this point, it seems like it's more of them than not, because that kind of seems like how you have gotten a record deal over the last 30 years, is like have some sort of blackmail on you, be willing to do some sort of gay stuff, you know, do some favors for some people. The whole industry feels pretty damn corrupt at this point. That's the overview of what's going on. And that implies that Diddy is tied into the human trafficking networks in some amount, whether it's Diddy directly or whether it's his handlers like the mobsters, Fahim Muhammad, the people around him that are just supplying kids and girls and stuff. It implies that he's definitely tuned into the drug networks, obviously. He's tuned into the weapons and illegal weapons networks. So he's tied all throughout these black market industries.
Well, he had an AR-15 with the serial numbers obliterated in one of his homes.
Exactly. So it's hard to understand exactly how much Diddy was in charge of his operation, but I find it impossible to believe that he was actually at the top in any way. Like, both from how he was brought up and put into position by Clive Davis, and then later Lucien Grange was overseeing him, same early life story. And Lucien Grange is the CEO of Universal Music Group, and Universal is like 1/3 of the music industry right now. Universal Music Group manages Taylor Swift, like all of the satanic weird stuff that's happening in music right now. A lot of those songs are coming out of Universal Music Group. And a lot of these record executives are related to each other, tied into each other. Like Lucien Grange's son, Elliot Grange. Here's a fun one. Elliot Grange is at Atlantic Records. He's in sort of like in one of the other thirds. There's like 3 big music kind of like.
Pull this guy up. His name is Elliot Grange, you said?
So Lucien Grange, you know, damn near head of Universal Studios, got a son named Elliot Grange who runs Atlantic. So dad runs a big music label. Son runs a big music label. Damn, and they try to tell us that it's not, them boys controlled. J Word, Small Hat controlled. It's kind of crazy how they try to pass that off. But it is what it is, I guess. Allegedly, still.
Yeah, Elliot Grange. That's Lucien Grange's son. Lucien is in charge of Diddy and Universal Music Group. Elliot Grange is coming up through the ranks over at Atlantic Records, and he just recently changed and got a new position and got elevated. But Elliot is in charge of Ice Spice, right? And you remember how Ice Spice suddenly is best friends with Taylor Swift?
No way.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like, together. Why is like
Elliot Grange? What's the other
Taylor
one?
Swift
was the other
hanging
name
out
again?
with the twerk girl, like the Down syndrome twerk girl, right?
Who's the other? Elliot. I got Elliot Grange here, and then who was the other one?
His dad, Lucien Grange.
Lucien Grange. Let me look this up. And I look at the early life every single time.
And so Elliot Grange is like coming up through the ranks, and his star that he brought on the scene is Ice Spice. Like that's his like twerk star, and she's his number 1 star. And then it just so happens that his number 1 star,
Jewish family,
Ice
North
Spice,
London,
just happens to become best friends with Lucien Grange's number 1 star, like Daddy's top star, Taylor Swift. So to me, that looks an awful lot like Taylor Swift has a contract for her boyfriend and she has a contract for her best friend. And that's how you can start to promote this like degeneracy in the Taylor Swift crowd by just get Ice Spice up there with no clothes on and make her shake her ass. Like, because that's all she does.
Upside down cross to the Super Bowl and all this other bullshit thrown up satanic signs.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so that's just to show that like the whole music industry, they're all tied together. Like they all know each other. They've all worked together. They've all brought each other up. Almost every single one of the executives are Jewish, and a lot of them probably or certainly have ties to the Jewish mob in various forms.
Oh, wow.
And all of sort of like, and this has been how the music industry has been for a long time, is like Jewish mobsters and black gangsters teaming up to make music, but also to, you know, sell drugs, launder money, throw parties, all this other stuff. And that's just the history of the music industry. And today it's particularly perverse because it includes all this other child stuff and all this SA and all this blackmail.
And some people still want to be rappers. It's crazy. I'll be like, you still want to be a rapper? You sure about that? We have to go to a couple Diddy parties and go to the next level. And then I guess you'll be in there then, huh?
So,
and it's a pretty damn powerful operation when you look at the people that he knew and the kind of protection that he had and the sort of like, when you start to think about the kind of people that are implicated by all these tapes and just how much of Hollywood is about to crumble if it all comes out, that's pretty wild.
Yeah, there was a lawyer that's representing a woman that got assaulted by Diddy and she's suing Diddy and she's suing Trey Songz. She's suing Diddy because Diddy provided the alcohol to Trey Songz when he assaulted her. That's not really the important thing. The point is that this lawyer alleges that she saw Diddy doing sexual acts with another individual who's way more famous than him.
Fuck, you just cut out, dude. What'd you say?
I said this lawyer...
She alleged that she saw Diddy doing something.
Sexual acts with a celebrity who's way bigger than him. And I was like, who the fuck... Who is she talking about? Like, what... You know, who the hell is she talking about here? So, you know, obviously people are, you know, going wild with the speculations. I mean, Pierce Morgan got hit with a cease and desist when he even brought up Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Yup. I mean, I'm going to stand on business and say allegedly, just my personal opinion based on nothing, like making it all up, Jay-Z and Beyonce are worse than Diddy, and they're like neck deep in all this, and they need to be protected because Jay-Z and Beyonce go all the way to Obama, the Clintons, you know, Kamala, like they swim in way more powerful political circles, business circles. Like if they get exposed, all kinds of other shit gets exposed. And they are particularly satanic, and a lot of there's like imagery and sort of like stuff. And so that might also lead more into these other darker kind of human trafficking directions. It's kind of hard to say, but like, I mean, and then there's like allegations from women like Jaguar Wright, you know, that are super unhinged about Jay-Z, all the way back to like just sort of like the rumors in the industry, smaller allegations, stuff in these lawsuits. So
yeah.
At
Jaguar
this point,
Wright
you
does
know,
bring up
we've
Jay-Z
only
a
got
lot,
so much disclosure so far, but it's
all right, guys. We're gonna go ahead and close this one out, man. It's been a good one. I gotta head out. Appreciate y'all for tuning in, man. This is Set with Set and Key Media. I'll catch y'all on the next one, man. See you on next stream. Don't worry, it's gonna be, well, today. All right, here.